Additional context. This paper presents a transcript from a parole hearing, a critical component of the U.S. criminal justice system. Parole hearings are administrative proceedings where a board determines if an incarcerated individual is suitable for release back into society after serving a portion of their sentence. This determination hinges on various factors, including the nature of the crime, the inmate's behavior while incarcerated, rehabilitation efforts, and potential risk to public safety. The hearing involves several key participants, including the inmate board officials, like commissioners, legal representatives, attorneys, and district attorneys, victims' representatives, and family members, all of whom contribute to the decision-making process. The case of Rene Enriquez, convicted of second-degree murder, highlights the complexities and considerations involved in parole decisions, weighing the inmates' past actions against their potential for rehabilitation and the impact on the victims' families. Understanding these hearings is critical as the outcomes directly impact public safety, the lives of inmates, and the pursuit of justice for victims and their families. 6 definitions. Definition 1, Penal Code Section 187, California's legal code defining murder. In this case, 2 counts of second-degree murder. Definition 2, Penal Code Section 245, A2, California's legal code defining assault with a deadly weapon. Definition 3, CDCR, California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation, the state agency that manages prisons and parole. Definition 4, next of kin, the closest living relative, S, of a deceased person. Definition 5, DA, district attorney. Definition 6, correctional officer, law enforcement official within a correctional facility.
Panel present. BRIAN-ROBRTS, Presiding Commissioner Richard JALLINS, Deputy Commissioner others present. RNE OLMOS ENRIQZ, Inmate Laura SHPPARD. Attorney for Inmate SDV SOWRS, Deputy District Attorney Maria GRCA, CDCR Robert FIGUR, Next of Kin RAYMOND FIGUR, Next of Kin MATTHWKASINER, Victims Representative Rich FIGUR, Next of Kin Correctional Officer, S. Unidentified Sarah Martins, Transcriber. DE Deputy Commissioner JALLINS, and we're on the record, Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS. Good morning, everyone. This is a subsequent parole suitability hearing for Rene Enriquez, ENR1QUE2, California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation, number H69471. Today's date is December the 14th, Sup TH, 2018. The time is approximately 8:45 a.m. We're located at the Ironwood State Prison in Blythe, California. Mr. Enriquez was received by the California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation on or about March the 25th, Sup TH, 1993, came to us from the County of Los Angeles, and it was under their case number BA011487, and it was for 2 counts of Penal Code Section 187, murder in the second degree, and 1 count of Penal Code Section 245. A2, assault with a deadly weapon. He was sentenced to 3 life terms to run concurrent. Specifically, the first one was to have 20 years that you weren't eligible for parole. Unique, don't often see that stated, but that's what it was. So you'll see on many of the documents, they talk about 20 to life, but that's, what it was. You were eligible for the first 20 years. Now the minimum eligible parole date in this case was December the 12th, Sup TH, 2003. The victims in the case were Cynthia Galvedon, GALVADON, and records reflect she was about 28 years old at the time of her death. David Gallegos, that was the other murder victim, and Salvador Buenrostro, and that's spelled BUENROSTRO. He was the 245 victim. Now this hearing is being audio recorded, so for the purpose of voice identification, we're gonna go around the room and identify ourselves. We'll do that by stating our full name, spelling our last. We're gonna start with me, and we're gonna go this way around the table. After we go around the table, then we're gonna go start there and go all the way down that row. And as I explained to the victim's family representative that they're to identify themselves by stating their name and then giving us their relationship to the victim, okay? All right then. Good morning, everyone. I'm Brian Roberts, ROBRTS. I'm a commissioner with the Board of Parole Hearings.
Definition. Associate, a person who is affiliated with a gang or criminal organization, but is not a formal member.
Deputy Commissioner JALLINS. I'm Richard Jallins, Jallins. I'm an Associate Chief Deputy Commissioner, Board of Parole Hearings. Deputy District Attorney SOWDERS. And I'm Steve Soders, SOWDERS. I'm a Deputy District Attorney for the County of Los Angeles. Attorney SHEPPARD. Laura Shepard, SHEPPARD, Attorney for Mr. Enriquez. Inmate Enriquez. Rene Enriquez, Enriquez. Hotel number 69471. Presiding Commissioner ROBERTS, and you can step up to the DA's mic. MS GARCIA, Maria Garcia CDCR GARCIA. Presiding Commissioner ROBERTS, okay, all right. Mr. FIGUEROA, Robert Figueroa, I'm uncle to, Cindy. Presiding Commissioner ROBERTS, okay, can you spell Figueroa for us? Mr. FIGUEROA, FIGUEROA. Presiding Commissioner ROBERTS, thank you, sir. Mr. FIGUEROA, I'm Raymond Figueroa, the father of Cynthia Galvedon. Presiding Commissioner ROBERTS, all right. Thank you, sir. Oh, spell your last name, please, I'm sorry. Mr. FIGUEROA, FIGUEROA. Presiding Commissioner ROBERTS, thank you, sir. Mr. KAESTNER, good morning. My name is Matthew Kiesner, KAESTNER. I am the representative for Raymond Figueroa and, the family, the Figueroa family and the Galvedon family. Presiding Commissioner ROBERTS, all right, thank you, sir. Mr. FIGUEROA, I'm Rich Figueroa, FIGUEROA, and I am Cynthia's cousin.
2 definitions. Definition 1, BPT 1073, a California Board of Parole Hearings document regarding an inmate's needs for assistance. Definition 2, correctional counselor, a prison staff member who provides guidance and support to inmates, helping them with programming, parole planning, and other needs.
Presiding Commissioner ROBERTS, and for the record, we have one security staff present. The officer is here for security purposes only and will not be participating in the hearing. Let's take a quick look at any needs for assistance you might have. I've reviewed a couple things. First, BPT 1073. That's a document that your correctional counselor created, and that correctional counselor was Paul Friend, FRIEND. He created that document on October the 30th, sup th, 2018. Tells me that you need hearing aids and glasses. Do you need hearing aids? Inmate Enriquez, yes, sir. Presiding Commissioner ROBERTS, okay, are you wearing them? Inmate Enriquez, yes, sir. Presiding Commissioner ROBERTS, all right, I can't see them, okay? That's good, maybe that's a good thing. Inmate Enriquez, that's a good thing. Presiding Commissioner ROBERTS, all right, they're working. Inmate Enriquez, they're working fine. Presiding Commissioner ROBERTS, all right. Good, and you got your glasses on, all right. Now it also spoke of level terrain. Do you have a walking issue? Inmate Enriquez, yeah, I have, I had fiber constructions on my right knee, and I'm due for surgery on my left knee. Presiding Commissioner ROBERTS, okay.
3 definitions. Definition 1, Disability and Effective Communication System File, a file containing information about an inmate's disabilities and communication needs. Definition 2, Placement Score, a numerical rating used by the CDCR to determine the appropriate security level and housing for an inmate. Definition 3, Custody Level, a classification assigned to inmates based on their risk of escape, violence, and other factors, determining the level of security required.
Inmate Enriquez, I have some mobility issues. Presiding Commissioner ROBERTS, okay, but I didn't see you weren't using a cane or anything. You're Inmate Enriquez, okay. Presiding Commissioner ROBERTS, able to walk okay? All right. Cause periodically through there I saw it said level terrain and you seem to walk in here fine, but this is level terrain. Okay, all right then. Also indicates you have a fine reading score of 9.9. I've also reviewed your disability and effective communication system file. That's in the computer. It tells me a little bit more about you. It tells me that you have a placement score of 24, your custody level is medium A, you're housed in sensitive needs yard. Speaks to a ground floor, limitation, limited stair usage, and it talks about a lower bunk only. And I assume that's all for your knee and stuff. Inmate Enriquez, yes.
7 definitions. Definition 1, cognitive functioning. Mental processes such as memory, reasoning, and problem-solving abilities. Definition 2, TABE score. Test of Adult Basic Education, a standardized test used to assess an individual's skills in reading, mathematics, and language. Definition 3, work and vocational classification. An assessment of an inmate's skills and abilities to determine suitable work assignments and vocational training programs within the prison. Definition 4, healing dialogue and action program. A rehabilitative program designed to promote healing, reconciliation, and positive change through dialogue and action. Definition 5, support services. Facility B program administration clerk working. Definition 6, deter. Discourage someone from doing something by instilling doubt or fear of the consequences. Definition 7, POR, probation officer report.
Presiding Commissioner ROBARTS. Okay, good. Also tells me you have normal cognitive functioning, which was determined back in 2003. It speaks to, again, the hearing aid issues, needs hearing aids, and the level terrain, but no other needs for assistance. It does indicate in 2000 you had a TABE score of 9.9. Additionally, it tells me that you have a work and vocational classification of A1A, speaks to your involvement in the Healing Dialogue and Action Program in November, since at least November of this year. It speaks to your involvement with CGA, that's Criminal Gangs Anonymous, Group 2, since at least October of 2017. It speaks to your involvement in Alcoholics Anonymous, since at least October 2017, and it speaks to your involvement in the Facility B Program Administration Clerk working in support services, and that's since at least May 2017. I say at least because those are dates they updated it. Could have been, much longer than that, or it could have been that date, but what this is really designed to do is tell me that you're active, and you're doing things okay.
2 definitions. Definition 1, CCCMS. California Correctional Case Management System, the CDCR's electronic record-keeping system for inmates. Definition 2, Mental Health Delivery System, the CDCR system for providing mental health care to inmates.
Inmate Enriquez. Okay. Participant in CCCMS or Mental Health Delivery System here in the prison.
Definition, psychotropic medication, medication used to treat mental illnesses.
Inmate Enriquez. No, I do attend, supportive counseling with the mental health, department here at Ironwood State Prison though. Presiding Commissioner ROBARTS, not taking any psychiatro or psychotropic medication. Inmate Enriquez. No. Presiding Commissioner ROBARTS. Okay. Prior to coming to prison, were you ever treated for psychiatric illness? Inmate Enriquez. No. Presiding Commissioner ROBARTS. All right. Are there any medical issues we need to know about so that we can accommodate you today? Inmate Enriquez. No. I took my medication for high blood pressure.
Definition, ADA, Americans with Disabilities Act, a federal law that prohibits discrimination based on disability.
Presiding Commissioner ROBARTS. Okay. Inmate Enriquez. That's all I need. Presiding Commissioner ROBARTS. Probably several of us in the room have to do that. Okay, just remember to do it. All right, Ms. Shepard, I do not see any ADA reasons that would preclude us from proceeding. Do you concur? Attorney SHPPRD. Yes.
Definition, BPH 1002 form, a California Board of Parole hearings document outlining an inmate's hearing rights.
Presiding Commissioner ROBARTS. All right. I've also reviewed your hearing rights. Now your hearing rights are documented on the BPH 1002 form. This is your 5th hearing, so you've seen that form before. You signed it most recently on October the 2 Sup ND, 2018, again with correctional counselor friend. Are there any issues with your rights today, sir? Inmate Enriquez. No. Presiding Commissioner ROBARTS. Counsel, have your client's rights been met thus far? Attorney SHPPRD. Yes.
3 definitions. Definition 1. Grant of parole. A decision by the Board of Parole Hearings to release an inmate from prison under supervision. Definition 2. 3-year denial. A decision by the Board of Parole Hearings to deny parole for a period of 3 years. Definition 3. Credibility. The quality of being believable or trustworthy.
Presiding Commissioner ROBERTS. Okay. Now it hasn't been that long since you've been to a hearing. I see that you had a hearing here in an Ironwood State Prison, probably in this very room back in July of 2017, and that was with Commissioner Fritz and Deputy Commissioner Desai. You received a grant of parole from the board at the time, but the governor reversed in November of 2017. Prior to that, probably in the same room you were seen by Commissioner Peck and Deputy Commissioner Lamb, and that was on February the 5 Sup TH, 2016, and that panel also granted you parole, and that was also reversed by the governor, and it was reversed on June the 30 Sup TH, 2016. Prior to that you were seen up at, the California State Prison Los One Angels County, in Lancaster there, and that panel too you had, Commissioner Laban, Commissioner Singh, and 3 Deputy Commissioner Mahoney, and that was on September for the 25 Sup TH, 2014. You were also granted with that 5 panel, and the governor reversed on February the 20 Sup TH 6 2015. And then prior to that, your first initial 7 hearing, you received a 3-year denial when you were 8 up at Lancaster there, and that was in 2011, and that 9 was with Commissioner Melanson, Phonetic, and Deputy 10 Commissioner Batchelor. All right, so that speaks to 11 where you've been, so you've seen about, in terms of 12 hearings, about everything you can see, all right. So, 13, I think you're probably familiar with it, but 14, let's go over it cause we have some people that haven't 15 been to this, so I want to talk about what we'll be doing 16 here today, okay? All right. Now the purpose of 17 today's hearing is to consider your suitability for 18 parole. We will be considering your past criminal and 19 social history. We will be considering those life 20 crimes, and we will be considering your progress and 21 performance since you've been in prison. Nothing that 22 happens here today is gonna change the findings of the 23 court. We hold the findings of the court to be true. 24, we are not here today to retry those cases. We're here 25 to understand them, but not to retry them. You were 1 found guilty, and that's not what we're here to do today. We're here to determine your suitability for 3 parole. In a few minutes, I'll be swearing you in, and 4 will expect that everything you tell us is truthful, 5 honest and forthright. If you're not all those things, 6 then you're liable to have a problem with your 7 credibility with us, and once you have a problem with 8 credibility, then it can impact all the good things you 9 want to tell us. Cause if we can't believe one thing, can 10 we believe these other things, all right. So as bad as 11 you've been, as bad as you were, as bad as things have 12 been, we would encourage you to be truthful, honest, and 13 forthright about all those things today. You're 14, believe it or not gonna tell us something that we 15 haven't heard and haven't heard far worse of, so, 16 again, truthful, honest, and forthright in all matters 17 today. We'll be asking you questions today, and I like 18 to say a couple things about questions. And I say 19 this to everybody, so first of all, if you don't 20 understand the question that's put to you, if you are 21 not clear on what you're being asked, I want you to tell 22 who's ever asking the question whether it's me, Mr. 23 Jallens, perhaps your attorney. There'll be a point in 24 time where the DA may be asking us to ask you questions 25 cause he cannot ask you questions directly. By law, 1 and that can be confusing. If you're not clear, don't 2 be afraid today, I don't understand the question, or I 3 don't understand what I'm being asked. And here's the 4 way I look at it. If you don't understand what's being 5 asked, you can't help the person get to the information 6 they're looking for, so you're actually being helpful 7 when you say that. The second thing is, we may ask 8 question today for which you do not have an answer. If 9 we ask you a question, and you do not have an answer, 10 maybe it looks like we want an answer, maybe we do, 11, but if you don't have an answer, then the best answer 12 is, I do not know. I do not want you to make something 13 up you think we want to hear today, okay?
3 definitions. Definition 1. Suitability for parole. An assessment of whether an inmate meets the criteria for release on parole, based on factors such as their criminal history, behavior in prison, and rehabilitation efforts. Definition 2, proposed decision. A preliminary decision made by the Board of Parole Hearings, subject to review and finalization by the full board and the governor. Definition 3, Sacramento. The capital city of California, where the Board of Parole Hearings and the governor's office are located.
Inmate Enriquez. Yes, sir. 15. Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS. All right. Now 16. This panel, at the end of the day, will come to 17. A conclusion. We're either gonna find you suitable for 18 parole, or we're not. You're gonna leave here today 19 knowing what our decision is. Now that decision is a 20 proposed decision, as you know. Board has 120 days, 21 to review and finalize the decision that Mr. Jallens and 22 I make today. And then on top of that, when they're done 23 with it, if it clears the board, then it goes over to 24 the governor's office. As you well know, the governor, 25 in your situation, can take his own independent decision as to your suitability for parole. So for all those reasons, today's decision is a proposed decision until Sacramento finalizes it. Do you have any questions about that? Inmate Enriquez. No, sir. Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS. All right, you've been through these before. Are there any questions about the process? Inmate Enriquez. No, sir. Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS. All right.
Definition. Central file. An inmate's official record maintained by the CDCR, containing documents related to their criminal history, behavior in prison, and programming.
Okay then, so let's take a quick look at documents. Now we've all had the opportunity to review your central file. Your central file was scanned in for today's hearing, and it has 3589 pages as scanned in. Ms. Shepard, did you get those documents, ma'am? Attorney SHPPRD. Yes. Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS. All right, Mr. Soders, did the DA's office get those documents, sir? Deputy District Attorney SOWDRS. We did, thank you.
Definition. Master packet. A collection of commonly used documents extracted from an inmate's central file for parole hearings.
Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS. Very good. Now we went into those 3589 pages, extracted from that a number of documents that we most commonly use for hearings like we're having today, and we put it into a thing we call the master packet so we don't have to go through all that other stuff. We can get right to things quickly. And the master packet in your case has 649 pages in it, was approved on September the 19th sup th, 2018. Ms. Shepard, did you get those documents, ma'am? Attorney SHPPRD. Yes. Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS. All right, Mr. Soders, did you get those documents, sir? Deputy District Attorney SOWDRS. We did, thank you.
4 definitions. Definition 1, 10-day packet. A collection of documents submitted to the Board of Parole Hearings within 10 days of a parole hearing. Definition 2, classification chrono. A record of an inmate's classification reviews, including changes in custody level, housing, and program eligibility. Definition 3, committee. A group of prison staff responsible for reviewing an inmate's classification and making recommendations. Definition 4, confidential file. A file containing sensitive information about an inmate, such as information from informants, threats, or safety concerns.
Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS. All right. Then we also put together a thing called the 10-day packet. The idea is things could come in from you, Ms. Shepard, the DA's office, victim's family, next of kin, public, any number of people, and we put it in a thing called the 10-day packet. Your 10-day packet has 163 pages in it and was approved on November the 30th sup th, 2018. I'm gonna quickly run through, and identify what's in there basically. And I do that because sometimes that 10-day packet morphs, and I want to make sure we all have the same stuff. And we've received some things since then, and I'll talk about that in a minute. All right, so in the 10-day packet, it starts off with your most recent classification chrono, which was in June of 2018. You went to committee. It looks like you were there, you presented, and they talk a little bit about you. They talk about a little bit about your, unique circumstances for your housing. They talk about a reduction in your placement score, and they also talk about the grant and the governor's reversal. All right. Then there's a document, and I think you asked this to be looked into, and it was prepared by your correctional counselor. B friend or P friend, I'm sorry. And he reviewed, your documents, the confidential file, and he's given a statement of what's in there as of, October 31 cent, 2018. So and you got a copy of that. You're aware of what's in there. Inmate Enriquez. Yes, sir.
9 definitions. Definition 1, Informational Chrono, a record of information related to the Investigative Services Unit. Definition 2, STG status, Security Threat Group, a designation for inmates identified as members or associates of gangs or other groups that pose a threat to the safety and security of the prison. Definition 3, Olson Review, a review of an inmate's case by a mental health professional to assess their suitability for parole. Definition 4, EME member, a member of the Mexican Mafia, a powerful prison gang. Definition 5, EME associate, a person who is not a formal member of the Mexican Mafia but who works with or supports the gang's activities. Definition 6, debriefing, the process of providing information to law enforcement about criminal activity, often in exchange for reduced charges or other benefits. Definition 7, Riverside County District Attorney, Christopher Cook. Definition 8, Comprehensive Risk Assessment, an evaluation of an inmate's risk of reoffending upon release from prison, based on factors such as their criminal history, behavior in prison, and programming. Definition 9, Support Letter, letters that support an individual's parole.
Presiding Commissioner Roberts. Doesn't say who, but he says what, okay? And then there's a notice that there was a support letter received by Ramon Mendoza. There was a support letter by William looks like Randy Williams. They got the names reversed there. There's also a support letter from Charles Flaco, from Cesar Martinez, that one they got right. Then there's notice of date and time of the hearing today. Most recently you identified that on October the 30th, 2018. I know you knew that before that this last time you signed for it. You got another informational chrono from J. Frias, Correctional 1 Sergeant from the Investigative Services Unit here at 2 Ironwood, and it speaks to, the fact that they are 3 terminating. They're working on the termination of 4 your SDG status. All right. Then there's a notice that 5 you got a copy of the Comprehensive Risk Assessment, but 6 this is not a new risk assessment. It's the same 1-7 for the last hearing. Notice that you were offered your 8 Olson review, but you declined it. Your Work 9 Supervisor's Report talks about you're a Program 10 administration clerk there, and you're 11 functioning there a little bit. There's several of 12 those. There's the 1073 I talked about a few minutes 13 ago. Then there's the 1002 form that I talked about 14 earlier, your rights form, and then there's a Notice 15 that you provided that, Ms. Shepard's gonna be your 16 attorney. There's a couple of those. There's 17 memorandum from the board to you dated November the 16th, 2018, and it speaks to, a number of 19 confidential documents, and I think this is why you had 20 your correctional counselor go in and review those. 21 there's 8 that are dated in 2018, which post-date 22 the last hearing. There are several 2017 that post-date 23 the last hearing. All right. Then they go, these 24 were all pretty much 2017. 2018 documents that were 25 noted. And as I caution everybody when we have an individual who has a background such as yours who is either an EME member, an EME associate, or something of that nature, just because there's a recent document does not necessarily indicate current or recent activity. Like yourself debriefing, people debrief. They may debrief like yourself many years later and they talk about old stuff, and you know what I'm talking about cause you did that, all right? So I just caution everybody when you see a recent document, it does not mean there is recent activity, and Mr. Friends, correctional officer Friends, memorandum gives us insight. You can't see it cause what that might entail or not. All right, then there's a letter, from the Riverside County District Attorney, Christopher Cook. It actually looks like an email. I don't have a date on it. This mail email doesn't have a header with a date on it. Is that since the last hearing, do you know? Inmate Enriquez. Yeah, I think that's recently submitted.
2 definitions. Definition 1, retired San Diego PD, Felix Geary. Definition 2, San Diego, location of trailers.
Presiding Commissioner ROBERTS, all right. Then there's a letter from Felix Geary. I'm from San Diego County, and I've heard his name before. I don't think I know him, but I've heard his name before. All right. He's retired San Diego PD, and he talks about you. There's a letter from must be, Anise Sheila, of you, she's talking about of you. She's talking of attorney SHEPPARD. This is a family member. Presiding Commissioner ROBERTS. Family member, yeah, a niece of, she does say she is, murder of my cousin. Attorney SHEPPARD. Right.
5 definitions. Definition 1, Whittier Police Department, supportive of parole. Definition 2, opposition letter, letters that are in opposition of an individual's parole. Definition 3, confidential parole plans, information about where someone would live and work if released on parole. Definition 4, interstate transfer, the transfer of an inmate to a prison in another state. Definition 5, tier prison.
Presiding Commissioner ROBERTS. Okay, she's related to, Raymond. Okay, it's Raymond's daughter. Okay. These are all mixed up here. They don't separate out support letters and they don't separate out opposition letters, so there's a number of opposition and support letters in here. Different looking one from, Robert Figueroa, and there's a letter from the Whittier Police Department, and that is supportive of parole. Then there starts to be documents you submitted, your involvement with healing through, revelation and forgiving, letter from you, and then, David Rodriguez sends a letter, he's an inmate, so a number of support letters and opposition letters. Let's see if I can move through these down to the next bulk of OK. Then there's a document dated September the 10th th, 2018, and it speaks to this is actually another letter of support. And then there's there's confidential parole plans, and then I too understand why they'd be confidential. All right. 3, there's a number of options that you identify there. 4, there's some applications for interstate transfer, and so 5 fourth. All right. Then the rest of the document seems 6 to be everything that you have offered so far in 7 programs, as well as some, mental health, 8 treatment documents that are dated 2017. More documents 9 written by you. There is the submission by your 10 attorney, citing opposition of things in the 11 comprehensive risk assessment. That will be noted, 12 counsel, all right. Just attorney SHEPPARD, thank you. Presiding Commissioner ROBERTS. We read those, went through those, all right, and that looks pretty much it, so all the rest is your submissions. Did you get those documents, counsel? Attorney SHEPPARD. Yes. Presiding Commissioner ROBERTS. DA's office get those documents. Deputy District Attorney SOWDRS. We did, thank you.
2 definitions. Definition 1, late mail, documents or letters that are received after a specified deadline. Definition 2, transcripts, written records of testimony given in court or at a hearing.
Presiding Commissioner ROBERTS, all right. Ends with pictures of somebody having tattoos removed. Okay, all right. We also, so you both got those. Now we did get, in late mail a document I believe from you. Let me got through those real quick. Let's see where I put, I've got so many screens open, just bear with me a minute. Used to be I'd have big folders and I'd just open folders. Now I've got screens all over the place, all right. Well, what we did receive, from, the attorney for the family sent us 2 documents, a letter and then some transcripts. We got those. Attorney SHEPPARD. Are those items considered confidential, Commissioner, or should I receive a copy of them? Presiding Commissioner ROBERTS. They're not confidential. He's gone through and pulled out where he's testified in cases, what he's had to say in those cases. Let's see Attorney SHEPPARD. If they're not confidential, I'd like to request a copy. Presiding Commissioner ROBERTS. Okay, all right. So will you need a break to take a look at those? Attorney SHEPPARD. It depends how much they are. I don't. Presiding Commissioner ROBERTS. Well, one's 11 pages and that's not the transcripts. Hold on. And let's take a quick Attorney SHEPPARD. And Commissioner, Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS. Recess. Yes. Attorney SHEPPARD. You didn't ask if I had anything new, but I have just 5 pages. Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS. Okay. Attorney SHEPPARD. Just the very latest mental health treatment notes and 2 more support letters. Presiding Commissioner ROBERTS. All right. If you want to hand those over to the DA. Attorney SHEPPARD. I did already. Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS. Okay. Deputy District Attorney SOWDERS. I read them. Presiding Commissioner ROBERTS. Okay, good. All right, so let's go take a quick recess and we'll print these up, let you take a quick look at those, and, if you're gonna need additional time, let me know. All right then, time is approximately 9:05. Deputy Commissioner JALLINS. Okay, and we're back on the record. Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS. Time is approximately 9:25. All the parties previously in the room return to the room again. Ms. Shepard, we provided you with copies of the documents, that we too discussed, and you had an opportunity to take a quick 3-look at them. Attorney SHEPPARD. Yes, thank you. Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS. Are you ready to proceed? Attorney SHEPPARD. Yes.
Definition. Objections, formal statements of disagreement or opposition to evidence or procedures in a legal proceeding.
Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS. All right, very good. All right then. Any initial objections, counsel? Attorney SHEPPARD. No. Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS. All right. Will your client be speaking with us today? Attorney SHEPPARD. Yes. Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS. All right. Mr. Enriquez, I need to swear you in. Will you raise your right hand? Sir, do you solemnly swear or affirm your testimony at this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Inmate Enriquez. I do.
3 definitions. Definition 1, Probation Officer's Report. A document prepared by a probation officer outlining an offender's criminal history, social background, and risk factors. Definition 2, Malicious mischief, intentional damage to property. Definition 3, Sodomy in concert. Sodomy committed by multiple individuals acting together.
Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS. All right. With regard to this case, I see you pled to it. We'll be talking about the case in a few minutes, but let's first talk about your prior criminal and social history. Nothing new there, it's all older information. It's in the transcript's been testified to before, but let's too take a quick look at it. We'll be considering it, 3 so, we'll start with the, criminal history 4 quickly, and that's I'm gonna use the Master 5 packet. I'm gonna use the probation officer's report. 6 discusses your prior criminal history, found on pages 11, 7, and 12. Talks about juvenile history, which included a 8 burglary, a malicious mischief. Talks about another 9 burglary, an auto theft in 76, that you went to 10 Voyager, phonetic, public, graduated. Then it talks 11 about your adult history, and it speaks to an arrest 128579, which was a 261.3, forcible rape, 288, oral 13 copulation. You were convicted of 14 sodomy in concert with 4, sentenced to state prison, 15 5 years. All right, that happened in custody. 16 inmate Enriquez. No, that was a juvenile 17 offense. I was arrested and sent to 18 juvenile hall. 19 presiding commissioner ROBRTS. 17. 20 inmate Enriquez. Yes. 21 presiding commissioner ROBRTS. Okay, and the 22 victim of that was 23 inmate Enriquez. I don't know her name. She 24 was a woman who was at a party with us, and 25 somewhere in the neighborhood. 1 presiding commissioner ROBRTS. Okay, all too right. Then 1981 talks about you end up 3 pleading guilty to 8 counts of robbery. Okay. 4 you received 7 years prison term for that. That 5 sound right. Inmate Enriquez. Yes. 7 presiding commissioner ROBRTS. Okay, and then 8 it speaks of those, and then there's another, 9 January 10th, 1990. You were looks like you 10 were arrested for robbery and 3056, parole violation. 11 looks like they considered the robbery or detention. 12 it looks like they just moved on the Parole 13 violation. Inmate Enriquez, yes. 15 Presiding Commissioner Roberts, you went back to 16 prison. How long did you go back to prison for on that 17 violation? What we usually would give you up to 12-18 months flat. What you get, do you remember? 19 Inmate Enriquez. I actually discharged from parole a few months later. That was in 1990. 21 that was, the cause for the arrest for the 22 the current case, my life case. 23 Presiding Commissioner Roberts. The cause for 24, the current arrest for the 25 Inmate Enriquez. They arrested me. They put me in custody, to detain me until they could file charges on the murders. Presiding Commissioner Roberts. Okay, all right, so how long were you in custody on that violation? Inmate Enriquez. I maybe, 12 months for the violation. Presiding Commissioner Roberts. Okay. Inmate Enriquez. Because it was during that whole period while I was awaiting trial for these current cases.
2 definitions. Definition 1 Health and Safety Code, legal code related to controlled substances. Definition 2 Conspiracy, an agreement between 2 or more people to commit a crime.
Presiding Commissioner Roberts. All right. Then they also speak to a case that was pending. I think you ended up, there's a conviction on 11352, Health and Safety Code, and it says that there was conspiracy as part of that, and you pled guilty of that on January 3 Sup RD, 1992, and that's one of the other. When you came to prison, that was Inmate Enriquez. Yes. Presiding Commissioner Roberts. For this offense, that was one of the offenses that ran concurrent, correct. Inmate Enriquez. Yes, sir. Presiding Commissioner Roberts. All right. That sound like your official criminal history. Inmate Enriquez. It does.
2 definitions. Definition 1 Clinician, Dr. Robinson, a forensic psychologist who works for the board. Definition 2 Forensic psychologist, a psychologist who applies their expertise to legal and criminal matters.
Presiding Commissioner Roberts. Okay. The clinician also spoke to it. Now when I say clinician, I'm speaking of Dr. Robinson. Dr. Robinson is a forensic psychologist who works for the board, came out and saw you here at Ironwood State Prison back in April of 2017, wrote a report. This naughty, phonetic report was used at the last hearing, and do you recall meeting with Dr. Robinson? Inmate Enriquez. I do. Presiding Commissioner Roberts. About how long did you spend with her? Inmate Enriquez. About 2 or 3 hours. Presiding Commissioner Roberts. Okay, that's kinda standard. 2 hours is kinda standard. All right. Wrote a report. You talked about it at the last hearing. When's the last time you read this report? Inmate Enriquez. Probably about the last hearing. Presiding Commissioner Roberts. Okay, all right. She speaks of your crime, criminal history also, and that's on pages 8 and 9. Looking at it, she speaks a little less about what happened there than I see in chunks of information with the probation officer's report, but I don't see anything new there. But she does talk about your parole violation and return to custody, and so you said you discharged that number while you were on trial for this case. Inmate Enriquez. Yes.
Definition. PVNT parole violator, no new term.
Presiding Commissioner Roberts. Okay, so I guess that's the right terminology. Often you'll see a PVNT parole violator with a new term, so you weren't that, and that's why she spelled that out. Okay, all right, I don't see anything new there. Okay, with regard to your social history, it's been discharged in the past. At the last hearing, it was for this comprehensive risk assessment, there was a new revelation of, sexual abuse, that you reported, that you hadn't reported in the past. That's new information. Inmate Enriquez. Yes, sir. Presiding Commissioner Roberts. Okay, all right, but that was given to the last panel. Inmate Enriquez. Yes. Presiding Commissioner Roberts. You talked about it at the last panel. Correct. Inmate Enriquez. Yes, we did.
Definition: substances, alcohol, drugs.
Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS. All right, okay. And it speaks to a somewhat dysfunctional, and somewhat abusive family upbringing, your involvement in gangs and your involvement in a prison gang very early in life. Your involvement with substances. Pretty unstable social history, right? While you did have some marriages in there, two for longer term back then. Had one longer term, your first one, then you had some shorter term ones, and you talked about how those were really kinda like. They really were just secretaries for you because of your position in Inmate Enriquez. They were. Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS? EMI, so all right. So again, a very unstable social history prior to this case. Do you agree?
7 definitions. Definition 1: narcissistic traits. Character traits characterized by an inflated sense of self-importance, a need for admiration, and a lack of empathy. Definition 2: criminality, criminal behavior. Definition 3: flawed belief system. An organized collection of assumptions and opinions that a person holds that is not in line with reality. Definition 4: protectionary shield. A mental defense mechanism to protect against a vulnerability. Definition 5: journaling, the regular record of one's thoughts and activities. Definition 6: therapeutic counseling, a process of working with a therapist to address emotional and behavioral issues. Definition 7: cycle of violence, a pattern of violent behavior that repeats over time, often involving abuse and trauma.
Inmate Enriquez. I do. Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS. Okay. I don't intend to spend a lot of time because this has been talked a lot of in the past, okay? But I will let you, at this point, talk about anything that you've discovered about your prior social history, since the last hearing. Anything new you've discovered. Anything new you've learned, that you want this panel to consider. Inmate Enriquez. I've delved into, one particularly the, narcissistic traits and how they contributed to my criminality. I understand now 3 that was a flawed belief system. That, 4 that my narcissism contributed directly to my 5 criminality. With each violent act I committed, it's 6 inflated, my ego. And narcissism 7 was used as a protectionary shield against a low self-esteem. And I realized that part of my 9 reluctance to review this was part of my narcissism. 10 I understand that now by 11 journaling, attending groups, by attending 12 therapeutic counseling as well as I've addressed 13 the cycle of violence as well in my 14 my sexual violence. I've addressed that as 15 well. Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS. Now, Inmate Enriquez. I've addressed Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS. Now you've given us writings. There's writings that I talked about earlier. Did I've read that. Is that part of the information that's new? Inmate Enriquez. No, that's the stuff that I've submitted in writings. If that's sufficient, I won Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS. Well, what I'm wondering is, I don't know necessarily everything that was presented in writings at the last 4 hearing and what was available to the governor. And so 5 what I'm looking for is what's new that you've learned 6 about your social history, that may help address the 7 governor's concerns. The last panel was fine with what 8 they heard, but the governor was not. So if 9 there's anything that will help address the 10 governor's issues that were recited in his letter. And 11 you've got a copy of it, What 12 new have you learned from that perspective you think 13 might help address the governor's issues?
Definition: substantiation, evidence or proof that supports a claim or statement.
Inmate Enriquez. Well, those issues such as substantiation from family members who were also abused. Those letters were submitted, last year, and they are a part of the record. Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS, Mem.
4 definitions. Definition 1: maneuver, a strategic or tactical move. Definition 2: garner sympathy, to elicit compassion or pity from others. Definition 3: addictive cycle, a pattern of behavior in which a person becomes dependent on a substance or activity and experiences withdrawal symptoms when they try to stop. Definition 4, reinforcement, the strengthening of a behavior through rewards or positive consequences.
Inmate Enriquez. From my brother and my sister, and I subsequently learned that my sister was sexually molested by my father as well, and that's included in her letter. So, the family was extremely dysfunctional, and there was a dark secret about sexual abuse. This isn't an attempt to garner sympathy or some late maneuver to, gain. One presiding commissioner ROBRTS. I think what the governor is most interested in, when I read what his comments were, is that, lots 4 of people have those kinds of dysfunction, that kind of 5 abuse. But it doesn't lead them to the depth of 6 violence that you were involved in and engaged in. So, 7, the governor wanted to know, further explanation 8 about how you think, give him insight from your 9 insight as to, how that was different for you, and 10 how. What it is new you've learned and been able to 11 to share with us. 12 Inmate Enriquez. Well, during the past, 13 months or so, what I've done is I've delved deep 14 into it, and I went to the therapeutic 15 counseling, and I understand that this 16 became an addictive cycle, that my narcissism 17 contributed to my criminality. That it wasn't what the 18 gang gave me but what I contributed to the gang, and 19 and that reward that they gave back to me, the 20 praise, was the continuous reinforcement. And I was 21 able to deal in this type of violence, because 22 I didn't care for my own life. Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS. Okay. 24 Inmate Enriquez. I had no value for my own life. 25 How could I have value for others' lives? That's who I was at that time. I had no value for life. Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS. Okay. So I think we'll talk more about it when we talk about what you've been doing, since the last hearing, and that's post-conviction. But I just want to get a sense for in your social history, cause that's what I'm covering now, what new you've learned. Now it sounds like you've learned some of that through, therapy and some perhaps readings. I have read your writings, and so when you're talking, I'm connecting with what you, Inmate Enriquez, Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS, had written. Okay. So that's what new you've learned. Again, clearly a very dysfunctional, very violent, prior social history. All right then. Let's talk briefly about the life crime. We're not here to retry that crime. It's been talked about a lot. You've admitted doing it. I think what's most important to understand is, perhaps, what you did and why you did it, and there are several different victims. So first I'd like to talk about Cynthia's murder. Was Cynthia's murder, when you look back at it, was Cynthia's murder different than these other kinds of murders that you did or you were involved in?
Definition: Mafia business, violence for the Mexican mafia.
Inmate Enriquez. It wasn't, different. It was, considered mafia business, and, it was the same as any other crime that we committed in terms of, the violence for the Mexican mafia. It was just Mexican mafia business. Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS. Okay, all right, so let's talk about the murder of Cynthia. What happened?
Definition: Crew, a group of people associated for criminal purposes.
Inmate Enriquez. Ms. Galvedon was, an associate of what we called the crew. She was distributing narcotics and selling narcotics for us and holding narcotics. On a number of occasions, those Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS. How long had she been doing that? Inmate Enriquez. A number of maybe weeks. It was a very brief period. Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS. Okay. How did she get brought into that circle? Inmate Enriquez. We, met Ms. Galvedon at a house, that we controlled. It was owned by an individual by the name of, a Lemon. He allowed us to distribute narcotics from that house, and she stayed there. And she had volunteered to distribute narcotics for us and sell narcotics for us from the house. Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS. What was she gonna get out of it? Inmate Enriquez. Drugs, money, status, for representing our crew. Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS. Okay, all right. so you're saying she offered to become involved. Inmate Enriquez. Yes. Presiding Commissioner Roberts. She wasn't told to become involved. Inmate Enriquez. No. She wasn't forced into it. Her previous husband was a Mexican mafia, high-ranking associate, and her brother-in-law was a Mexican mafia member. Presiding Commissioner Roberts. Okay, all right. So she was no stranger to that crew. Inmate Enriquez. Yes. She was familiar with Mexican mafia business. Presiding Commissioner Roberts. Okay, all right. Okay. So she was involved in the distribution of narcotics for your crew, as it were. Inmate Enriquez. Yes. Presiding Commissioner Roberts. All right. At that time, where were you at in status in that crew?
Definition: territory, an area that is controlled by a gang.
Inmate Enriquez. I was a leader of that specific territory. I was running that specific territory. Presiding Commissioner Roberts. And so was that directly attached to a street gang, or was it just straight up Mexican mafia business, or was there street gang involvement? What was going on there?
Definition: gang territory, a geographical area controlled by a gang where they exert influence and engage in criminal activity.
Inmate Enriquez. This was basically in the beginning of Mexican mafia, controlling street gangs. This was when, it began evolving. Street gang business with the Mexican mafia began evolving, and I was a member of the Mexican mafia attempting to control a specific gang territory. Presiding Commissioner Roberts. Okay, so how long had you been a Mexican mafia member? Inmate Enriquez. Probably about 5 years at that point. Presiding Commissioner Roberts. At that point? Okay, all right, so you'd been to prison by then. Inmate Enriquez. Yes. Presiding Commissioner Roberts. Okay. Prior to the murder of Cynthia, what kind of violence for the Mexican mafia had you been involved in? Inmate Enriquez. Every level of violence that, Presiding Commissioner Roberts. What kind of things? Inmate Enriquez. Murders, distribution of drugs, distribution of weapons, Presiding Commissioner Roberts. When you say murders, were you, the gunman or whatever? Were you part of the decision-making process? Because that can, in Mexican mafia and like Nostra Familia and any other major groups, you could be somewhere in that chain. So I need to know these prior murders. Had you gone out and actually done the murders, or were you part of directing people to be murdered, or what?
Definition: general, a person who is at the head of an armed force.
Inmate Enriquez. No. I mean, I didn't participate in the murders. I participated in stabbings, the attempted murders of multiple individuals. There were 2 black guys that were, there was a guy named, Howard, Chainsaw Howard, that was another Mexican mafia member, and I had acquired weapons for Presiding Commissioner Roberts. So you were out there, stabbing other Mexican mafia members. These victims, were they generally, what was the general connection to them and the Mexican mafia? Inmate Enriquez. That they were either associates or enemies of the organization. Presiding Commissioner Roberts. Okay, all right. So if they are members of the associa of the Mexican mafia or associates of the Mexican mafia, what kinds of things would get them? Assaulted or attempted murder or murder of them. What kind of things did these people do? Inmate Enriquez. It was a variety of different reasons. At that point, when I was an associate doing hits, you didn't ask questions. If they told you this guy had to be hit, then you just went and did it. You didn't ask. Presiding Commissioner Roberts. All right, so maybe we should identify what you mean by hit. Did hit mean that they were to be killed, they were to be assaulted, or does it mean both, or what? What did that mean when you said you did hits? Inmate Enriquez. That means to stab them with the intent to kill them. Presiding Commissioner Roberts. Okay. Inmate Enriquez. That they didn't die. None of them died, the people that I stabbed. Inmate Enriquez. They began, Presiding Commissioner Roberts. You rippin' off or they rippin' you off, Inmate Enriquez. We were ripping them off, but they started shooting at us, so, we started shooting back, and then just the murders, the 2 murders. I think this individual, he was shot pretty close. The individual that we got in the shootout with, he was shot at pretty close range. I'm not certain that he died. Presiding Commissioner Roberts. Okay. Inmate Enriquez. But I would assume that he did. I'm not certain that he did or not. Presiding Commissioner Roberts. Okay. Inmate Enriquez. He was shot. Presiding Commissioner Roberts. You don't know. Inmate Enriquez. I don't know. Presiding Commissioner Roberts. That's the best answer. If you don't know, you don't know. All right then. So in prison, violence prior to the murder of Cynthia. What kind of in-prison violence cause you done? How many terms prior to the murder of Cynthia? How many terms?
Definition. Sure knows Southern gang members.
Inmate Enriquez. Just 1 term. 1 Presiding Commissioner Roberts. Just 1. 2 Inmate Enriquez. Yeah, on the robberies. 3 Presiding Commissioner Roberts. 4 Inmate Enriquez. The robberies. 5 Presiding Commissioner Roberts. The robberies. 6 The 8 robberies or whatever it was. 7 Inmate Enriquez. I think it was 24 robberies. 8 Presiding Commissioner Roberts. Okay. Well, at 9 one point there was 8 and okay. All right. So 10 when you were in prison on that term. What kind of 11 violence were you involved in prison? 12 Inmate Enriquez. The stabbings I was 13 discussing. The organization of, sure knows, 14, and what we call camaradas, which were kinda like 15 soldiers of the organization. I was 1 in 16 that, in that tier of hierarchy. I was in 17 that tier before my membership. That was, what they 18 call earning your bones. 19 Presiding Commissioner Roberts. 20 Inmate Enriquez. I was working my way up through 21 violence. 22 Presiding Commissioner Roberts. Is that what you 23 were doing on the street prior, or was that 24 Inmate Enriquez? No, I was just a street 25 gang member at that time. Presiding Commissioner Roberts. Right. Inmate Enriquez. It was just gang stuff, like we did gang fights, we did drive-by shootings, we did drug dealings, we did robberies. Presiding Commissioner Roberts. All right, that Inmate Enriquez. I did, and I participated in them with my brother and cause my brother was a gang member, and I, Presiding Commissioner Roberts. Which one? Inmate Enriquez. Marco. Presiding Commissioner Roberts. Mark, the oldest? Inmate Enriquez. Yeah, Presiding Commissioner Roberts. Okay. Inmate Enriquez. And then, a couple of friends that I had that we came up together in the gangs after I got jumped in, we did those kinda things. Then I went to prison. That's when I participated in the stabbings and the Mexican mafia stuff. That's when you abandon your gang ideology, and you adopt the ideology of the Mexican mafia. Presiding Commissioner Roberts. So when you were talking earlier about organizing stuff on the street in that area, that was after your first prison term. Inmate Enriquez. Presiding Commissioner Roberts. Okay, I just want to get this stuff right in my mind. I've read it, but when I start talking with you, I want to make sure I got it in my mind right. Okay, so you paroled out on that term. Inmate Enriquez. Yes, sir. Presiding Commissioner Roberts. Okay. And now you're, a full-on Mexican mafia member. Were you given an area? Did you take an area? What was when you became the Mexican mafia and you paroled? What was the, I guess the contract or what? Do you know what I'm saying? What was the idea for you to do out there for the Mexican mafia? Inmate Enriquez. You essentially inherit a territory. Presiding Commissioner Roberts. Okay. Inmate Enriquez. Say I'm John, Smith from, Redondo. Then Redondo is my territory. But I'm also, as a Mexican mafia member, able to function in any territory that doesn't interfere or is not claimed by, previously by a Mexican mafia member, so I can have a number of territories. But my one base of power would have been Artesia. The gang the specific, Hispanic street gang that I was originally from, that's my base of power. Presiding Commissioner Roberts. Okay, all right. Do you think you were looking back on it now, when you came out of prison? Do you think your activities became more violent than they were when you were out there as a street gang member? What do you think? Inmate Enriquez. Certainly, it increased exponentially. Presiding Commissioner Roberts. Okay. Inmate Enriquez. Presiding Commissioner Roberts. All right. So your violence when you were out from that, when you paroled out that time, was all of your violence related to the Mexican mafia and its business? Inmate Enriquez. Everything I did was related to the Mexican mafia. Presiding Commissioner Roberts. Okay. How about the people you associated with? Inmate Enriquez. They were all Mexican mafia members and associates. Presiding Commissioner Roberts. Okay, all right. What kinds of things did you do on the streets of Artesia as a Mexican mafia member? What was your program?
Definition. Nascency, the state of just beginning to exist or develop.
Presiding Commissioner Roberts. Going around finding drug members, drug dealers to pay, to what we called the program. It was in its nascency. It was very new and very young in its age, so we went out, and if they didn't want to pay, we robbed them. Presiding Commissioner Roberts. Okay. Was that common in terms of them not wanting to pay? 'Cause it sounds like it's a new thing. Was it common? Was it, having them pay tax for the area? Was that hard to get them to fall into line or what?
Two definitions. Definition 1, instill, to gradually cause someone to have an attitude, idea, or belief. Definition 2, standard operating procedure, a set of established procedures to be followed.
Inmate Enriquez. It was very difficult. There was a period of time where for about 10 or 15 years, the Mexican mafia fell off kinda like the face of the map, because there was a number of indictments. And we were, the new generation to be paroled, these younger, more aggressive Mexican mafia members. And that was very difficult to instill that mentality in drug dealers, that this is gonna be part of the standard operating procedure.
Definition. Compliance, the state of obeying an order or command.
Presiding Commissioner Roberts. And one could readily assume violence was the first tool to get gang compliance. Inmate Enriquez. That or the threat of. Presiding Commissioner Roberts. All right then, and was it at this time that, you came to be involved with Cynthia in the organization, or was it a later time? Inmate Enriquez. It was at this time when I was released on the robberies in 1998 that, I think it was after a parole vial. I did a couple of parole violations in between there. Presiding Commissioner Roberts. Okay. Inmate Enriquez. It was during after the release from the last parole violation, and we had been doing this, establishing the Mexican mafia's presence on the streets. Presiding Commissioner Roberts. All right. Inmate Enriquez. But it was during the last parole period. Presiding Commissioner Roberts. All right. So let's talk about the murder of Cynthia. What happened? Inmate Enriquez. We discovered that Ms. Galvedon was stealing drugs, and shorting drugs and keeping money. And I made a decision, to have Ms. Galvedon murdered. Presiding Commissioner Roberts. Okay. When you say we discovered, this is your area, she was in your area, or was this a joint operation? Help me understand when you use the plural we. Infers that there's more minds involved in this thing, so help me with that.
Two definitions. Definition 1, nucleus, the central or most important part of an object or group forming the basis for its activity and growth. Definition 2, cell of activity, a small group of people that work together for the same, typically criminal purpose.
Inmate Enriquez. There was a fellow Mexican mafia member by the name of Gilbert Ruiz, and, an individual who later became a Mexican mafia member by the name of, Jacques Padilla, who were also involved, in my crew. They were like the nucleus of my criminal, Cell of activity.
Definition: Lieutenant subordinate.
Presiding Commissioner ROBERTS. All right, so were you like the general, and they were your lieutenants or what?
Definition: Made guy, a fully initiated member of the Mexican Mafia.
Inmate ENRIQZ. Yeah, I was a made guy at the time. I was a presiding commissioner ROBRTS. You were made, inmate ENRIQZ. Made guy, and they were up and coming. They were gonna be made shortly thereafter. Presiding commissioner ROBRTS. Okay, so you were made, so you were in charge of inmate ENRIQZ. Yes, presiding commissioner ROBRTS. Your area, inmate ENRIQZ. Yeah. Signal suspicion also. You're not having this other places, you're just having it at her location. Inmate ENRIQZ. Yeah, it was a continuous thing for the few weeks we were dealing with her that this was occurring. Presiding Commissioner ROBERTS. Okay. Now so I get an idea of your thought of her operation, was she doing that directly in your understanding, or did she have, I'll call subcontractors dealing with the drugs? You know how somebody'll get the drugs, and then they'll have like 4 or 5 runners. Or was that all her operation, and she was doing it? Inmate ENRIQZ. She had sole possession of the drugs. Presiding Commissioner ROBERTS. Okay, so there was no other individuals involved. Inmate ENRIQZ. Number Presiding Commissioner ROBERTS. Working for her? Okay, all right. And you guys knew this. Inmate ENRIQZ. Yes. Presiding Commissioner ROBERTS. Okay, all right, okay. It sounds like she was related to somebody with you. I mean, it wasn't like she wasn't known. She was related to the inner core of this group somehow. Is that right? You didn't give directions to be done this way or at this certain time or just do it. Inmate ENRIQZ. I may have, take her and shoot her. I may have, suggested it. I can't recall verbatim. Presiding Commissioner ROBERTS. Okay. Cause sometimes orders are very specific. I come from a very ordered kind of a program, inmate ENRIQZ. Presiding Commissioner ROBERTS. And sometimes orders are just general, and so, okay. I just wanted to get a sense of that. Inmate ENRIQZ. I think I could have told him, go take her and shoot her, and then he told me that he was gonna take her somewhere and shoot her. Presiding Commissioner ROBERTS. All right. Was her husband made aware that this was gonna happen? Inmate ENRIQZ. Not prior to. Immediately after I had a discussion with her husband, and, I later had a discussion with David Galvedon. Presiding Commissioner ROBERTS. All right. All right then, and so your lieutenant or whatever went out and did that, and that was it.
Definition: Encroaching, intruding on a person's territory.
Inmate ENRIQZ. Yes. 1. Presiding Commissioner ROBERTS. Okay. Then 2. Then let's talk about the murder of David Gallegos. 3. Right? Got that right. 4. Inmate ENRIQZ. 5. Presiding Commissioner ROBERTS. David Gallegos. 6. What happened there? What was that about? 7. Inmate ENRIQZ. David Gallegos was a maid. 8 was a maid Mexican Mafia member. He had fallen into 9 disfavor with the organization. He was considered a 10 coward, which is one of the cardinal rules. 11 You can't break that rule. He had attended. 12 had approached an individual who was encroaching on 13 Mexican Mafia territory with other Mexican Mafia 14 members. Where somebody pulled out a gun, and 15 took off running, which is a showing of cowardice, and 16 that's like a huge thing. It's a huge 17 violation, so I wasn't there during any of this. When 18 I paroled, I received a call from a 19 Mexican Mafia member by the name of Benjamin 20 Peters, and he asked me and another Mexican Mafia member 21 to deal with Mr. Gallegos. 22 Presiding Commissioner ROBERTS. Okay. When you 23 say deal, what did that mean? 24 Inmate ENRIQZ. Murder. 25 Presiding Commissioner ROBERTS. Okay. All right. And so was the direction for you to do it, or you to have it done.
Definition: In accord, in agreements.
Inmate ENRIQZ. No, it was for me and another Mexican Mafia member. We were at a meeting of Mexican mafia members in Bellflower, California, at the house of, Jesse Aragon Phonetic. It was Jesse Aragon, myself, Jesse Morneau, and we received a call from, Benjamin Peters, who was in Los Angeles County Jail. And he asked, Benjamin Peters asked me, and Mr. Aragon specifically to murder David Galvedon. And he gave us the reasons, and he said that there was a previous vote that had been taken, and that the majority was in accord, and asked us to take care of it. Presiding Commissioner ROBERTS, okay, is it really an ask or is it a direction? Inmate ENRIQEZ, it's a direction, it's not really an ask. You don't really have a presiding commissioner ROBERTS. Guys walk in here and say, when they rob somebody, ask somebody for their money. They weren't asked for their money. They were told to give up their money, right? Okay, all right, so it was a direction. It was to be done and not to be questioned. Inmate ENRIQEZ, yes. Presiding Commissioner ROBERTS, okay, and who did that? Inmate ENRIQEZ, I did ultimately. Mr. Aragon, found another different reasons, and, during the murder itself it was, Gilbert Ruiz again and Jacques Padilla, my two main guys, with another guy by the name of Anthony Alvelas. Presiding Commissioner ROBERTS, okay, they did it or you did it.
2 definitions. Definition 1, hit list, a list of people that are wanted for an assassination. Definition 2, overdose, an excessive and dangerous dose of a drug.
Inmate ENRIQEZ, I did it. Mr. I went, soon after I received a phone call, I went and did a parole violation, and then while out for that parole violation, my last period of freedom, Mr. Gallegos ended up showing up to the drug house that we talked about at the, a lemon house. And I told these guys, this guy is on the hit list. He's gotta go. So Mr. Padilla, prepared an overdose of heroin and cocaine, incapacitated him. We then carried him to a car and, took him to an alley where I shot him multiple times. Presiding Commissioner ROBERTS, this overdose was the overdose intended to kill him. Inmate ENRIQEZ, yes. Either me or Jocko said, let's OD him, it's easier that way. Presiding Commissioner ROBERTS, okay. So, but you were part of that decision, Inmate ENRIQEZ. I was part of the decision-making process for that. Presiding Commissioner ROBERTS, okay. And you're the guy identified him and said he's Inmate ENRIQEZ. He's the guy, yeah. Presiding Commissioner ROBERTS, all right. He's no good, he's gotta go. Inmate ENRIQEZ, yeah. Presiding Commissioner ROBERTS, okay. And then you say you guys put him in the car to come out, and I read as into an industrial area there. Inmate ENRIQEZ, yes. Presiding Commissioner ROBERTS, and then who shot him? Inmate ENRIQEZ, I shot him. Presiding Commissioner ROBERTS, and how many times did you shoot him? Inmate ENRIQEZ, 5 times. Presiding Commissioner ROBERTS, okay, all right. And then lastly, let's talk a little bit about, Mr. Buenrostro. You must have mentioned a Peters before. Is that the same Peters that was involved with the stabbing? Inmate ENRIQEZ, yes. Presiding Commissioner ROBERTS, okay, all right. Obviously, I've read the documents, so I just wondered if that was the same Peters. All right, and so what happened, with Salvador? What went down there? Inmate ENRIQEZ. It's the same, series of events. Mr. Joe Morgan was at the county jail and had contacted Mr. Peters, the same Benjamin Peters who had called me and gave me the order to kill, Mr. Gallegos. Presiding Commissioner ROBERTS, Mem.
Definition. Dispassionate, not showing or feeling emotion.
Inmate ENRIQEZ, and he told me that Joe wanted this guy to go, that's the word, he's gotta go. Those were his words. And I apologize to the board and the individuals listening to this proceeding. It sounds as horrible as it was because it was horrible. I understand that, these are human beings. These are precious lives, and I don't want to sound dispassionate. Presiding Commissioner ROBERTS, we'll talk about how you feel about that in a minute. I'm looking for, right now, the factual content of what happened there, and then we'll talk about the other components of it in a bit, okay? Inmate Enriquez. Okay. Presiding Commissioner Roberts. So let's talk about factually what happened there with Salvador. Inmate Enriquez. Presiding Commissioner Roberts. So you said he received a call. Now earlier when you talked about the murder of Gallegos, it sounds like there was, this big vote went down, and that was you decided sometime previously that he had to go. Inmate Enriquez. Yes. Presiding Commissioner Roberts. And so was that the same kind of thing that had been relayed to you guys in jail at the time when Salvador was there? A vote had been taken or what? Was this something different?
4 definitions. Definition 1, integrity, the quality of being honest and having strong moral principles, moral uprightness. Definition 2, impeccable, in accordance with the highest standards of propriety, faultless. Definition 3, conspiracy process, the planning of the stabbing. Definition 4, ducats, visit slips.
Inmate Enriquez. This is a little different because half of the membership didn't know it was gonna happen. They just said Joe wants this done, and Joe was of a status. Mr. Morgan was of a status that nobody really questioned his word. He had this impeccable integrity within the one organization. So when he, two Mr. Peters told me about it, said okay, 3 just what do I have to do? And they said, well we gotta stab this guy. We gotta kill him is what 5 they said, we gotta kill him. So we devised a plan, 6 were the only place, we first attempted, they first 7 attempted, and I wasn't part of this, I was part of 8 the conspiracy process. But they first attempted to 9 take him to the visiting room and unlock their handcuffs 10 during the visit. But they couldn't. They 11 weren't successful at unlocking their handcuffs, so I 12 devised a plan to go to the visiting attorney 13 visiting room, and, Benjamin, Peters, I 14 myself, and, Mr. Buenrostro would all be at the same 15 time, and we could stab him there. 16 Presiding Commissioner Roberts. Okay, so let's 17, that takes some planning. Now you've got to get 18 an attorney involved or something because you can I-19. I'm very familiar with jails, you can't just go to 20 the attorney visit area, Attorney has to come 21 in, he has to, here they call it ducats. There we call 22 it, visit slips. So how is this 23 orchestrated to get all of you there at the same time? 24 how did that happen? Inmate Enriquez. I had contacted an attorney by the name of William McKinney, and I had asked him to pull out these individuals as potential witnesses in my case.
Definition. Attorney of record, lawyer who represents a client in legal proceedings and whose name is formally entered in court records as representing them.
Presiding Commissioner Roberts. Okay, all right. Was he your attorney of record at the time or inmate Enriquez? Yes. Presiding Commissioner Roberts. Okay. So, looking from the jail side, phonetic. Were all these individuals, Mexican mafia related? Inmate Enriquez. They're all Mexican mafia members.
Definition. Copacetic in excellent order.
Presiding Commissioner Roberts. All right. So it would not have been a problem pulling you all together. Do you see what I'm saying? From the security side, you're always concerned about mixing different groups or mixing people are enemies. There's a lot of work goes into making sure that doesn't happen, and so what I'm looking at, that would not have been an issue. You're all from the perspective of the institution, you're all copacetic. You were all not a problem with each other.
Definition. High power, a high security prison housing unit.
Inmate Enriquez. We all came from the same general location and high power, Presiding Commissioner Roberts. Okay. Inmate Enriquez. So, and we weren't considered enemies or keep always, what they call in Los Angeles County Jail. Presiding Commissioner Roberts. And while in the waiting room, were you chained up, secured? Inmate Enriquez. Yes. Presiding Commissioner Roberts. Okay, all right, okay. So I get a sense of it cause I do read about how you guys did this. All right, so you orchestrated this. Inmate Enriquez. Yes. Presiding Commissioner Roberts. All right. So your attorney was of the belief that these guys were gonna help testify for you or something. Inmate Enriquez. I think he understood that they weren't gonna be witnesses, that I just wanted to talk to him. It was his belief that but he went under the guise that they were gonna be witnesses. Presiding Commissioner Roberts. He was kinda workin' with you from that perspective.
Definition: legal umbrella attorneys.
Inmate Enriquez. He wasn't dirty. I wouldn't say that about him. He wasn't a criminal, participating in criminal activity, but it was more like a favor. One Presiding Commissioner Roberts. Okay. All too right. Well, he's helping you with your organization. If 3, he's allowing you to use his legal umbrella to, you 4 no, take care of business, right? Inmate Enriquez. Yes. 6 Presiding Commissioner Roberts. Maybe not 7 thinking that it's gonna be this, but certainly thinking 8 you're gonna get your guys together so you can talk 9 business, right? So from that perspective, I think it's 10 concerning that he wouldn't be careful about that. Inmate Enriquez. In that light it is, sir. 12 Presiding Commissioner Roberts. Okay, cause that 13 would be concerning to me. All right, okay, so you 14 orchestrated this. He set it up. All right, 15, so tell me what happened. 16 Inmate Enriquez. Once everybody was in 17 the, attorney room, I was gonna, we had 18 arranged for, Benjamin Peters, he was a senior 19 member there, so he was gonna start. The stabbing, 20, and once he started, we already 21 had a plan to have our handcuffs off. I was put in a 22 booth in the back, and Benjamin Peters was put in a row 23 in the front with, next adjacent to, Salvador 24 Buenrostro. So once I heard, them yelling, hey, 25, hey, I knew it had begun, so I ran out, and began to stab. Presiding Commissioner Roberts. How'd you get your handcuffs off? Inmate Enriquez. I had a handcuff key. Presiding Commissioner Roberts. Okay. So you were cuffed to a bench, Inmate Enriquez? No, I was cuffed to the floor. It had a Presiding Commissioner Roberts. The eye bolt in the floor. Inmate Enriquez. Yeah, Presiding Commissioner Roberts. Okay. All right. So your hand was down, your wrist was down there at the eye bolt, Inmate Enriquez. 111 is, yeah, it has about a foot room, so you're like this, so it was not that difficult. Presiding Commissioner Roberts. Okay, I get it. Okay. Cause some places we have benches with a bar on it and they do it right there to the bar. Okay. Inmate Enriquez. That's how the front row was. They had one hand, handcuffed to the bench, and in the back, in the eye rooms, they have the eye bolt on the floor. Presiding Commissioner Roberts. Okay. All right. So Peters was the senior member here. Inmate Enriquez. Yes. Presiding Commissioner Roberts. Okay. All right. And he's the one that actually had gotten the call that this was to be done. Inmate Enriquez. Yes. Presiding Commissioner Roberts. Okay. All right. And so you say you slipped your cuff and then, but I think I'm missing something here. You had weapons. Inmate Enriquez. Yes, we had Presiding Commissioner Roberts. Well, let's talk about, cause that's part of the planning process, right? Who had weapons, and how'd you guys get weapons, and how'd you get them there?
Definition: shanks, a homemade knife-like weapon.
Inmate Enriquez. We had, what are known as shanks. Presiding Commissioner Roberts. Okay.
Definition: hacksaw blades, a fine-tooth saw used to cut metal.
Inmate Enriquez. We had, fellow, sure knows cut them from their lockers on the tier in high power. We had hacksaw blades, so we used the hacksaw blades to cut, the lockers, cut knives out of the lockers. We took them out in our shoes. Because they didn't do strip searches at that time. They would just, actually cuff us up and take us straight out from high power. And that's how we got the knives out to, the attorney visiting room. Presiding Commissioner Roberts. In your shoes. Inmate Enriquez. In our shoes. Presiding Commissioner Roberts. Okay. All right. And so how long had you had that stabbing device prior to the actual stabbing? Inmate Enriquez. Matter of a day or two. Presiding Commissioner Roberts. All right. How did you coordinate with these other guys, that you were gonna have this visit? Inmate Enriquez. Well, they were on my tier, Benjamin Peters and there, Ernie Castro. I think there were one or two other members on my tier, and I devised the plan. I told Peters I can have my attorney pull us out, cause they had just tried and failed in the visiting room. I was kind of excluded from the original, attempt. Presiding Commissioner Roberts, why do you think that was?
Definition. Intervene, take action to become involved in a difficult situation.
Inmate Enriquez, I don't know. I always thought cause I was in disfavor Presiding Commissioner Roberts, one inmate Enriquez, but I was never too certain of that. I was never certain of 3 that. 4 Presiding Commissioner Roberts, and why would 5 you be in disfavor do you think? 6 inmate Enriquez, it's part of the 7 it's part of the norm. 8 Presiding Commissioner Roberts, okay. 9 inmate Enriquez, when you 10 Presiding Commissioner Roberts, sometimes you're 11 in favor, sometimes you're not. 12 inmate Enriquez, yeah, it's exactly the nature 13 of the Mexican mafia is that you think you're okay, and 14 you're not. And then when you think you're 15 you're bad, you're good, you know. So, I proposed it to Benjamin 18 Peters on the tier, and I told him I can call my 19 attorney, and let's see if he'll visit us on a 20 Tuesday or Thursday or whatever day it occurred. 21 Presiding Commissioner Roberts. Well, if you were 22 excluded from the first round, why were you engaging in 23 the second round? 24 inmate Enriquez, they 25 couldn't pull it off. Sheriff's deputies, Los Angeles County Sheriff's deputies intervened. Presiding Commissioner Roberts, well, looks like they tried to intervene early on. Do you recall that happening? Inmate Enriquez, I do. Presiding Commissioner Roberts, okay. What happened to support that, or what was the interaction between you and the deputies or Peters and the deputies? Inmate Enriquez, I told him to stay out of it. I think I used a little bit more forceful language. Presiding Commissioner Roberts, it's in the record. Inmate Enriquez, I told him to stay the F out of it, that this had nothing to do with them, that it was me business. Presiding Commissioner Roberts, and at that time was how many deputies were, when this initially went down, how many deputies were present? Inmate Enriquez, when it initially went down, there was probably about 15 to 25 deputies. Presiding Commissioner Roberts, at the time the stabbing started or threatening.
2 definitions. Definition 1, banter, talk that is playful or not too serious. Definition 2, peace officers, law enforcement personnel.
Presiding Commissioner Roberts, let's not banter. There's 2 peace officers, they're not jumping in because they're not armed. They're in a jail situation, and you've got a stabbing device, all right? And obviously have seen you guys stabbing this guy, so they know you mean business. Inmate Enriquez, yes. Presiding Commissioner Roberts, I suspect they knew who you were, Mexican mafia member. Would you agree they probably knew, Inmate Enriquez? They knew who we were, yes. Presiding Commissioner Roberts, oh, yeah, okay. So they knew this wasn't just any foolishness. This was big business, all right. And it ended up talking about 15 to get it stopped. Inmate Enriquez, a group of them, began jumping in and striking us, and Presiding Commissioner Roberts. How many times did you stab, Salvador? Inmate Enriquez, probably about 15 times. Presiding Commissioner Roberts, and so that's just your stabs, right? How many times did Peter stab him? Do you know roughly?
Definition. Magnanimous, very generous or forgiving, especially toward a rival or someone less powerful than oneself.
Inmate Enriquez, probably about the same number of times. Presiding Commissioner Roberts, where were you stabbing him? Inmate Enriquez torso. Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS. Okay. This guy survived all this, right? Inmate Enriquez, fortunately. Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS. Okay, so probably roughly 30 stab wounds and he survives it. Okay, all right. Now you pled to all this. Inmate Enriquez. I did. Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS. Why? Inmate Enriquez. I was guilty. I did this. I committed these crimes. Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS. Okay. Well, this wasn't magnanimous why you pled to it, right? You're not saying I should go to prison for this bad stuff I did. Why did you plead guilty for this? It's not because, I feel bad about what I did. I'm sure you didn't feel bad about what you did at that time, right? Inmate Enriquez. No. I was still, at that point when I pled, I was still proud as a Mexican mafia member, but at Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS, all right. Inmate Enriquez, full self-interest, Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS, wanted to make sure that we got that right. Inmate Enriquez, okay. Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS, all right. That's why I said it, okay? Okay. So how do you feel about those murders and that, assault with a deadly weapon? Certainly was attempted murder. How do you feel about those today?
Definition. In retrospect, when looking back on something.
Inmate Enriquez, I feel terrible. I mean, I don't think I have the words to say how bad I feel. I know that I've taken human life, and I've participated in so many crimes, not just the stabbings and the murders. My whole life has been filled with violence. In retrospect, I look at it, and I know I've committed crimes that have hurt the victims here today. I didn't just kill the victims. I killed a part of them as well. I understand that, I've hurt them. Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS, all right. You speak of remorse in your documents. Anything that you've thought of since you wrote those documents we'll be considering those documents, that you want to make sure we understand about your, sense of this. I guess first of all I would like to know, when did you're speaking of feeling horrible or bad about that, when did you start to feel bad about it? Like I pointed out earlier, at that time you didn't, and I would guess, looking at your history in prison, you didn't, so when did this change, or this sense of what you did change? When was that? Inmate Enriquez. I began cooperating, with law enforcement and testifying at trials, Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS. When? Inmate Enriquez. From the beginning of my debrief, the first year of my debrief, Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS. Well, you'd been in prison how many years before you debriefed on this term? Inmate Enriquez. I debriefed on March 22, 2002, and I came to the Department of Corrections in '93. So I had like 10 years I'd been in prison. Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS. Well, Inmate Enriquez, maybe 12 years. Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS. I've talked to lots of guys who debriefed, couple Mexican mafia members, couple Nostra Familia members, but most were high-ranking associates when I talked to them, and so they're kind of a little different. When you guys are straight on, bona fide members, you're a little different breed, to be honest, all right. Not just now, I'm not downplaying any of the, horrific things other people do, but you don't just one day a light bulb come on and say, I feel bad. I want to help cops. I want to help, whatever. What was it, and over what time frame did you start to change, or was it a light bulb? I mean, I guess something could happen, and it would be a light bulb for somebody, but I don't generally see that. So help me with where you began to change, and what was it that motivated you to change it looks like it was quite some time before you did that. Inmate Enriquez, too, and that's what I was progressing to. During my series of testimonies, I was taken to a trial in Riverside, California. It was the first instance where I really felt the pain of the victims. I was there testifying for the prosecution in a drive-by shooting, which was a death penalty case from Riverside. And, Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS. And what was your point in testifying in that trial? Inmate Enriquez. I was an expert witness for the prosecution. Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS. Was this a Mexican mafia member, or was this a street gang member? Inmate ENRIQEZ. A street gang member associate, of the Mexican mafia. Presiding Commissioner ROBERTS. Okay, all right. So you were there to, give them information on what? Inmate ENRIQEZ. The inner workings of the Mexican mafia and the history of drive-bys and the stopping of drive-bys. Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS. Okay, all right. Inmate ENRIQEZ. Presiding Commissioner ROBERTS. So hold on. So I'm getting a sense that you'd been testifying before that, so what was the motivation to testify for that? If you're saying this is when you started to feel bad, what was the motivation prior to that for you to testify? Inmate ENRIQEZ. There were, I think at first it fed my narcissism, like I was still special, like I still have a sense of importance. Initially it started that way. But as I progressed, that is not to the reason, I mean, but at first, certainly I felt like, oh, I'm still needed. I still have a place for I still have a reason to have 5 attention. Presiding Commissioner ROBERTS, and this is after you debriefed. Inmate ENRIQEZ. After I debriefed, yeah. After I debriefed, I went right back to drugs. Presiding Commissioner ROBERTS, so let's go back to the debrief. Why'd you debrief? Inmate ENRIQEZ. There was a series of events that occurred, prior to my debriefing. There was, one murder in particular, the Maxon Road murders, where they killed 2 children, the Mexican mafia killed 2 children, and, I was taken aback by that. Everybody in the organization was taken aback by it. Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS, why's that? Inmate ENRIQEZ, they're children. Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS, well, you're killing everybody anyway. What's the matter? What's with this children? Why would children be a bother? Inmate ENRIQEZ. The Mexican mafia had a one hard-pressed rule that civilians aren't targeted by the 2 organization. Civilians aren't killed by the 3 organization, but here they killed, a 5-year-old 4 and a 6-month-old 5 child. 6 Presiding Commissioner ROBERTS, all right. So 7 was this purported to be part of Mexican mafia business. 8 this murder of these children. 9 innate Enriquez. It was Mexican. 10 Presiding Commissioner ROBERTS. And how did it 11 relate to Mexican mafia business? 12 innate Enriquez. The individual who was the 13 primary target was a guy by the name of Dido Morno. 14 he was a Mexican mafia dropout who had defected, and 15 debriefed who was living in El Monte, California. 16 he was the individual who was shot in the driveway. 17 once that was completed, that was done, it was 18 finished, but they went in the house, and they killed 19 the whole household, which was another individual who 20 were there, the individual's sister and the 21 children, so 5 people were murdered altogether. That 22 was when I felt the initial pangs, like, this is 23 wrong, but I somehow knew I was gonna leave the 24 organization at some point. These were the motivating 25 factors. These were the pushing factors. Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS, okay, all right. Inmate ENRIQEZ. Later, they started talking about killing family members. If you had fallen into disfavor with the organization, they were gonna kill your family.
Definition. Consensus general agreement.
Presiding Commissioner ROBERTS. Okay, you say they. You talked about this general consensus of the group, that wasn't acceptable, right? That was not acceptable. This was new, this is new territory. Inmate ENRIQEZ, this is very new territory. This is not acceptable. Presiding Commissioner ROBERTS. And I got the sense from you that the group in general were, for lack of a better word, appalled this happening. Inmate ENRIQEZ, they were appalled. Presiding Commissioner ROBERTS, okay. Inmate ENRIQEZ. They Presiding Commissioner ROBERTS. And so, well, if I go out and do something appalling, and it's not condoned by the group, isn't there a consequence for that? Inmate Enriquez, there is a consequence. Presiding Commissioner Roberts, was there a consequence for that in this case? Consequence for that in this case. Went off the range and, killed children. Presiding Commissioner Roberts, okay. So he was but you kinda talk like this was a trending thing that's in use now when you're on Inaudible out there, they talk about what's trending. You talk like this was a trending kind of a thing startin' to happen. Inmate Enriquez, in Presiding Commissioner Roberts, what was up with that? Inmate Enriquez, in Pelican Bay they had this thing called C&D facility, and Pelican Bay was very restrictive. There are no communications in Pelican Bay between Mexican mafia members, and this had its desired effect. Minimal communications, the Mexican mafia began infighting. We had members that were opposing from opposing factions, C facility and D facility. Presiding Commissioner Roberts, well, you think that's because they couldn't communicate. What do you think was causing that? What do you think was the cause of that, or just disruptive behavior within the group? Inmate Enriquez, I think it was just these guys with every form of personality disorder, and every one form of disruptive behavior acting out as they normally too do, as violent men. But I think that the SHU3 contributed to their level of frustration, so they came up with the idea, if we can't get the member, let's get 5 the family member who's nearest and dearest to 'em. Presiding Commissioner Roberts, okay. Inmate Enriquez, and that Presiding Commissioner Roberts, do you think, Inmate Enriquez, that Presiding Commissioner Roberts, do you think that was a general consensus of the EME, or do you think, that was because you're talking about a faction, just a group, the group up here in Pelican Bay, there's EME members far throughout the system. Inmate Enriquez, oh, this was a faction of individuals Presiding Commissioner Roberts, okay. Inmate Enriquez, in C facility who had attempted to wrest control of the organization from everybody else.
Definition: amenable, open, and responsive to suggestion, easily persuaded or controlled.
Presiding Commissioner Roberts, okay. And that would result in action, right? If you tried to take control and the rest of the group is not amenable to that, then there's action, right? Inmate Enriquez, there was action. There was a number of hit lists circulating the prison, like this faction had a hit list, this faction had a hit list, this faction had a hit list. Presiding Commissioner Roberts, and you would be on that hit list. Inmate Enriquez, I was on the hit list, they were on the hit list. Everybody was on the hit list at that time.
Definition: cohesify, cause to unite, form a united whole.
Presiding Commissioner Roberts, so no matter what faction, this faction had their own, so okay. So it was, so what you're saying is that this was very disruptive to I'll say, the organization itself, from the perspective of its ability to cohesify and so forth. Inmate Enriquez, yes. Presiding Commissioner Roberts, okay, all right. We got down this road because we were talking about what was bothering you. Okay. Part of that sounds like there was still, you guys were killing each other all over the place anyway. Inmate Enriquez, oh sure. That was just who I was. I was a violent, extremely violent man. The Mexican mafia members, life was the same as anybody else's life. If they had to go, they had to go. In my mind at that time, that was how I felt. That's how I thought.
3 definitions. Definition 1, maimed, injure someone so that part of the body is permanently damaged. Definition 2, mutilated, inflict serious damage on something, especially by cutting off or damaging a part. Definition 3, tortured, inflict severe pain on someone in order to force them to do or say something.
Presiding Commissioner Roberts, all right. So we were talking about, where I'm trying to get to now is to talk about when you started to feel bad for this, cause I just didn't get the sense that this was something that happened. Even when you were initially starting to help law enforcement, and you were out of the gang debriefed, You still didn't feel particularly bad about what happened to Cynthia or David or Salvador or the host of others that were, maimed, mutilated, tortured, or whatever. The worst things you can think of and murder. You didn't feel bad. When did you start feeling bad for that, and what was it? Inmate Enriquez. Well, it was during this, the initial, realization as to the harm that I caused was during this trial at Riverside. I had testified as an expert witness for the prosecution. I went, for, the guilt phase and then the penalty phase, and the first time this occurred, the victim's family, her father, her name was Vanessa Torres. She was 19 years old, and she was shot 3 times with a .30 caliber, rifle in a drive-by shooting. And he came back to see me, and he thanked me for helping him find closure. And her mother embraced me and hugged me, and she cried and sobbed. Her sister hugged me and cried and sobbed, and I came to the realization at that point that I had done this to people. I had caused this kind of harm to people, and it struck me as very, very eye-opening. It struck me as I had done this to so many people, but I walked away from it and knew that I had helped somebody find closure. And they told me, thank you for helping us. You've helped us heal, and that became my motivating factor. Later, a year or so later, my wife had told me we're talking about something, and I made some off-the-cuff remark. I don't Rene, presiding commissioner ROBRTS. So which wife at this point? Inmate Enriquez, my current wife. I'm sorry, presiding commissioner ROBRTS. Okay, all right. Inmate Enriquez, I apologize. Presiding commissioner ROBRTS. Cause you've had 4, right? Inmate Enriquez, I've had 4 wives. My current wife. I was making a comment, and she said, what would you do if somebody killed me or the boys? What would you do? How would you feel? And I got angry, like, how you gonna say about our children like that? How you gonna say about my son that way or any of our sons? And she says, that's what you've done to people. How you feel right now, you've done that to people 1,000 times over. They've felt like this. You're gonna get over this feeling. They'll never get over this feeling cause you've done that to them. This is when I started understanding. This is when it started forming in my mind. You have hurt people. Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS. And so about what we're talking about a year. About what year are we talking about this happening? Inmate Enriquez. This is prior to my, first, parole hearing. I think my first parole hearing was 2014. Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS. It was 2011. It was March 21st, 2011 at Lancaster, and you got a 3-year denial. Inmate Enriquez, there you go. That was right before that she had told me that. Right before, I thought it was 2014. I didn't presiding commissioner ROBRTS. No, that was 2015 was your second hearing in Lancaster. Inmate Enriquez. It presiding commissioner ROBRTS. Inaudible inmate Enriquez. It was prior to that. I was at a location where they house cooperating witnesses, a small PDA phonetic, and she was visiting me, and presiding commissioner ROBRTS. How were you there? Were you out testifying or something? How were inmate Enriquez? Yeah, I was written out by the United States government, presiding commissioner ROBRTS. How long were you in federal custody, inmate Enriquez? On different occasions. I just got out of federal custody last week. I was in federal custody testifying at a RICO case, last week. So there's a number of times. Sometimes I could be in federal custody for there have been periods for 2.5 years, presiding commissioner ROBRTS. Okay, all right. Inmate Enriquez, but now I try to keep it brief. I try to a week, 2 weeks period, a month at the max, and then come right back, presiding commissioner ROBRTS. Okay. So, these organizations are approaching you to testify. Inmate Enriquez. Oh, certainly. I don't solicit.
Definition. Grand jury, a group of citizens who hear evidence in criminal cases and decide whether there is enough evidence to indict a suspect.
Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS. What kind of cases are you testifying? You said RICO. Is that are you testify, I better be careful. Is it grand jury testimony? What kind of testimony are we talking about? Impor inmate Enriquez. This is, grand jury. There's, RICO is racketeer influenced, presiding commissioner ROBERTS. I know what that is. Inmate ENRIQZ. Okay. Presiding commissioner ROBERTS. That's why I'm being careful. This testimony you just did, was that, sworn testify to a grand jury? Inmate ENRIQZ. To a federal judge and a federal jury. Presiding commissioner ROBERTS. Okay, so I don't want to talk about that cause you were sworn not to talk about that. Okay, you know what I'm talking, inmate ENRIQZ. Yeah, presiding commissioner ROBERTS. You know what I'm getting at. There's been things then that you can't disclose right now. Inmate ENRIQZ. There are investigations that are current and ongoing that I can't discuss, but there are some that have been disclosed in open court, presiding commissioner ROBERTS. Yep. Inmate ENRIQZ. And the state. Presiding commissioner ROBERTS. I've read that. Okay. Inmate ENRIQZ. Okay. Presiding commissioner ROBERTS. But these people come to you. Inmate ENRIQZ. I don't go to them.
2 definitions. Definition 1, egocentric, thinking only of oneself without regard for the feelings or desires of others, self-centered. Definition 2, elite status, the upper echelons of society.
Presiding commissioner ROBERTS. Okay. So we were talking about your lack of better word transformation from being this egocentric. This is all about you and this was just another. I think you talked. I have to tell you, you used the term elite status, and it's driving me nuts, all right? What did you mean when you talked in your documents about elite status?
Definition. Echelon, a level or rank in an organization, profession, or society.
Inmate ENRIQZ, being the upper echelon. Presiding commissioner ROBERTS. Okay.
Definition. Low self-esteem, a lack of confidence, and a feeling of being inadequate.
Inmate ENRIQZ. And I used elite status cause Dr. Robinson referred to elite status in the CRA. 1. Presiding commissioner ROBERTS. I thought she too referred you to saying that. So 3 you didn't use that word. 4. Inmate Enriquez. No, it was Dr. Robinson who 5 referred to that. 6. Presiding commissioner ROBERTS. Cause to me. 7. We're just talking about some core real elements of what elite status really means. Do you know what I'm 9 talking about? 10. Inmate Enriquez. Yeah, just egocentricity. That 11 I felt that I was special. 12. Presiding commissioner ROBERTS. All right. But 13. What when you say you were in elite status? 14. It talks about your need for something. 15. Inmate Enriquez. My need for recognition. 16. Presiding commissioner ROBERTS. Okay. And why 17 do you need recognition? 18. Inmate Enriquez. Cause I had low self-esteem. 19. Didn't value myself. 20. Presiding commissioner ROBERTS. All right. So 21. What is low self-esteem require you to 22 to possess to address that low self-esteem? 23. Inmate Enriquez. Confidence. 24. Presiding commissioner ROBERTS. Okay. Well, you 25 you had to do something before you can have confidence. Question. Looking at the core, issues that are behind all that low self-esteem that you've talked about because you've talked about it in your documents. Inmate ENRIQZ. Way back to your childhood. But it's really talking about a need to have something and inmate ENRIQZ, surrogate family, talking about power and control, came later. I'm talking about that is what elite status is all about, always about. In fact, when I look at you, this has all been about power and control. You can call it whatever you want to call it. It's about power and control. Stems from the early childhood events when I felt no control. I felt impotent. I felt lack of control and exerting all this power and control, later the control, the manipulation, the leadership, the escalation of the gang, that was my way, that was my coping mechanism. Presiding commissioner ROBERTS. Exactly. Inmate ENRIQZ. I could control. Presiding commissioner ROBERTS. That's exactly the point. Inmate ENRIQZ. I could control everything. Presiding commissioner ROBERTS. That's exactly the point. All right. Anything you want to ask about the commitment offenses or Deputy Commissioner JALLINS? Actually, I want to go back to I rarely ask questions in social history, but you talked with Dr. Robinson about, I guess in the past you had said you didn't want to be in a gang. Inmate Enriquez. Yeah, that's absolutely true. Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS. Specifically, you're talking about street gang. Deputy Commissioner JALLINS. Yeah. I'm assuming that she says gang, so I'm assuming she's talking about, a street gang. Inmate Enriquez. Well, Deputy Commissioner JALLINS. She just says gang, so she asked you that. Inmate Enriquez. Well, let me clarify. I didn't want to be initiated or Deputy Commissioner JALLINS. Okay, Inmate Enriquez. Beat up at that point, and I think she construed this like I never wanted to do this. Well, my brother was a gang member, Marco. He was a member of the Artist Street Gang. Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS. So we're talking about the street gang initiation. Inmate Enriquez. Yes, Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS. Okay, Inmate Enriquez. Yes, Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS, cause that's what I read that to be. Okay, Deputy Commissioner JALLINS. Okay, Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS, that's what he wants to know about. Inmate Enriquez. Yeah, that's the street gang. So when they told me, I'm like 12 years old and my brother's down the street. They're gonna drag me behind the gas station. I'm still like a snot-nosed kid and they said, we're gonna jump you in. I tell them, wow, what do you mean jump me in? They say, we're gonna beat you down, get your jump in. I was, oh no, I don't want to do this. And they took me behind the gas station. They beat me up, made me cry, and then they brushed me off and says, hey, homeboys don't cry. You're a homeboy now. And I was a homeboy. And I learned that I could be a better gang member than my brother who was my victimizer, so I excelled in that sense as well. Deputy Commissioner JALLINS, have you ever looked back at that time and said maybe I don't want to be initiated, I don't want to be involved this, walk away, and where your life would be today if you had done that? Inmate Enriquez. If I think the possibilities would have been endless. If I'd directed my energies, placed the same amount of energy and positivity, I could have been anything I wanted to be. Deputy Commissioner JALLINS, you're a smart guy. You're a really smart guy. I've not only, in reading your record, but in hearing you today, yeah, you could have endless. But if you had just at that point in time said, I don't want to go through this, I don't want to be involved in this and walked away, have you ever considered that? Inmate Enriquez. I have considered that, and thousands of people experience the trauma that I have experienced as a child, and they don't go on to kill people. They don't go on to join gangs and do dope and order murders, but I lack that basic emotional intelligence. And I had every responsibility when I became 18 years old or became cognizant of the fact that I could seek out therapy, and I could call the police. I didn't. It drove me the other way. And in my instance, it destroyed me, Deputy Commissioner JALLINS, okay. Was Cynthia the first, individual that you actually ordered to be killed? Inmate Enriquez. Yes, Deputy Commissioner JALLINS, okay. Was she high up in the organization? Inmate Enriquez. She had direct communication with, David Galvedon, who was a Mexican mafia member. That's pretty rare for average gang member. She was married to his brother who was, a sponsored, soldier. He had been sponsored a number of times, Deputy Commissioner JALLINS. Inmate Enriquez. Inaudible organization. Deputy Commissioner JALLINS. And it seemed rare for a female, correct? Or am I wrong there? Inmate Enriquez. To be killed. Deputy Commissioner JALLINS. No. For a female to be sort of high up there or recognized like that. Inmate Enriquez. Oh no, there are females that are even more powerful than members. Deputy Commissioner JALLINS. Because yeah. No, the reason I ask that question is it seems in my history, and I've been at this for a really long time, probably too long, females are rarely victims it seems. And so that's kinda why I was this kind of a rarity for a female to be singled out like that. But what you're telling me, I guess no. Inmate Enriquez. No. There have been a number of females that have been participants within the Mexican mafia who have been victimized. In fact, just recently there was, Gloria Rodriguez, who was just murdered, who was the wife of, Andrew Rodriguez, a Mexican mafia member from, Verdugo Phonetic. It's not as uncommon as one would think. It's not heard of to the common, average citizen cause the Mexican mafia is not always plastered to the news. These are dealings that the Mexican mafia functions in the underbelly of the community. Deputy Commissioner JALLINS. And I have to tell you, as much as I've been involved in the system, I've learned a great deal today from you. You have really been, instructive about the Mexican mafia. Is there any, and this is kind of a question out of left field, was the killing of Cynthia you've had several sexual offenses, inmate Enriquez. Yes. Deputy Commissioner JALLINS. Correct. Was the killing of Cynthia, was that anything to do with your past history, or she just happened to be a female involved in this? Inmate Enriquez. She just happened to be a female involved in this. Deputy Commissioner JALLINS. Okay. Inmate Enriquez. But I think the thread is that she was a vulnerable victim as well. Deputy Commissioner JALLINS. Okay. Inmate Enriquez. That there's a common thread among all victims is their vulnerability. So I've made that distinction between all victims. Mr. Buenrostro was handcuffed. Mr. Gallegos was, incapacitated by drugs. Ms. Galvedon was marginalized in the organization, thereby 3 vulnerable. And she wasn't the wife of a full-blown 4 member, so she was still vulnerable, by 5 another layer. So, and I look at this. That's 6, that's the thread that runs through, the 7 vulnerability, and I link that back to my own 8 vulnerability, so if anything, it's a subconscious 9 link through the victims. 10 Deputy Commissioner JALLINS. You said, 11 but didn't elaborate, you met with her husband after 12 the killing, correct? 13 Inmate Enriquez. Yes. 14 Deputy Commissioner JALLINS. What did he 15 say? 16 Inmate Enriquez. I explained the 17 circumstances to him. He was talking, to us, 18, and he said okay. He understood. 19 Deputy Commissioner JALLINS. Okay. 20 Inmate Enriquez. He was upset at first, and 21 then I later spoke with David Galvedon, and 22 was like nothing to him. I don't have a problem with 23 it. 24 Deputy Commissioner JALLINS. So he knew 25 this is the code of the mom Mexican mafia, that he understood why she was killed. Inmate Enriquez. Yes. Deputy Commissioner JALLINS. Okay. Were you directed by above to kill her, or did you make that direction on your own? Inmate Enriquez. I made that decision on my own. Deputy Commissioner JALLINS. Okay. And the same thing with, David. Were you directed from above to do that, or you made that dire, decision on your own? Inmate Enriquez. I was directed by senior members. Deputy Commissioner JALLINS. Oh, okay on that one. Okay. At the time of the, incident in the jail, didn't you, you said you were trying to you were concerned you might have been out of favor. Didn't you get some recognition for the 2 other killings? Inmate Enriquez. Oh yeah, you get recognition for everything. Everything you do is like, an elevation in your status with the organization. Not Pelican Bay, Los Angeles County Jail was probably the most extremely violent and political arenas that I had been in for the Mexican mafia, and every other day, there was a campaign. Like, I had stabbed Henry Carlos, prior to Mr. Buenrostro, and Henry Carlos was still an active member within the organization at the county jail attempting to have me killed. So I'm on multiple fronts here battling, political campaigns, so participating in this hit might cinch my status a little bit more so I could survive. But it wasn't, I'm not saying this to minimize my responsibility. I did these crimes, and I did them willingly. Whether I was gonna benefit or not, I was gonna participate in them cause I was a Mexican mafia member. And it's the mentality I had at the time, but doing hits enhances you. It's kinda like the, status mobility system. We elevate through violence. Whether you stay on top depends on your intellect. Deputy Commissioner JALLNS, did you ever once after any of these, and particularly the 2 murders and what happened in the jail, ever say, consider, were you ever sorry, or was it just, you know what, it's part of what I'm in? Inmate ENRIQEZ, there were pangs of regret. I mean, particularly Mr. Buenrostro. He had done absolutely nothing wrong. It was campaign, directed by, a Mexican mafia member by the name of Daniel Grajeda, phonetic, who had orchestrated Daniel Grajeda's stabbing, a few months prior to this. I felt bad for him, and I felt bad for, in retrospect, during the time with Cynthia. I know we could have made a different call. It was a minuscule amount of drugs. In the grand scheme of things, it was really nothing. The other ones, it was just business, and I'm not gonna sit here and say that I felt bad because I didn't at the time. I did not feel bad for the other victims at that point in time. Deputy Commissioner JALLINS, okay. Just an observation on my part, and I've listened carefully to what you've had to say. You look tired, like I've just had enough of this whole thing. Of what I did, my prison life, my everything, my being involved in this. You just look tired. Am I reading that? Inmate ENRIQEZ. I'm not tired of doing what's right, and I'm not tired of accepting responsibility, but it weighs heavy on a man. It does. Deputy Commissioner JALLINS, well, just when you were talking about your reaction, to the victims now, the way you feel, you just look like someone who's just, I've had enough, you know. And I appreciate your comments about not being tired about taking responsibility and that sort of thing, but it's kind of in watching you today, you look like you're tired.
2 definitions. Definition 1, cross-examined. Question a witness called by the other party in a court of law to discredit or undercut the testimony. Definition 2, psych ward, the mental health department.
Inmate ENRIQEZ. No. I mean, regardless of the outcome today, I'm not gonna deter me from what I do. I believe I live a right life. I believe that, I'm helping dismantle what I helped organize, and I don't do it out of, self-aggrandizing or to receive some privileged status. I do it because it's memorializing, you know, what I've done to people. It's in honor of their family members, and it's the least I can do. It's the least I can do for the community that I've impacted so much. You may see in my face, having spent the last 8 days in a psych ward in Los Angeles, because it was the only secure housing they could find for me, and having very little sleep, because there were screaming inmates, naked inmates, waking up every hour for wristband checks. It was very difficult all this time, so you may see the overall weight of the being cross-examined by mafia defense attorneys, on the stand for a couple days and then having to prep, it's just the weight of it all. And then having this board within a number of days, it may be that, but I'm not tired of doing what's right. I'll never tire of that.
3 definitions. Definition 1, special needs yard, SNY. Definition 2, discipline-free, in compliance of all policies. Definition 3, 128 as, lesser violations from correctional staff.
Deputy Commissioner JALLINS, all right. Thank you. I have no presiding commissioner ROBRTS, all right, post-conviction. Deputy Commissioner JALLINS. Further questions. Okay, Mr. Enriquez, you came into prison on, March 25 sup th 1993. You're on special needs yard. You have a classification score of, 24. You were told at your last hearing to get no more 115s or 128 as, stay discipline-free, get self-help, and get, therapy, and I think you've done all those things. All right, just briefly, and you've talked a lot about, some of your activities in prison between 1990, 3 when you came in on this term, and when you debriefed in 2002, what were the activities that you performed for the Mexican mafia? Inmate ENRIQEZ, everything. I voted in murders, I freakin' ordered, excuse me, I did not just say freakin'. Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS, you did. Inmate ENRIQEZ, I apologize. Deputy Commissioner JALLNS, it'll be transcribed. Inmate ENRIQEZ, I'm so sorry. I apologize to commissioners. I apologize to the individuals in the audience. I ordered hits, I voted the murders and conspiracies to commit murders of other people, I distributed narcotics, I introduced narcotics, I extorted criminal street gangs, I organized the Mexican mafia, I assisted in the organization of street crews. I think it's difficult, and I say this, and it always sounds so generic to anybody who wants to be critical of it. But it's very difficult to quantify my level of criminal activity for all those years because it was a day, it was daily. I mean, you didn't sit back and conspire to kill people every day. And you didn't sit back and conspire to, stab people every day. But crime was my career. That was my life, and that's a reality. I was a Mexican mafia member. I was a criminal. So yeah, I participated in a lot of crime during those periods. Deputy Commissioner Enriquez, you deal in drugs.
Definition. Special Services Unit, SSU removes individuals from the yard.
Inmate Enriquez, yes, looked at some of your information. There seems to still be issues from time to time, you know. Inmate Enriquez, there are still Deputy Commissioner Enriquez, there are concerns on your part. Inmate Enriquez, inmates that come to the yard that sometimes have to be removed. That voice, willingness to hurt me, Deputy Commissioner Enriquez. Okay. Inmate Enriquez, I think these inmates, but they've have ample opportunity before, it came to the attention of CDCR authorities like individuals in SNY. There was one individual in the recent past that, said that he wanted to stab me to clean his reputation up. But he had been here with me for 6 months prior to that, or maybe 90 days prior to that, so once I go out to court, he starts talking about it again. And in an abundance of precaution, the institutional gang investigator and the Special Services Unit removed him from the yard. Deputy Commissioner Enriquez, I was actually gonna ask this question when we got to parole plans, but I'll ask it now. Do you think there's a bigger risk to you in prison or on the outside? Inmate Enriquez, prison. Deputy Commissioner Enriquez, okay.
Definition. MAC mentally ill parolees.
Inmate Enriquez, in prison I'm a captive audience, and I think, prison there's 3 places the Mexican mafia functions and has like supreme power. That's in drug houses, that's in gang territories, and that's in jail. You don't see the Mexican mafia in H&M, you don't see them in Starbucks, you don't see them, at Macy's, you don't see them at Trader Joe's. The Mexican mafia is in garages, in gang areas, shooting dope and absconding on parole. Deputy Commissioner Enriquez, okay.
Definition. Cohort, a group of people banded together or treated as a group.
Inmate Enriquez, that's just a reality. There are tens of thousands of individuals who are SNY, hundreds of individuals who have testified in mafia cases, and dozens of Mexican mafia members on parole who are in disfavor with the organization, who don't even have the benefit of a name change, and the mafia doesn't seek them out. Presiding Commissioner Roberts, I guess really the point is, when you look at across your current cohort Mexican mafia members, specifically members who have dropped out, you're probably one of the highest visible ones. I think that's what kind of separates you in some people's eyes. I'll say mines are a part of it because you've been so active and so vocal and so participatory in the bios of Mexican mafia or the destruction of the organization. So from that perspective, and I know the names that you've placed in your documents and your attorney has talked about when she talks about Dr. Robinson's, concerns. Of all those people, you're probably one of the most vocal and engaging, and so therefore, one must consider that you're probably at the top of a list. If there's a list, you're at or near the top of that list. Now I'm not saying that they're hunting you every minute, but I'm saying that they're certainly looking for opportunities, cause they're opportunists just like most criminals are. They're looking for the opportunity to do you. Let's face it, if they wanted really bad, they'd infiltrate, they'd get somebody, and one of these guys in here would do you if they were actively campaigning you, but they are a group that, they have patience. Let's face it, they're in here. Their power, you're talking about where their power is. The base of their power's in here. Inmate Enriquez. Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS. So not that they're not powerful and things out in the street. Their base power, the strength, is really in here. Most of the stuff flows from out of here. Inmate Enriquez. This is the core of the Mexican Mafia's power. In fact, the reality is there's 2 Mexican Mafia members in the adjacent yard from me. Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS. Inmate Enriquez. They know I'm here. Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS. Inmate Enriquez. And if they really, if they were really motivated, they could send somebody over, like Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS. Well, I'm just saying, Inmate Enriquez. Go over there. Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS. I'm just saying that that's no, and in some, I have dealt with Mexican Mafia members, a few full-on, most of who I deal with are high-ranking Shornos. Inmate Enriquez. Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS. And who, like you, when they get a chance they'll do them, you know? Or somebody that wants to make their bones will do them. But anyway, so I think that was the discussion. I think when you have to be honest that if you look at all your cohort, you're a guy that's probably at the top of the list or a star, you know? You doing something to you could really elevate some youngsters' status. Inmate Enriquez. I also believe this as well. I believe this is true, that the Mexican Mafia understands that if they do something to me, that it'll bring down the wrath of the federal government and every other government agency that I've cooperated with. It wouldn't speak well of the United States government to say, look, we've used this guy in a number of cases, and you guys kill him. Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS. You know what? They don't if you think they think that far ahead, you know the core that are in there. Those guys, if they can think beyond tomorrow, most of them we're lucky, right? Inmate Enriquez. Some of them are Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS. You know what I'm talking about. The same kind of guys you were talking about who gonna do people's family, kids. There are individuals who can't think beyond the moment.
Definition: collateral damage, accidental harm to noncombatants or civilian objects.
Inmate Enriquez. There are those. Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS, right? So sure knows. There could be collateral damage. I think I've heard people talk about that concern. Inmate Enriquez.
Definition: the norms of the Mexican Mafia, the unspoken rules.
Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS. Given whoever comes after you and they, when and if they ever do come after you, it depends on that individual, and it depends on whether, they're adhering to the norms of the Mexican Mafia or not. There could be collateral damage. Say you get a youngster out there with an AK and starts firing it, and we've seen that with gang shootings all the time. Inmate Enriquez. Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS. Dang it, half the time or better they don't hit their target. They hit, grandma on the porch or the baby in the carriage or whatever. I can't tell you how many times I've seen those kind of things, and so again, it depends on who's been tasked and what they're. Inmate Enriquez. Well, we'll be discussing this in detail, and during the period where we talk about parole, Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS. Maybe not. Inmate Enriquez. Plans. Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS. Maybe not. Inmate Enriquez. Because I think there's a number of issues that are confidential. Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS. Right. Inmate Enriquez. Not to be discussed in front of Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS. Well, I acknowledge that we have your confidential document. I'm hesitant to put that on the record because it becomes a public document, so we may not be speaking publicly or in a confidential setting with you about that. We have your document. It's marked confidential. Inmate Enriquez. Okay. Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS, and it'll be considered as such. All right. We certainly understand limited control over what that is, okay? All right.
Definition: rules violation reports, documents regarding an inmate's violation of policies and procedures.
Deputy Commissioner JALLINS. Oh, okay. Let me just touch upon your disciplinary history. You've had 8 115s, or what we call now rules violation reports. We don't call them 115s anymore. And your last one was on June 22nd, 2004. I just want to touch on 5 of them because they're sort of, highlights. Your last one was introduction of controlled substance into an institution for the purpose of distributing, distribution and sale. What was that about? Inmate Enriquez. I was using drugs, and I got just cause I dropped out. I hadn't dealt with the internal problems that I had. I still wanted to have that special status. I still wanted to have power. Again, it was about power. I had drugs, I had power. I still wanted to be the powerful Rene Enriquez or boxer that had power in the Mexican mafia, and just because I came to PC, just cause I debriefed didn't change that. I didn't deal with any of the issues that I had before. I still was, power grabbin'. I was still greedy. I was still self-interested. I wanted to feed my own habit, control people, manipulate them. And that's all that was about. Deputy Commissioner JALLINS, all right. August, I'm sorta hitting your negative stuff first. Inmate ENRIQEZ. That's all right. Deputy Commissioner JALLINS. And then we'll come back to the positive, and you've had a lot of positive aspects to your program. Conspiracy to possess a controlled substance in the institution, August 18 Sup TH, 2000. And this was when you were still inmate ENRIQEZ, Mexican Mafia member. Deputy Commissioner JALLINS, involved in the gang. Okay. Possession of drug paraphernalia April 14, 1998. Mutual combat, in November 3 Sup RD 1997. What was that about? Inmate ENRIQEZ, Mexican Mafia member who was my cellie by the name of Daryl Baca. We got in a fight. We were disputing over territory. Deputy Commissioner JALLINS. Okay. And October 30 Sup TH 1993, possession of a weapon. Inmate ENRIQEZ, that was a staple. It was Deputy Commissioner JALLINS. Yeah, inmate ENRIQEZ. It was a little staple, and, in fact, they dismissed it, I believe, to, administrative for Deputy Commissioner JALLINS. Oh, inmate ENRIQEZ. Possession of contraband, Deputy Commissioner JALLINS. Yeah. Inmate ENRIQEZ. It was a STA, it was a we used. I actually used this staple to scratch out the ink on paper, and I'm not trying to rationalize it. Deputy Commissioner JALLINS. All right. Inmate ENRIQEZ. I'm not trying to minimize it. Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS. Was that part of your falsification of documents back then, or inmate ENRIQEZ? When we write letters, 1 Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS, Mem 2 Inmate Enriquez, and you make a mistake, 3 Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS. Oh, okay. 4 Inmate Enriquez. You don't have like an ink 5 erasure, so we scrape it off. 6 Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS. Okay. 7 Inmate Enriquez. Later we learned a little trick 8 of putting a little piece of tape and lifting it up. 9 Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS. Okay. 10 Inmate Enriquez. After I got that 115, I went to 11 the tape. Anytime they had a little piece of tape on 12 the envelope, I'd save it for an erasure, but that 13 that was literally an erasure. 14 Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS. Okay. 15 Deputy Commissioner JALLINS. Okay. All right. 16 Well, those are your, most notable 115s, so 17 actually, considering your history in the prison, to 18 have just those as your most serious rules violations. 19 is, you were, probably staying 20 under the, staying under the microscope of the 21 institution somewhat. Okay, 22 Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS. Well, let me ask 23 you. I want to explore a little bit was 24 that probably because of your status, you didn't have to 25 do the dirty work. 1 Inmate Enriquez. No, we were in Pelican Bay. I too mean we coulda did dirty work. I mean that 3 didn't not for lack of effort. We were tryin'. Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS. Okay. Inmate Enriquez, you know, I just didn't get caught. Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS. All right. Inmate Enriquez. I didn't get caught, but you know, and I could also, Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS. Hold on. So your so what my point was, your status as a Mexican Mafia member and the activities, often we, like you said, you order people to do stuff, so you don't take a fall behind the stabbing of somebody or something else, somebody else does, right? Inmate Enriquez, yeah, but we're kinda detached from that. In Pelican Bay, that really wasn't happening. Presiding Commissioner Roberts, I'm talkin' about generally. He's talkin' about your discipline in general, and I'm tryin' to talk general, not necessarily just Pelican Bay. Inmate Enriquez, Presiding Commissioner Roberts, your ability, you don't generally see Mexican mafia members one catchin'. A bunch of 115s for fights unless it's like you two talk to another Mexican mafia member or some other 3 issue. But they're doing stuff that, throughout the 4 institutions, that people are getting hurt and all 5 kinds of stuff. They're not catching the 115s for that. 6 Inmate Enriquez, yeah, sure knows are doing that 7 stuff. 8 Presiding Commissioner Roberts, yeah, exactly. 9 Inmate Enriquez, the foot soldiers. 10 Presiding Commissioner Roberts, that's why 11 Inmate Enriquez, the foot soldiers are doing 12 that. 13 Presiding Commissioner Roberts, that's why 14 Inmate Enriquez, yeah. 15 Presiding Commissioner Roberts, I wouldn't 16 expect to see a guy your status having lots of stuff in 17 terms of violence, in term of that because other people 18 are doing your dirty work, right? 19 Inmate Enriquez, yeah. Well other people 20 are doing dirty work for the Mexican mafia. 21 Presiding Commissioner Roberts, yeah, but that's 22 at your direction, your dirty work. 23 Inmate Enriquez, yeah, I directed, I 24 directed, but I wasn't really big on the prison, 25 like the mesas and all that stuff. In computer literacy, correct. Inmate Enriquez, yes. Deputy Commissioner JALLINS, and vocation. You didn't complete it though, did you? Inmate Enriquez, no, I immediately got out of it. I'm extremely, computer literate. I can run both Mac and Microsoft. I know both systems very well. Deputy Commissioner JALLINS, okay, all right. Self-help quite a bit. CGA, AA Lifers Group, Center for Counsel, Inmate Peer Education, Anti-Recidivism Coalition completed that, Restorative Justice Group. Yoga Meditation, Great Dads Group, Cage Your Rage, Breaking Barriers, AVP, Workshops, Jane Goodall Institute, Core Issues and Insight Workshop, Jesus the Risen, Prisoner, 3, Positive Incentive, Music Program, Anger Management, The Way to Happiness, the Handling Drugs course, Comprehensive Gang Training. The Mexican Mafia, Gang Violence Conference, and, the Conditions of Life course and the Personal Integrity course. So did I cover it all? Deputy Commissioner JALLINS, all right, okay, well, quite a bit. Okay, let's start with AA. Do you know the 12 steps? Inmate Enriquez, I do. Deputy Commissioner JALLINS, okay, what's your favorite step and why is it important? Inmate Enriquez, I think that, step 9, making direct amends whenever possible except when to do so, would harm them or others is probably my favorite, and that's what I do in testifying and educating law enforcement, doing the gang conferences. It's a way too, because I can't make direct amends. I can honor my victims, and I can honor the community by giving back something of myself. And I also do that through mentorship with other inmates. I take illiterate inmates on the yard that need assistance with understanding insight and board preparation, and I kinda prep them up. So they can get it, so they can articulate it in their own terms. But I pay very close attention not to play the savior role or the hero role so as to feed my narcissistic traits. So I'll run them a little ways, and once they get the gist of it, I'll cut them off and let them go on their own. Deputy Commissioner JALLINS, okay. Inmate Enriquez, so it's probably step 9, and then I think probably, step 5, you know? Admit to myself, God, and another individual the exact nature of my wrongs. I sent my wife my psych report, and it was the hardest thing I've ever done in my life. 'Cause she could see everything in my life, and it showed me that she loved me, she accepted me unconditionally, so it was, very eye-opening. Deputy Commissioner JALLINS, you mentioned to, Dr. Robinson you became a Christian 6 or 7 years ago. Inmate Enriquez, yes. Deputy Commissioner JALLINS. Okay, and you told her that on a scale of 1 to 10, your faith is a 10, inmate ENRIQEZ. It's Deputy Commissioner JALLINS. In terms of the importance in your life. CGA, what you learn in CGA? Inmate ENRIQEZ. I don't particularly like CGA. I learned that CGA is result. I learned in CGA that my thinking is a result of twisted, and flawed thinking or cognitive errors. But in particular groups, they have individuals who are still into the control games, still need to feed to their egos, and they speak group speak. They and they want people to speak group speak. And 4 my focus is on addressing character flaws and issues 5 within my own life that I need to address, so 6 I practice more along the lines of AA 12-7 steps. That's what I'm in accord with, but 8 CGA, I go because there are specific aspects that are 9 good like the cycle of addiction, 10 obsession, compulsion and progression. I know 11 that's a cycle that occurred in my 12 life frequently, and that my thinking was a 13 result of, flawed belief systems. So I took 14 that out of it, but I guard against, 15 groups where individuals are power grabbing and power 16 mongering. And there's a lot of that 17 goes on in these yards. So I kinda refrain from 18. And that's one of the reasons I refrain from 19 participation in the hierarchies or the, executive 20 bodies, cause part of my lifestyle addiction 21 was about power. So I do not seek out, those 22 positions, and when I see it occurring, I recognize it 23 immediately and particularly in these groups. 24 Deputy Commissioner JALLINS, and you know what? 25 I appreciate that because, I for 7 years represented inmates before I came to the board. And I would tell them, stay away from MAC, stay away from any position that puts you in a position where you could be manipulated, you could be taken advantage of, that you're in a power position over others because it's not gonna help you. It's not gonna help you program. Inmate ENRIQEZ. Deputy Commissioner JALLINS, so I appreciate those comments. I really do. I think you're coming from a good direction, in that. Anger management, what did you learn in anger management? You look like an angry guy out there for a long time.
2 definitions. Definition 1 Positive mental movies, visualizing a positive action. Definition 2 Positive self-talk, mindfully telling yourself what you want.
Inmate ENRIQEZ, I was an angry man. I learned that anger is a normal emotion. It's a normal emotion that happens in everybody. It's how you deal with it that occurs, and I have coping mechanisms. I learned coping mechanisms, simple stuff like counting backwards, pragmatic breathing, positive mental movies, positive self-talk, removing myself from the situation or finding common ground. I've learned a number of tools. In fact, there was just an instance not long ago in the phone where an individual was going over, you get in one allotted 15 minutes for you phone call, but this 2 individual was going over on his call. And he had done 3 this to a number of people. It seemed like he 4 would do it to everybody if he can get away with, so I 5 first, I considered the consequences of my actions. 6 Number 1. I used emotional intelligence. Is this guy 7 approachable? Is he having a bad call? Like if he's 8 got tears in his eyes, maybe it's not the best thing to 9 go and tell him, get off the phone, it's my phone time. 10 So I mentioned it one time, I said, it's my phone time. 11 I just pointed at my watch, my phone time, can I get the 12 phone, and he went over like 4 minutes, which took 13 me down to about a 7-minute call now cause it takes 14 a few minutes to get through. But even though I 15 became, disturbed by it, and I became upset, I dealt 16 with it in a positive manner using my coping strategies. 17 I knew that there are consequences to approaching him in 18 a hostile manner. If I approached him aggressively, he 19 was gonna respond aggressively. So, anger 20 management taught me a lot about just going by without 21 being an angry person, and even though you get angry, I 22 mean anger's a natural, response. If 23 somebody cuts you off in the front of the road, you're 24 gonna get angry, but you don't have to go by and flip 25 the guy off. It's just how you deal with it. I mean, I can control nothing but my responses to things. I can't control situations. There's always gonna be a situation that makes somebody angry, particularly in this environment. There's a lot of inconsiderate people, but I can control my responses to those instances.
Definition. Shaded area, anything questionable.
Deputy Commissioner JALLINS, okay. Question I always ask, what have you learned in self-help that tells me you're not common, back to prison ever again? Inmate ENRIQEZ. I learned that I was broken, and that there are methods to repair yourself. I'll always have character defects. They'll always be with me. I'll always have those character flaws, but I've gained tools to deal with those, the responses to my, to any, situation given a trigger, external trigger, internal trigger. I know how to deal with these now, and I also know this, that I never want to hurt another being as long as I live. I've done enough harm in my life. I know that I'll never get a chance again ever, even for a parole violation. If I commit a parole violation, anything that takes me into a shaded area, I'll never get out of prison for the rest of my life. But mostly importantly, I'm now proud of who I am, and I think others are proud of who I am. I want to give back to the community in a larger sense. I still think I have work to do, and I know I can give back to the community, and I'll never come back to prison because I will never, ever break a law or hurt another human being for as long as I live.
4 definitions. Definition 1, correctional sergeant, a supervisor in a correctional facility. Definition 2, laudatory chronos, positive reviews from correctional staff. Definition 3, correctional sergeant, law enforcement supervisor within a correctional facility. Definition 4, CC1, correctional counselor.
Deputy Commissioner JALLINS, okay. I do want to note you had 14128 as, but the last one was April 5 sup th, 2005, for, manipulation of staff. You've had several laudatory chronos. April 13 sup th, 2018 from Correctional Officer Garcia, April 17 sup th, 2018 from Correctional Officer Escobar, March 1 subsint 2018 from Correctional Officer Lemeli, January 22 sup nd, 2018 from CC1 Wilder, January 21 subsint 2018 Correctional Officer Medina, October 16, 2017. From Correctional Officer Hall and Ya, September 11, 2017, laudatory chrono from Correctional Officer, Sewell. Okay, Attorney SHEPPARD. Sorry to interrupt. There were also laudatory chronos from 40 correctional sergeants, and I didn't hear you mention any of those. Deputy Commissioner JALLINS. Well, I didn't see him in the record. Attorney SHEPPARD. They are in the record. They're all located in the 10-day file. They're all from 2018, Sergeant Frias, Sergeant Madrigal, Sergeant McAllister, and Sergeant Aguilar, and also Sergeant DeLeon, so 5 Deputy Commissioner JALLINS. Okay. Attorney SHEPPARD. Different sergeants. Deputy Commissioner JALLINS. All right, you got him on the record. Okay. So, okay. I mean, you have a lot of stuff in your file. We've looked at literally probably close to 1,000 pages on Attorney SHEPPARD. And that's why I submitted that summary, Deputy Commissioner JALLINS. On you, Attorney SHEPPARD. Encapsulation. Deputy Commissioner JALLINS. Okay, all right. Attorney SHEPPARD. And there's also the support letter from CC1, Ayala Phonetic, who's the president of the, Peace Officers Association. Deputy Commissioner JALLINS, that I probably will look at later on. Yeah, support letters I don't do in this part of the hearing. Attorney SHEPPARD. Okay, I saw inaudible. Deputy Commissioner JALLINS. Okay, all right. All right, is there anything since your last hearing that you have that is in your record that I haven't noted you think is important to note? Point where they've brought in victims yet, or where are you at with that program? Inmate ENRIQEZ. No, we had just did the role playing. We presiding Commissioner ROBRTS. Okay. Inmate ENRIQEZ. Like we had to be the we act as, the give a response for a victim's cousin or victim's brother or victim's mother or father, and we're supposed to act that role out. Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS. Well again, I'm just wondering where you're at with that. How many times they've come up and done presentations to us, to the board, so okay. Just wanted to know where inmate ENRIQEZ with, Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS. You're at. Inmate ENRIQEZ. Javier Starring. Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS. Pardon. Inmate ENRIQEZ with Javier Starring. Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS. Yeah. Inmate ENRIQEZ. Yes. Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS. So, okay. Let's go to parole plans as what we can do as you, Deputy Commissioner JALLINS. All right, Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS. Have 25 confidential Deputy Commissioner JALLINS. What Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS? Parole plans. Deputy Commissioner JALLINS. Well, let me ask you before we start this. Is there anything, we got a confidential document from you. Is there anything else you would rather not have us talk about on the record? Inmate ENRIQEZ. The name of my wife. I don't think I named her in any documents so far other than her support letter. Locations as to where we're going and options. I mean, we can talk generically about the parole plans and what I'd like, the governor to understand. Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS. Okay, well, why don't you generically tell us what your parole plans for the record are? We have specifics in writing, so why don't for the record? Generally, what is your parole plan?
Definition. Hertzberg-Leslie Witness Protection Act, code which requires confidentiality for all.
Inmate ENRIQEZ. There are a number of options that I've laid out in the parole plans. We have, the primary option is CalRAP, California Witness Relocation and Placement Program, which is pretty stringent under the Hertzberg-Leslie Witness Protection Act. Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS. Okay. So, who are you sponsored in that? Inmate ENRIQEZ. I'm sponsored. You just received a letter from, Stephen Gunson, Deputy District Attorney from Los Angeles, and there's a previous letter submitted by Louis Avalot, Deputy District Attorney, as well as district attorneys from Ventura and Sheriff's Department from Ventura that agree to sponsor me, and that I've been accepted by the Attorney General of California for this program. Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS. Okay.
Definition. WITSEC, Federal Witness Security Program.
Inmate ENRIQEZ. There's also an agreement by the ATF and the DEA to sponsor me, into Federal Witness, Security Program, which is called WITSEC. Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS. Okay. Inmate ENRIQEZ. That's a more stringent process and a more lengthy process. I think the immediate possibility would be remain incarcerated. During the processing of these applications, name change, identity key change, and interstate compact when I go out of state. Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS. Mem.
Definition. DAO, Division of Adult Parole Operations.
Inmate ENRIQEZ. Until such a time that either DAO, Division of Adult Parole Operations, and the Office of the Governor, Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS. So is the one plan to go out of state. Inmate ENRIQEZ. It is. Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS. Okay, cause we saw the applications for that. Okay. Inmate ENRIQEZ. It is. Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS. So ideally you would leave the prison and go out of state. Inmate ENRIQEZ. My feet won't touch ground in California. Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS. Well, they're gonna have to. Inmate ENRIQEZ. Well, maybe a few steps, but in the car to the plane, yeah. Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS. All right. So we get the idea the plan is to parole out of state. Inmate ENRIQEZ. Yes. Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS. All right. And that's in your confidential stuff. I've seen applications and so forth.
Definition. Senate Bill 384 provides a revision of Penal Code 290.
Inmate ENRIQEZ. There are a number they've evaluated certain safe houses for the interim, Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS. Right. Inmate Enriquez, which were approved by DAPO Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS. Okay. Inmate Enriquez, during the last evaluation. Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS, all right. Inmate Enriquez. And there are a number of locations such as prisons that house high-profile parolees before. Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS. So I guess my big question is, your 290 status is the hang-up with a lot of stuff. We talked about California support for, your application for stuff here in California. Of course, that whole 290 stuff, which there is legislation pending, no guarantee it's gonna happen, but it's pending, attorney SHEPPARD. Which legislation are you referring to? The tiered registration. Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS? Yeah, attorney SHEPPARD, that legislation has been approved. It just hasn't gone into effect yet. Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS? Yeah. Inmate Enriquez, that's part of the parole plan. There's 384. Senate Bill 384 has passed, and 290 is being revised. That I'll meet one of the criteria in the tiers. And I've also spoke with district attorneys who have indicated that, Hertzberg-Leslie can also be utilized, cause there's a section in there that requires confidentiality for all Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS. Yeah, that is the big problem for you in California, the disclosure of your name and picture on the website, so, okay. So, but some of that can be resolved with your out-of-state placements, right? Inmate Enriquez, yes. Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS, okay. Inmate Enriquez, even in California, that can be resolved as well.
Definition. Megan's Law, website in California that shows individuals' location who are convicted sex offenders.
Attorney SHEPPARD. I submitted articles last time. I'm not sure if they're in the file this time, but that individuals who are in federal witness protection can be exempted from being on the public Megan's Law, Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS. Okay. Attorney SHEPPARD. Registration, and then he would be privately registered with law enforcement using his new name. Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS, okay. Inmate Enriquez, and nothing in those plans is an attempt to absolve myself of registration. I'm still willing to register, with law enforcement and even in, the Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS. I get that. It's not your concern of others of potential for you or those around you when they find out where you're living if they find out. Okay.
Definition. SVPs sexually violent predators.
Inmate Enriquez. There are mechanisms in place that would cover these concerns. And I think the thing is just time because there's 150 days, then there's the 30 days. That's why I've willingly, agreed to stay incarcerated during this process or on prison grounds. There have been a number of parolees that have Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS. You've documented. Most of those people that stay on prison brown grounds, though, have been, it's because they're SVPs. Inmate Enriquez, Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS. And you're not an SVP, so, but that's because they just have had no place, like for instance, San Diego, they pull up a trailer, and they park them. Well, right now there's a new facility set where they used to park that trailer, but they would put SVPs there, and so it has been done. You've identified some of those issues. Okay. I think we're more interested in that you've got support for out-of-state, and so forth. And overall plan is to go out of state. Inmate Enriquez. Yeah, I think that's the simplest thing is moving out of state. Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS. Inmate Enriquez. The Mexican Mafia, Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS. Hold on. Inmate Enriquez. Oh, I'm sorry. Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS. With regard to that, is there federal support for that? Inmate Enriquez. Yes, we have, I included a card from Aaron Gutierrez from Department of Homeland Security Investigations, Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS. Okay. There is a card there from Inmate Enriquez. and Presiding Commissioner ROBERTS, but they're supporting your parole. Inmate ENRIQEZ. Their support. Well, they're supporting financial resources. In the event that I'm paroled, which is essentially a financial packet, inaudible, relocation. Presiding Commissioner ROBERTS. Makes sense to me, you testified for them. They're gonna, all right, makes sense, all right. Anything else with parole plans? Deputy Commissioner JALLINS. I don't know if you just want to note there are numerous support letters not only from family, friends, associates, several support letters from law enforcement agencies, from district attorney's office and all that. I don't know if we want to go through Presiding Commissioner ROBERTS. Now, well, they're in the record. Deputy Commissioner JALLINS. The Presiding Commissioner ROBERTS, even if it's not new. Deputy Commissioner JALLINS, and they'll be available to the governor. I know you have something about tattoo removal and things like that. Inmate ENRIQEZ, I've already begun the process. Deputy Commissioner JALLINS, various types of resources that are out there. It's 2 inches of stuff, Presiding Commissioner ROBERTS, and there's Inmate ENRIQEZ. In your file, Presiding Commissioner ROBERTS. A plethora of opposition, too. It's not just one way. There's a plethora of opposition also to your parole. All right, okay then. Deputy Commissioner JALLINS, all right.
Definition. Clinician's report, a written evaluation of an inmate's mental health, risk factors, and suitability for parole.
Presiding Commissioner ROBERTS, I'd like to finish up the clinician's report such as it is. It's not new. I usually I'll do this here, pick it up. Dr. Robinson, speaks in the clinical assessment about you. First, there's prior clinical assessments. In 2004, they found you to be a moderate high risk for violence in the community. In 2008, you were a moderate risk. 2014, the doctor there found you to be a low risk. Now when Dr. Robinson met with you, you were 54 years old, but I think you're 56 today. Inmate ENRIQEZ. Yes, I'll be 57 in about 6 months. Presiding Commissioner ROBERTS. Yeah. Okay, I was just doing the math there a little bit ago. All right then, so the doctor says basically from a mental health status at the time of meeting you, no issues mental health status-wise. And then the doctor talked about substance abuse. Of course, we talked about how you've had, drug abuse in the past, even well into prison, and you talked about AA and NA. You've talked about this abuse in the past, so this is not new. Anything new you've learned since the last hearing about your drug abuse? Inmate ENRIQEZ. Presiding Commissioner ROBERTS. May or may not. I'm just if there's something else new you learned, Inmate ENRIQEZ. No, there's nothing new. Just that my drug use was, masking my pain. It was, at first it was a form of desensitizing myself to what I was doing, but then it just became the addiction, and it's, Presiding Commissioner ROBERTS. Early on, was the you didn't mention was early on new to this clinician here and the last panel, early on drug use. Was there any of that, relate to your newly revealed, sexual abuse of you? Inmate ENRIQEZ. Oh, certainly. I was masking my pain. My brother's the one that introduced me to drugs. He's the same brother that sexually molested me, Presiding Commissioner ROBERTS. Inmate ENRIQEZ. Is the one that introduced me to drugs.
Definition. Anonymity, the state of being unknown.
Presiding Commissioner ROBERTS, you talked about that. So I just want to know, cause that's a new wrinkle, Inmate ENRIQEZ. Okay. Presiding Commissioner ROBERTS. Relatively new wrinkle. Last panel was DISC, it was discussed, but I want to make sure that there's nothing new that you've learned that would argue that. All right then, doctor talked about major mental disorder and personality disorder. There's no mental health concerns for Mr. Enriquez with regard to a thought disorder or mood disorder. Okay, quite a discussion there. Then towards the end of that discussion, the doctor starts talking about antisocial personality disorder, throughout your adulthood, and finally the doctor concludes, Just as in 2004 that you were diagnosed with antisocial personality disorder with narcissistic features. And this doctor says that remained warranted. For the record, that's something that cannot truly be undiagnosed. Once you're diagnosed in a controlled environment, such as a prison with antisocial personality disorder, it's not until you get out of that controlled environment and out in society and can demonstrate prosocial values. You can demonstrate them in here, but you can't be undiagnosed, all right. Narcissistic features is another whole aspect of that which you have talked about, all right. Then the doctor talked about institutional adjustment, talked about more than 25 115s. Deputy Commissioner went through, those that were more recent, those that were of concern, and it's been a while since you've been involved in any discipline. All right. Talks about your Christianity or your faith, and Deputy Commissioner talked about that. Also, if granted parole, you told the good clinician that you wanted to be involved in the California Witness Relocation Assistance Program, and of course we have those documents with some specificity, as under the confidential portion of it. Again, we're being cautious for the record because this transcript can be made available to the public, and we want to be careful with this. It is of concern where you would go and what you would do, but certainly available to us, and I think the DA's office got a copy of that so that they're an officer of the court, so they're bound by that confidentiality, too. All right. Then let's see here, talked about what you'll be doing on parole, the potentials for you, potentials of employment, and so forth. Doctor talked about 12 help, the 12-step programming, and your plan to do that via webinars, to protect your anonymity, The doctor was concerned that 2 you hadn't identified any of those when she saw you. 3 since then, have you identified any web-based for programming? 5 inmate Enriquez. I included him in, 6 augmented relapse prevention plans, parole plans, a 7 number of, self-help groups therapy, 8 presiding commissioner ROBERTS, okay. 9 inmate Enriquez. Sexual abuse therapy, long 10-term offender therapy. 11 presiding commissioner ROBERTS. You've got the 12 list of those you're gonna participate in. 13 inmate Enriquez. There's a number of resources, 14, 15 presiding commissioner ROBERTS. Okay. 16 inmate Enriquez, including, 17 presiding commissioner ROBERTS. Hold on, that's 18, that's fine. A yes will do for me. 19 inmate Enriquez, okay. 20 presiding commissioner ROBERTS, I've got your 21 documents. I'm just trying to get some of it on the 22 record. 23 inmate Enriquez, okay. 24 presiding commissioner ROBERTS, okay. I've got 25 and read your documents. All right, your need, to register for a sex offender, the doctor was concerned about that. And I think that has been the big concern for you in terms of even if we can place you. Can we, how do we meet the requirements of the law and at the same time, protect you? Inmate Enriquez, Presiding Commissioner ROBERTS, and equally importantly your wife, your family, and so forth. All right, cause like I said, I can see why people say that a concern. You're a high profile target. All right. Not that other people aren't a target too, you're a high-profile target. All right, doctor talked about, you have identified the abuse history as being the core issue of shame for you that propelled much of your fragile self-image, low self-esteem and subsequent violence that emerged over more than 2 decades in context of the Mexican mafia. Consequently, this topic must be pursued with some thoughtfulness in order to reduce risk, of future dangerous behavior. And I heard from you, and I've read your documents that you're speaking of, that your therapy is addressing that. Inmate Enriquez. Not just therapy but, relapse prevention plan for sexual abuse and insight as to the cycle of violence. Presiding Commissioner ROBERTS. Okay, all right, and we have those documents. Doctor used the HCR 20 version 3 again. Not new. You displayed many of the historical factors, not surprisingly. Your history of violence, your other antisocial behaviors, your difficulty sustaining, romantic relationships. I know that your attorney, that's one of her arguments. I would say that it's the ability to, have a relationship and maintain a relationship. Seems like your current wife seems to be the most. But this is different because you're not living with her. That brings a different wrinkle into it. But when we're talking about historically, that's been a problem.
Definition. Static 99, risk for sexual recidivism.
Inmate Enriquez. Is this the static 99?
Definition. PCLR psychopathy checklist revised.
Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS. No, I'm inmate Enriquez. Oh, Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS? Not even there yet. No, this is just your aunt. This is your, antisocial behavior relationship and how that affected your ability to develop and maintain long-term prosocial relationships. You had relationships, but they were Mexican mafia members. 1 inmate Enriquez. Ma'am 2, Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS. You talked about 3, how at least 2 of those wives were just no more than 4 really secretaries for you and doing your business. So 5, that's what it's talking about, that dysfunction going 6 well into your adulthood. All right, Doctor talks 7 about your PCLR score, which speaks of psychopathy. 8, you're above the mean, but you're below the cutoff 9 threshold commonly used to identify dissocial, or 10, pathologic personality. Very important for us to know 11, because when you got a guy that can talk like you can 12 talk, we need to know you're not a psychopath. 13, all right? So some people ask, why do the clinicians do 14 that? Why? The board wants them to use that tool 15 because they're trained to be able to identify 16 psychopaths far better than we are. And so we want a 17 know that an expert has looked at that, and 18 we're not talking to that kind of person. Your 19 psychopathy is high, but you don't fall in 20 in the range that they would consider a psychopathic 21 personality. Doctor talks about, there's 22, there's quite a bit of discussion about this. 23, trauma as a child, the sexual and physical abuse. 24, and the reason there's a lot of talk about it. Cause in 25, this clinician's report. It was new, all right. It's one not so new now, it's only inaudible, so 2 inmate Enriquez, 3 presiding commissioner ROBRTS. For us, all 4 right. Then the doctor talked about clinical, 5 domain. Again, you displayed 1 factor, and that was 6 insight into how your antisocial and narcissistic 7 personality dynamics remain actively present, could be 8 enhanced. It's your understanding of that. All right. 9, and then the doctor talks about the POR. Let's see what 10 my notes are on that. I have some notes here. The 11 doctor had asked you about, you participated in 12 activities where people were hurt and even killed. How 13 many, how do you become so callous? 14 you gave a question, and my note here is, it seems to be 15 exactly what the governor's concerns were, all right. 16 so when I'm all done with this, I'm going to go back 17 over the governor's report and see if we can see what 18 you've addressed since your most recent, 19 reversal. Okay, talked about callousness. I know 20 I already told you this whole thing. 21 this is where you start talking about your elite status 22 and stuff, and that's really all about power, and 23 control. That's really what it's all about. All right. 24 you can put whatever label on it you want, but it's 25 power and control. Then again next, she's talking to you about when do you realize, that you identified as the aggressor and stuff. Again, that's all about power and control. Then you start talking about this dysfunction within the organization and starting to kill children and so forth and how that impacted you. All right, and then you talk about your heroin being the drug of choice and what was going on with that. Okay. Doctor explores with you this, document you had, insight into my life, Rene Enriquez. The doctor goes to this gun issue. Your attorney, spent some time discussing that in her documents. And for the record, Ms. Shepard and her, a number of objections and clarifications, and rather than have her put those on the record, we've read them, and we will consider them. Attorney SHPPRD, okay. Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS, all right. The clinician's report, like everything we're hearing or seeing or doing today, will be considered by the panel and will determine what weight to give it and how relevant it is to today's decision, all right. And the doctor's report is always that way. Are there helpful reports? You know, some we weigh in on and we think are right on, the vast majority of them, and some we disagree. I guess I'll disclose yesterday we had a guy that was high that we found suitable. That's really running against what a clinician would say, so, we found something different. So we get to weigh it and we get to determine what we think and how it applies. Inmate ENRIQEZ. So if I may, Presiding Commissioner ROBERTS. No, hold on. The DA jumped up. If you want to know about that case, I'll tell you about it later. But I'm just pointing out that we weigh things and we decide how much weight to give them, all right. So there may be bad things in here that we may consider, and there may be things in here where they say good about you, and we may give far worse weight to, okay? All right. Doctor talks about your disclosures in your present evaluation, about your elite status within the Mexican mafia, and then you talked about, sex and drugs and all that stuff. The doctor says it's probably true and insightful, on your part to recognize. Again, whole discussion about this elite role thing. Okay, doctor does say that, Mr. Enriquez displayed an adequate understanding of his history with substance abuse, his potential for relapse and his need for ongoing management of that problem. He seemed to be very familiar with the 12-step recovery model. He was able to discuss the 12 steps meaningfully, and he also too consistently participated in groups while he has been at 3I, Ironwood State Prison. As long as he continues to utilize those, proactive strategies via webinars 5 and a local sponsor, his prognosis for 6 continuing sobriety was reasonably positive at this 7 time. Okay. Doctor talks about risk management 8 factors, and when you saw the doctor, you had yet to 9 identify those webinars, and so that's something the 10 doctor weighed against you, you hadn't identified or a 11 local sponsor. Then there's the static 99, and the 12 doctor uses static 99. There's been quite a discussion 13 about the static 99, not only here but at previous 14 hearings. The way this doctor used it and weighed 15 it said that, using it as she weighed it, said you 16 were above average. She does say, that, on 117 hand this estimate may overestimate your true risk for 18 sexual recidivism at age 54 cause, we know it's a static 19. It's a static score. It's not supposed to 20 change, but it does, because it doesn't take in 21 consideration, passage of time, your 22 involvement, how old you are now, what's 23 the likelihood. We see static 99s on guys that were 24 in 1920, and they're 70 years old. What Val 25 predicted value does that have for us? Now your attorneys made all kinds of notes, and again, I just want you all to know we'll consider it, and what weight we decide to give it, we'll decide. Then overall doctor found you to be a moderate risk, and identifies that that's an increase, last time you were low, and that moderate risk. For violence is with the caveat you do not relapse with substance use or criminal activities. All right then. Is everybody prepared to move for a little long, or do we need a break? Attorney SHPPARD, can we have a restroom break? Yes. Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS, a restroom break? Okay, well let's take a restroom break. Time is approximately 11:35. When we come back, we will go to Deputy Commissioner JALLINS. We're back on the record. Presiding Commissioner ROBERTS, all right, back on the record. Time is approximately 11:45. All the parties previously in the room return to the room again. Before we get started with clarifying questions, just a reminder that we, are here because the governor reversed, so any closing statements might address the governor's, concerns if you have them. Just letting y'all know that's where we'd expect to hear and see it if we haven't addressed it so far. Okay. Attorney SHEPPARD. Commissioner Roberts, you said you were going to go back over the governor's inaudible. Presiding Commissioner ROBERTS, I'm gonna let you do it during closing. Attorney SHEPPARD, I'm sorry. Presiding Commissioner ROBERTS, I'm gonna let you do it at closing. Attorney SHEPPARD, I thought you were gonna talk about Presiding Commissioner ROBERTS. I think we talked about what I saw, so I'll let you do it in closing. Attorney SHEPPARD, okay. Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS. Okay. All right then, clarifying questions, counsel. Deputy District Attorney SOWDERS. Thank you. Could you ask Mr. Enriquez what triggered his last usage of heroin in prison? Presiding Commissioner ROBERTS. Okay. I think it's a fair question. We talked about that usage, but he wants to know what was the trigger for that usage. Inmate ENRIQZ. I felt like, I wanted the position, like, I still wanted to be special, and the feds had just dropped me off, and they said, okay, we're not gonna do anything with you, so I still wanted to claim that position of power and control, so I started distributing drugs again. I still wanted to maintain that control and power. Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS. He's talkin' about your usage. Inmate ENRIQZ. Oh, I started dealing drugs. I started dealing drugs and, I hadn't changed at all. I hadn't changed at that point. Presiding Commissioner ROBERTS. So what was the motivation for you to use heroin? You, personally, to use heroin. I get the distribution. He wants to know what triggered you to use heroin that last time. Inmate ENRIQZ. I still hadn't even developed a relapse prevention plan. I had no coping skills at all. I was still an addict in the throes of addiction. Presiding Commissioner ROBERTS. All right, I don't, what triggered you to use that time? Cause you hadn't used for a while, so what triggered you to use? What was there a trigger that you can think back on? Inmate ENRIQZ. Oh, there was a number of external, triggers like I was exposed. Presiding Commissioner ROBERTS. Tell us what they were that expo. He wants to know what it was that triggered you to use. Inmate ENRIQZ. Well, like internal and external triggers. Presiding Commissioner ROBERTS. I imagine that's what he's looking for. Deputy District Attorney SOWDERS. Was he hurt? Was he disappointed? Did he feel bad that they weren't gonna use him? Presiding Commissioner ROBERTS. Okay. He's looking for the motivation that time for using drugs. Inmate ENRIQZ. Well, there were a number of external factors. I was exposed to drugs. There was a high level of drug use there. But internally, I was going through some form of, disappointment because I was at a SNY yard, my life had not changed, I felt disappointed. And I've testified to this in the past, in my hearings, that the feds were not going to use me. And I think that I was suffering from some form of depression at that time. Presiding Commissioner ROBERTS. Okay, all right, counsel. Deputy District Attorney SOWDERS. Thank you. Could you ask Mr. Enriquez how he's going to obtain anonymity? And I think that's what we're talking about, an identity change. If he pursues one aspect of his parole plans, and that was to continue lecturing, assisting law enforcement both in court or speaking to their academies and their specialist groups. He can change his name, but to be useful, he's gonna have to let everyone know who he is or who he was and why he's useful to them. That makes him high profile, it seems to me. How is he gonna maintain anonymity if he continues to assist law enforcement? Presiding Commissioner ROBERTS. Okay. I guess the more important component of that is to ask, when you go into the program, is this plan to lose yourself back into this obscurity, or what's the reason what's gonna be happening is what he's looking for. He thinks there's a component of your parole plan. If you continue to engage in stuff, your face is still gonna be out there, your true name's gonna be out there. So, Deputy District Attorney SOWDERS. If not his true name, certainly identifying information. He can change his name, but somebody will know who he really is. Presiding Commissioner ROBERTS. Yeah, well, pictures of him all Deputy District Attorney SOWDERS. Otherwise he wouldn't be there. Presiding Commissioner ROBERTS. I guess more important for me to understand is, what's the plan in terms of parole plans? Are you planning to just go and disappear, or what's the deal? Inmate ENRIQZ. Yeah, I plan to go and disappear, and working with law enforcement has been very secure for the past 17 years. I still go and testify on a number of occasions. I go under an assumed name. Presiding Commissioner ROBERTS. Will that continue after you're on parole in this, name change status. Inmate Enriquez. I foresee it never stopping until law enforcement says, we do no longer want you to testify. Presiding Commissioner Roberts, all right. Inmate Enriquez. I will not stop testifying, nor will I stop educating law enforcement. Presiding Commissioner Roberts. So the DA's pointing that could be problematic because you're one presiding commissioner Roberts. First of all, do 2 you have restitution owed? Inmate Enriquez. I have no restitution owed. 4 presiding commissioner Roberts. Okay, all right. 5 so since there's no restitution owed, has 6 there been any other effort to do you feel the 7 obligation to, from that perspective financially 8 attempt to assist them or help them in any way? 9 Inmate Enriquez. I considered starting a college fund, but I thought it would be, 11 inappropriate as in buying off witnesses, so, in 12 lieu of, contributions are made to a fallen 13 officers fund by, police and fire publishing. 14 Deputy District Attorney SOWDERS. How about 15 their funeral expenses? The family? Couldn't he do 16 couldn't he pay the funeral expenses? 17 Presiding Commissioner Roberts. We get 18 into a very, has the court ordered you not to have 19 contact? 20 Inmate Enriquez. Yeah, well, I've been 21 advised, not only have I written letters, but the CDC 22 will not forward them. I forwarded them to the District 23 attorney, and they told me that I can't 24 have communication with them for some. Even though 25 I've written them letters. To fully cover pro-social relationships, who would you say the most important people are in your life right now? Inmate Enriquez. My grandchildren, my children, my wife, my brothers and my sisters. Well, my brother and my sisters. My other brother's deceased now. I have a number of people who are long-standing relationships who have been supportive who have submitted support letters on my behalf. Attorney SHPPARD. With your siblings, they didn't pursue a criminal lifestyle, right? Inmate Enriquez. No. My brother went to prison, but he's been out of prison maybe 30 years now. Attorney SHPPARD. So when you debriefed and started to take a positive approach to life, did you have to restore that relationship with them? Inmate Enriquez. My relationship with my family? Attorney SHPPARD. With your brothers and sisters. Inmate Enriquez. I've always had a close relationship with them. I mean, it was never altered. I think my criminality altered my relationship with them because I came attorney SHPPARD. Right. Inmate Enriquez. To prison. Attorney SHPPARD. That's what I'm asking. When your criminality ceased, was there, a process of rebuilding that relationship? Inmate Enriquez. Yes, I went to the past 17 years. They come to see me now. I communicate with them. They're all out of state, so it's kinda difficult for them to come down, but I see them as frequently as possible, and I communicate with them. Attorney SHPPARD. And how long have you, Presiding Commissioner Roberts, hold on. Attorney SHPPARD. Known your wife, Presiding Commissioner Roberts? Quick question. That leads me to ask something, so I'm gonna barge in here. They're moving out of state. Is that a result of your activities that they've moved out of state? Inmate Enriquez. Absolutely not. Their relocation was Presiding Commissioner Roberts. The answer knows good. Inmate Enriquez. Okay. Presiding Commissioner Roberts. You're a talker, so I'm gonna try to keep you to short, inaudible with me when I was in the throes of my criminality. Attorney SHPPARD. So would you say she's been a positive or pro-social influence on you? Inmate Enriquez. She's been my rock. Attorney SHPPARD. Okay. At the last hearing or just a little bit before the last hearing was the first time you disclosed about having been a childhood victim of sexual abuse. And at the 2017 hearing, there was quite a bit of discussion about the fact that it was a fairly new disclosure, and had you sufficiently, addressed that issue. So it's been a year and a half. What have you done over this past year and a half to address, the healing that you need? Inmate Enriquez. Oh, I've participated in in-depth therapy. I went online and sought out resources. I particularly addressed the shame that was so, oppressive, it was so weighty. For years it stopped me from revealing, the true, trauma of my life, and it was not just shame for my family, but it was shame for harming my own reputation, and I have since learned that there is no shame in what occurred to me. It wasn't my fault. I've learned to forgive. I've learned in forgiveness there's therapy, there's healing, and part of my Christianity, says that I don't have to forgive my brother 7 times, but 7 times 70, you know. So I've learned that, and in doing so, it's enlightened me so much. Now I can help others that suffer. I've had the ability now to speak in groups, openly about my childhood sexual trauma, and other inmates who have been before this board, have come forth as a result of the mentoring. I've taught them how to speak about it as well, so I've done a number of things. Dealing with the shame, understanding the reoffense chain, understanding the cycle of power control. That was a dominant feature in my life. That was a dominant feature in my sexual violence as well. It was, behavioral replication. So, since revealing this, I've done a lot of work internally in understanding the trauma of my childhood sexual abuse. Attorney SHEPPARD. Thank you. I just want to clarify something you said at the beginning of that answer. You said you've gone online to find information, and since inmates typically don't have internet access, I just want you to clarify maybe when you did that or how you did that. Inmate Enriquez. They have resource hubs here that are available to inmates in, LTOPP program and in education, plus my wife, accesses resources for me as well. Attorney SHEPPARD. Okay, this is just another quick clarification of something you said towards the beginning of the hearing. Commissioner Roberts brought up the idea of, or the phrase elite status and asked you, where did it come from, and you said it came from Dr. Robinson. And I went and checked the report, and she quoted you saying the phrase elite status a couple of times, so I just wanted to get clarification on how that came from Dr. Robinson. Inmate Enriquez. Well, the question was posed, one of her questions was your Reese. You are an elite, witness, and you had elite status in the Mexican mafia. So I have since, in every one of my insight reports, have utilized that phrase because I thought that's how she wanted it addressed. But as Commissioner Roberts pointed out, this is about power and control. That my position in the Mexican mafia was about power. My crimes and those cycle of behaviors were all about power and control. So I'm not trying to say that I did not use this phrase because I've used the phrase. I've used it in all my writing since then that have dated post this report. I've used that phrase because it was proposed to me that way. Attorney SHEPPARD. Okay, so you're saying she verbally gave you this phrase maybe when she interviewed you. Inmate Enriquez. May in a form of the question, but I just ran with it after that cause I thought that was clinical. Attorney SHEPPARD. Inmate Enriquez. Phrase for it. Attorney SHEPPARD. Right. And at the time, is it fair to say that you viewed yourself as elite, inmate Enriquez? Oh, certainly. Attorney SHEPPARD. In the mafia. Inmate Enriquez. I was, upper echelon. I was a powerful individual within the Mexican mafia. I saw myself that way. I did. So it's an accurate assessment. Attorney SHEPPARD. Okay. And in response to Dr. Robinson's report and in preparation for today, you have done some work to address this idea of narcissism. Is that true? Inmate Enriquez. Thank you. Mr. Enriquez's rehabilitation efforts too must be weighed and balanced of his extraordinary 3 criminal history. We agree with the governor's most 4 recent letter and the concerns he's expressed. We agree 5 with Dr. Robinson's analysis and opinion and believe 6 it's still relevant today. The district attorney's 7 office is opposed to a finding of suitability today. 8 the current 2017 risk assessment does not support parole 9 in its comments. And I should point out, the 10 panel mentioned in passing that Mr. Enriquez does talk. 11 and I I'm not sure if he meant to say that he has 12 participated in-depth therapy or not. I wasn't aware. 13, I don't see it in the record. And I didn't think the 14 Department of Corrections provided in-depth therapy. 15 outside, in-depth therapy, outside the mental health 16 services. So sometimes he may exaggerate when he talks. 17 a moderate risk, which is his current risk 18 assessment, considering Mr. Enriquez's violent and 19 lengthy past, and his enduring antisocial personality 20 disorder with narcissistic features is not a reasonable 21 risk today. Some cases, call for heightened 22 scrutiny by the Board of Parole hearings. This is in 23 unusual case. It has more elements in it than most. So 24, a standard analysis of insight, and let's just look 25 and see when the last 115 is not really sufficient. You have to go more in depth with Mr. Enriquez. He's an extraordinary, person. Not all Hispanic street gang members participate in prison gangs, such as Shornos or Group, or whatever the Shornos is. Not all Shornos become Mexican Mafia associates. Not all Mexican Mafia associates become members. As we've learned in the last few years in these hearings, there are very few actual members or who are considered members of the actual Mexican Mafia. Mr. Enriquez is extraordinary in that he did rise through all those ranks to become an influential member of the Mexican Mafia. Also in addition to the overall assessment of moderate risk, which we submit is not a reasonable risk in Mr. Enriquez's case, he tested in the PCLR component above the mean. That is significant. Even though he's below the cutoff, we don't see that very often, and that's at age 54 when he was tested. It's a test. That's not just talking to him. Also, he poses an above-average risk for sexual crime recidivism. That's also unusual. So he contains some certainly extraordinary, unusual aspects in the review of his case. As far as the static 99, Dr. Robinson discussed mitigating that score because of his age. However, she went back at the end of that segment. She rejected and stayed with the above-average one because 2 violent, sexual assaults, 1 at 17 and 1 later in prison. 1 was male, 1 was female. 3 these were extraordinary circumstances, which caused her 4 not to mitigate that score. We share Dr. Robinson's 5 concerns about Mr. Enriquez's self-described addiction, 6 to seeking and maintaining elite status. He won't 7 always be able to rely on law enforcement or public 8 speaking to obtain an elite status. At some point he'll 9 go through that withdrawal again. He went through it 10 once before and reverted to heroin. He says he has the 11 skills now because of programming that won't 12 happen, but it did happen once. He currently lacks 13 verified coping skills for this character defect, 14 that is the, seeking of, elite status. I think 15 Dr. Robinson said he currently lacks coping skills for 16 that. I don't see verification of current coping skills, 17 for that particular, character defect, and that 18 character defect has a nexus to the life crimes. At 19 the last hearing and today's hearing, he said he would 20 continue to assist law enforcement. In the last hearing 21 he said till the end of his days. Here he said as long 22 as they need him, which is probably a more realistic 23 statement. What can he do? Has he done everything he 24 possibly can do? That's always the question. He's done 25 a lot, but has he done everything he needs to do to meet 1 the governor's concerns and Dr. Robinson's concerns, and 2 I think the governor's concerns reflect Dr. Robinson's 3 report. He should continue to engage in 4 self-help, especially because he presents with 5 a combination of extraordinary issues such as being a 6 sexual predator in the past, addiction to seeking elite 7 status and narcissism. Standard groups may not be 8 enough for him in the prison. They may not be able to 9 deal with his specific problems, so therefore, he 10 may be beyond them. Therefore he needs to read books, 11 take correspondence courses, and do everything he can to 12 show that he has overcome these personality defects, 13 character defects, if he can. The passage of time will 14 also contribute to lowering his risk as he will age. 15 standard, analysis is when someone 16 reaches 40, inaudible, age they become less and less a 17 risk. That implies in the reverse that the more time 18 that passes, the less and less risk they will, 19 present to the public if released. So the passage of 20 time will also help. Eventually, he can fade into 21 anonymity and lower his profile. And he will no longer 22 pose a risk to the public and subject the public to 23 collateral damage. This has been expressed, a concern 24 expressed by the governor. I don't want to repeat 25 myself. Based on the record, Mr. Enriquez moderate 1 risk assessment, which we believe is relevant and too current today, is an unreasonable risk, to the 3 public, so therefore we're very much opposed. Thank for you. Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS, Counsel. 6 Attorney SHEPPARD. Thank you. I'm gonna 7 just through some of the factors that favor 8 suitability, and within that context, I'll focus 9 as much as I can on the governor's, concerns. First 10 of all, he reduces the 11 probability of recidivism. He's 56 years old. And 12, Mr. Soders is right that we see, a 13 pattern in one's age that is relevant to recidivism. And 14, Mr. Enriquez has been discipline-free now for 14 years, 15, so that goes back to the age of 42, so that fits 16 pretty tightly with this idea of, if we're 17 gonna see antisocial personality disorder. Symptoms 18 decrease. It's gonna start to happen by the age of 40. 19 or it's not gonna happen at all. And that's exactly 20 what's happened with Mr. Enriquez, is it has. Those 21 symptoms have decreased over time significantly. 22 we're not even just talking about a de-escalating 23 pattern. We're talking about from the age of 42-24 forward, there hasn't been a single relapse, into 25 drugs or violence or criminality, and we've seen the one exact opposite. We've seen his efforts to be prosocial too and to help law enforcement. Other factors, 3 that motivation factor in the Suitability 4 code, I think is really relevant here. He committed 5 the crime as a result of a significant period of stress 6 in his life, especially one that built up over a long 7 period of time. And as I often do, I think this needs to 8 be addressed all the way back to Mr. Enriquez's 9 childhood, and to the abuse that he suffered at the hands 10 of his father and his brother, and the environment that 11 he was raised in, being surrounded by a gang lifestyle, 12 That then became enticing to him because of the 13 childhood trauma that he experienced. Now admittedly, 14 by the time he committed the life crimes that he's here 15 for, he had willingly involved himself in a stressful 16 lifestyle, a criminal lifestyle. But nevertheless, its 17 goes all the way back to that complex childhood 18 trauma that really, leads directly to these sort of 19 problems and problem behaviors, and doesn't ever resolve 20 itself. Just by the passage of time or by accident. 21, childhood trauma and the effect that at 22 has on a person never goes away until one makes the 23 decision to address it. And Mr. Enriquez started to do 24 that when he debriefed, and then when he started to 25 address. His own criminality, change his own behavior, commit to making amends by helping law enforcement, and then committed himself to self-help and to therapy. Now, in 2017, when he disclosed that, the worst of his childhood trauma, that wasn't the first time he began to address that childhood trauma. He had disclosed it to his family much earlier, begun to talk with them about it. He had disclosed it in support groups and begun to talk about it. 2017 was just when he finally, found the courage to publicly admit it, knowing that for him, publicly doesn't just mean to the board, it means to the world where it may end up in the press, and being heard by everyone. So as we know, childhood trauma, especially sexual trauma, involves a lot of shame, and overcoming that shame is all the harder, when it's not just a matter of disclosing privately to one's therapist and family, but to the world. So that suitability factor I think is relevant here. Yes, he had an unstable social history. But even though he's not a youth offender on these crimes, we know that one of the hallmarks of youth is that early childhood instability has long-term effects and results in entrenched issues. We also know, from Dr. Robinson, this was actually written in one of her other reports, But Dr. Robinson, who herself has written that drug abuse, causes developmental arrest too, and that it's not surprising that an inmate's 3 conduct does not improve substantially until they become 4 clean and sober for an extended period of time. 5. This is her expert opinion, and that's borne out in what 6 we see in Mr. Enriquez's life, that it wasn't until he 7 got sober in 2005 that we begin to see that substantial 8 change. And I point these things out, so that 9 you can see that he is amenable to treatment, that once 10 he was able to come to a place where he could admit what 11 was going on with him, get the drugs out of his system 12, and try to change, that it turned out he was 13 very capable of change. That brings me to 14 insight. The suitability factors relevant here are 15 signs of remorse and acceptance of responsibility. But 16 overall the issue is what the governor raised. It's this 17 issue of, he spent a long time pursuing 18 extreme and violent goals. And the governor was 19 concerned with whether he had shown adequate 20 understanding of why he was willing to devote himself 21 to brutality and gang leadership. And I would submit 22 that he has shown that insight. I think he showed a lot 23 even in, the prior hearing and the one before that, 24, and obviously multiple board members have agreed that 25 that was true. But it has continually improved each one time, and in response to, the governor's decision to here, Mr. Enriquez hasn't been disappointed or 3 discouraged, but instead he's focused on what can I do to further address these issues. He's written 5 essays about narcissism and about, trying to draw 6 the connection between that childhood inaudible, at 7 that time, and, the ways that he pursued that 8 gang leadership. Now we have to recognize that at some 9 point, it just comes down to individual difference, that 10 some people might experience that kind of childhood, and 11 might become only a moderate-level criminal, or 12 an alcoholic, whereas Mr. Enriquez pursued an escalating 13 pattern of gang violence, and power and dominance 14 to satisfy that internal shame and that need for 15 relevance and meaning in his life. And he was 16 unique, and he was able to tell you, I simply lack the 17 emotional intelligence that some others might have had 18 to seek out help, instead of to seek out these antisocial 19 methods of addressing his emotional needs. 20 so with all due respect to the governor, at some 21 point, you can always say, well, it's not enough. It 22 doesn't explain it. It's never gonna explain it. 23 apart from this is just who he is and how he reacted to 24 what he went through. And what's more important is, has 25 he come up with a credible explanation of how he got one there, and proven that he's able to unget there for lack too of a better phrase. And that's what he's done. So 3 that brings me to the next suitability factor, which is for a good disciplinary record because with all due, 5 meaning to the severe violence of his 6 earlier years, he has had 14 years discipline-free. He 7 has managed to demonstrate that he can change his ways, 8 eliminate that violence, criminality, impulsivity, 9 addiction. All of it he's been able to eliminate it. 10, and that speaks to what we would call a lengthy period 11 of positive rehabilitation. Certainly, his crimes are 12 heinous. There's no doubt about that. 13, but through both his institutional activities, his self-14 help, his programming, and his proven disciplinary 15 record, we have a lengthy period of positive 16 rehabilitation. Covering briefly his parole plans, 17 this was actually another issue that the governor 18 raised. With all due respect, the governor 19 is wrong. Both after the 2016 reversal and the 2017-20 reversal, writs of habeas corpus were filed in this 21 case. And in both of those cases, the Superior Court 22 said, well, we're gonna accept the 23 governor's decision. He's got a right to weigh the 24 insight, and we can't fault him for that. But when 25 it comes to parole plans, the governor is wrong. The one Superior Court both times said there is nothing about Mr. Enriquez's parole plans that makes him a danger to 3 society. So you have that ruling from the Superior 4 Court on 2 occasions. And what supported 5 supportive of those rulings is everything that we've 6 presented to you. And it's, again, been improved every 7 single time. Coming up with every possible way to 8 address whether there's a risk or a danger 9 because he's gonna be a sex offender, and he's a 10 high-profile target to the Mexican mafia. And 11 the fact is, he's covered it as best he could possibly 12 do, and more than adequately including being willing to 13 submit to further incarceration for as long as is needed 14, until he can be moved to a secure location. And 15 for what it's worth, because of his 16 cooperation with law enforcement, he's eligible for both 17 the funds and the legal rights that will keep him 18 safe. It's just without a 19 doubt that if you change his name and you take him off 20 public registration, how's anyone gonna find him? 21, unless they're within a law enforcement organization. 22, they won't be able to. So that covers plans for parole. 23, I don't think I need to even get too much 24 into the fact that he does have relapse prevention 25 plans. He does have, both, regular community 1 support and kind of the online resources that he would 2 need should he find that it's simply just not safe to go 3 outside. He's got all of that. And he's got the stable, 4, family relationships and, stable social support 5 that he needs. Okay, 2 last things that I want to 6 address. 1 is the risk assessment, and 1 is, 7 the victim's personal representative, who is an attorney 8 who I believe is gonna make a statement akin to a second 9 closing argument by prosecution. He's 10 done so in writing, and I just want to make a couple of 11 brief comments about that. This attorney 12 has represented Mexican mafia associates as their 13 defense counsel. And so with all due respect, it seems 14 pretty disingenuous to say, I represent other 15 Mexican mafia members as in defense of them, but 16, this one is bad, and this one I don't believe. He 17 has cross-examined the one who's helping the prosecution 18, while acting on behalf of other Mexican mafia members 19, who are being convicted for their crimes. He writes 20 in his letter that Mr. Enriquez's efforts are a 21 testament to the ability of a hardened Mexican mafia 22 member to betray his brothers to whom he swore a 23 lifetime allegiance. You know what I would say to 24 that? Good job. That's to his credit that what he's 25 done has demonstrate his ability to betray these Mexican 1 mafia members. And I don't understand Mr. 2 Kiesner's allegiances here. Is he in support of 3 these victims who have suffered a loss, and that matters for a great deal, or is he in support of other Mexican Mafia 5 members? And is he mad at Mr. Enriquez for betraying 6 them? I've read his letter, and you 7 know, he does his best to try to come up with any little 8 way to find an inconsistency. And he doesn't 9 really succeed. One example I wanted to point to is 10 sorry, let me find the page on page 9, he 11 says, after Mr. Enriquez's parents are gone, then 12 he's, sullying their good name by describing 13 this abuse. And he then quotes, Mr. Enriquez giving 14 testimony where he says he came from a loving family. 15, but he gets the chronology backwards. The 16 testimony, 17 presiding commissioner ROBRTS. I think we can 18 figure that out, counsel. 19 attorney SHUPPARD. Okay. 20 presiding commissioner ROBRTS. He's here. 21 attorney SHUPPARD. I can move on. 22 presiding commissioner ROBRTS, representing 23 these people. 24 attorney SHUPPARD. Right. 25 presiding commissioner ROBERTS. And they've asked him to represent him. Attorney SHUPPARD. All right. Presiding commissioner ROBERTS. So I'm not real interested in his background. Attorney SHUPPARD. Okay. Presiding commissioner ROBRTS. But I think we're smart enough to figure all this stuff out one way or the other. Attorney SHUPPARD. Okay. Presiding commissioner ROBRTS. So if you'll move on to attorney SHUPPARD. Sure. Presiding commissioner ROBRTS. To more pertinent stuff, I'd appreciate it. Attorney SHUPPARD. Sure. Let me move on to the risk assessment, and that's the last thing I want to cover. Dr. Robinson's report is a 1.5 years old, and, she did reach a moderate level. You've read my rebuttal, so I'm not gonna go over all of that, about the static 99. You pointed out also that it may overestimate his risk. But what I most wanna point out is that there have been some major improvements just since Dr. Robinson's assessment. Perhaps most importantly is that at the time of the assessment, his disclosure was new, and she was, understandably skeptical, because it too was new. And this was the third issue that the Governor 3 pointed to was Dr. Robinson's assessment, which was 4 influenced primarily by that skepticism. But Mr. 5 Enriquez has submitted letters from his family 6, corroborating what he claims. And, her skepticism 7 was also because she felt that she wasn't sure he had 8 fully addressed it and gotten therapy for it, and the 9 fact is that he has. We submitted, notes from the 10 therapy that he has undergone. I don't know if you call 11 that in-depth or not, but he's taken advantage of, 12 all the one-on-one therapy that the CDCR will 13 provide him. But he's also, participated in a great 14 deal of group therapy to address it. Many inmates 15 have suffered childhood sexual trauma, and in these 16 groups that they do, that's where they are able to talk 17 about it and really process through it. So I would 18 submit that he has undergone in-depth therapy, as much 19 as could possibly be done in the CDCR context. Dr. 20 Robinson also said he needed better insight into how his 21 antisocial narcissistic personality dynamics remained 22 active. And Mr. Enriquez has written you an essay on 23 and that essay was the product of a great deal of 24 study. He actually wrote to me at one point and asked, 25, can you print me out whatever materials you can find one about sexual abuse and narcissism, and listed 2 several topics. And I mailed him a good 50 pages of, 3 research printed off of the internet, for him to 4 help study into this. And that essay is a product of 5 that. So I would submit that he has improved his 6 insight in response to Dr. Robinson's report. And 7 then I would point out with the PCLR being above the 8 mean but below the cutoff. Dr. Robinson wrote that 9 her analysis was based solely on historic 10 characteristics. There wasn't a single antisocial, 11 psychopathic characteristic that she 12 listed as seeing present currently. She only listed 13 factors that she had seen historically. And the 14 things that she described, pervasive antisocial 15 tendencies, poor behavioral control, interpersonal 16 dominance and meanness, all of those we don't see 17 present currently. So Dr. 18 Robinson's opinion a year and a half ago was that he was 19 a moderate risk. The opinion in 2014 was 20 that he was a low risk. Those are in 21 example of 2, clinical psychological, or 22 forensic psychological opinions. Those aren't the 23 only relevant opinions, though. You also have the 24 opinion of 10 of your colleagues, 3 commissioners, 25 and 4 deputy commissioners, who have all concluded that he was not an unreasonable danger. You also have the opinion of dozens of correctional officers and correctional sergeants, 5 sergeants and countless, correctional officers. You also have the opinion of multiple law enforcement officers and deputy district attorneys who have worked with him, seen him even outside of the CDCR context, and come to believe that he is sincere, in his rehabilitation, and he's sincere in his reasons and his efforts to help them. And that includes 2 deputy district attorneys from Mr. Soder's own office, who disagree with his opinion. So of course this panel and the governor's officer are gonna make their own opinions, but all of these other opinions are certainly relevant evidence. So I would submit that with all this and every one of these experts thinking the way that they do, he's not an unreasonable risk of danger. Thank you. Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS, thank you. Sir, do you have a closing statement? Inmate ENRIQEZ, yes, sir. I'll keep it very brief. I appear before you today understanding that I do not deserve parole. I do consider myself suitable, but I do not deserve parole. I know that I've committed a great amount of violence. I've hurt a great amount of people. I've committed crimes that people are still feeling today. I can never undo that, but I can vow to live my life in a correct manner. I made a commitment never to violate another law, never to harm another soul. I understand the hesitancy. I understand the reticence. I understand the reluctance of people when they see me, when they see my case. I understand that I'm different from everybody else. I understand that. I did the things I did and I merit that scrutiny. I understand that. But I'd also say this to the governor himself, to the governor's reversal panel, to you as commissioners and to the victim's family. I'm sorry for what I've done. I have remorse for what I've done. I know that I've hurt you and that when I killed Cynthia, I killed a part of you. When I killed David Gallegos, I killed a part of his family members, and for every other person that suffered as a result of crimes, I'm responsible for that as well. I know I can't undo that, and I can't say I'm sorry enough. I will not ask for your forgiveness cause I know that's too much, but the rest of my life is gonna be lived in memorial for her. I live my life for all of my victims, paying amends. And I won't stop what I'm doing. I won't stop testifying because it receives its own privileges. I feel I owe that to the community and I owe that to you. I ask for your mercy. That's all I ask for. Thank you for your time. Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS, thank you. Okay, now we're to the part of the hearing where if you all wanna make a statement, we're here to receive your statements. You wants to make a statement and who wants to go first? Okay, somebody's decided he's going first. While you're negotiating, he's going first. Sir, can you state, do you want to sit down, have a seat, relax, give us your full name, state your last Mr. Figueroa, Robert Figueroa. Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS. That's the first, inaudible I'm talk and you talk, inaudible. Mr. Figueroa, I've been excuse my voice, but I've been, Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS, okay. Mr. Figueroa, a little sick. Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS. Give us your first name, spell your last name, your relationship with Cynthia. Mr. Figueroa. Robert Figueroa, Figueroa, I'm, Cindy's uncle. Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS. We're here to receive your statement, sir. Mr. Figueroa. I just want to say something about when, this person right here said about Cindy being into drugs. That's a lie. She wasn't into drugs cause at that time I used to see her, before where I used to live, okay? And I know she wasn't into drugs because she was a good girl. Anyway, everybody misses her. I miss her. My brother misses her. My niece, my daughter misses her, my daughters. My niece misses her, and her mother misses her. But she wasn't into drugs like he said that she was. She just got together with this guy, I guess she fell in love with him or something. And, one other thing that I want to say is when he said he felt sorry, when he saw the light. When he saw the light, okay, he changed, by kids getting killed. She had 2 little kids. And over what, 10 deal? A 10 deal? My God, give me a break, $10, I guess she took it out of the pot or whatever. I don't know what happened then, but 10, she got killed over 10. That's really something. And then he kills her. That's all I gotta say. Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS, thank you, sir. Mr. Figueroa, thank you. Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS, who would like to go next? Mr. Figueroa, I guess I'll go next. Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS, again, full name, spell your last, give your relationship with Cindy. Mr. Figueroa, my name is Richard Figueroa, Figueroa, and I'm the cousin of Cindy. Cindy's dad is my uncle. There's a lot I want to say. I know we don't have a lot of time. I'm gonna try to keep it short and sweet. There's a few things that pop out in my head that was said here today. This inmate right here tries to paint my cousin. I was young at the time, but from what I heard from this inmate, and from what he wrote in his book about my cousin, he tries to paint her as a monster. Like, he having her killed was justified because she was a bad person. Now I'm pretty sure maybe we're all parents, and we don't know everything that our children are doing. Maybe my cousin was a drug addict or whatever happened, but like I said, or like my Uncle Bobby said, we were told it was over 10 of drugs. A small pinch or whatever to get her over to the next day cause was a drug addict or whatnot. So you want someone, This inmate wanted to set an example on a two-mother over / 10 of drugs. That's one. 2. I'm the 1-3 that found Mr. Kiesner, so it wasn't because he knew for the Mexican mafia or defended or whatever have you. It 5 was I found him on the internet. He said he knew the 6 background. We ran with it. That's it. My uncle was 7 just trying to do all that he could do within 8 his power to stop this individual from getting out, 9 rightfully so, because we think that he speaks with a 10 split tongue. His genuineness of remorse and repentance 11 is not there. That's what we feel. As we watch the 12 videos on, that you are interviewed on, as we read 13 your transcripts, as we read not genuine. You're 14 lacking repentance and remorse, but it is very difficult 15 for me to write this letter for the sole per. I 16 really hope that the board got the pictures of that 17 we sent, and the letters that my uncle and I, Raymond 18 Figueroa, have sent. I really hope that you guys took 19 the time to look at the links and watch the 20 timeframes that we put down on paper, so you guys could 21 get a better understanding, and see what we're talking, 22 about and feel what we feel, and so on and so 23 fourth. It is very difficult for me to write this 24 letter for the sole reason that I was a young child at 25 the time of my cousin's murder. When I try to remember 1 times together and picture her face, the memories are too clouded. I think to myself that if not for this inmate, 3, there would not be a need to struggle with old memories 4 or even a need to recall from memories, but rather she 5 would be here with us. She would be here with her 6 children. She would be here with her grandchildren. 7, she would be here with family that loves 8 and misses her. Importantly, she would be here to take 9 care of her dad and her mother as they get older. But 10, they were robbed of that chance because of this inmate. 11, there would not be a need for this letter, or this day, or 12 for my family to relive an agonizing memory, and see and 13 hear my uncle's pain as he talks about Cindy, and how she 14 and how she was taken from us. All this never 15 have happened, and be happening if this murderer and 16 rapist did not have an abundant, lustful appetite for 17 Satan's ways, and to be a leader in the devil's army. 18, the only memory that dominates my head when I try to 19 recall Cindy is the day the family gathered to tell my 20 Nana, my grandmother, that she was murdered. That 21 day everyone gathered at Cindy's dad's house. Everyone 22 was attending to Nana. She was the center of 23 attention, sitting in a chair in the living room near 24 the back of the room. Everyone was walking on edge and 25 nervous, trying to be strong, not showing any signs of grief. If I remember correctly, all she was told was that she was there because she needed to be told something important, I guess to kind of prepare her for some kind of news given her poor heart condition. I remember no one wanted to be the one to tell her that Cindy had been murdered. Cindy's own dad was absent from the house for quite some time during that day. I can only assume that being forced to face the torment of having his daughter taken from him and having to share that pain with his elderly mother was too much to bear at the time. While my uncle was gone, and I was standing in his kitchen with a clear view of my Nana, an older cousin came in and went straight to her and started to apologize and tell her how sorry she was for what happened. The confused and concerned look on my Nana's face was horrible. After everything settled, I don't know how, but I remember seeing Cindy's dad kneeling at the foot of my Nana bawling in tears. I could not hear the words that came from his mouth, but only the sobbing sounds that overcame his words. Next thing I saw and remember was the horrific wailing sounds that my Nana made. Everyone surrounding her, having their hands on her, trying to comfort my poor, fragile Nana. I could hear her over and over again saying, "How? Why, no, not my one Cindy." All this grief and commotion caused by Rene Enriquez, a murderous, manipulating rapist. I understand that this inmate has fulfilled all that you, for the parole board, and the state of California has 5 required as far as attending workshops and classes to 6 better himself. But what is being forgotten or 7 overlooked is that from this murderer's and rapist's 8 very own lips, he has said he dealt with the mafia. I know how to deal. I know how to politic. That's what 10 I did well. I know how to maneuver in the deep waters 11 with the great white sharks. This comes from last 12 years parole hearing transcripts, page 63, 13 lines 12 through 14. He has also admitted to being on 14 the Mafia's unfavorable list multiple times over years 15 many years, and getting himself favorable again, 16 surviving having his name removed. Does this not reveal 17 to us, his awareness and capability to his skillful craft, 18 of manipulation when his back is cornered? How can we 19 anyone be optimistic that this murderer and rapist 20 will not return and fulfill his evil lust desires again? 21, did he not admit to raping a man while incarcerated? 22, did he not admit to raping a man while 23 incarcerated? Did not his first offense happen while a 24 teenager, and yet he committed the same horrific 25 transgression decades later in adulthood? Truth be told, could he have not given into his impulse and chosen an alternative method? Yes, he could have. That option, yes, he had that option, but chose to inflict agonizing pain on once again another human being. Next time it could be if released, any of our daughters or sisters or even maybe one of our male family members. This cunning predator is here today asking to be released again for the 4th year in a row. But has he not already breathed and tasted freedom? This inmate has experienced pleasures and had been granted favoritism that other incarcerated murderers and rapists haven't. For instance, 1, he is able to leave prison and see the outside world. 2, he has attended at least one private fancy dinner that the public is aware of. 3, he has been fed bountiful and hearty meals other than the state-issued food. He has worn wardrobes, ties, dress shirts other than state-issued. He has traveled to various locations. 6, he and his family have profited from authoring books about his criminal lifestyle. I know he said that the state has forbidden him to contact the family, but this guy is smart. If this guy could bring in weapons and orchestrate some kind, this mafia street, this guy could figure out how to contact the family and show some remorse or repentance and say sorry, send some funds or something to the kids. 7, he has attended a book signing after his private dinner. 8, he has had access to a laptop. 9, and finally, he has been before the parole board 4 years consecutively instead of, according to the statutory law. I may be wrong what I'm saying, but in the normal inmate, it would be every 3, 5, 7, 10, 15 years. All these benefits while he has enjoyed his celebrity status. Having knowledge of these factors has made the family feel worthless and a sense of injustice. We all have lost faith, especially Cindy's children and my uncle, in the criminal system. I see the sorrow in my uncle's eyes and hear the disbelief in his voice as we planned for this day. I see my uncle reliving December of '89 as his anger and pain bursts out of him like a loud cannon. I have witnessed that anger like powerful tides crashing on family as they refuse to write you, the board members, letters in rejection of the release of this murdering rapist. The fear that Rene Enriquez instilled in them because of what he represents and what he asked someone to do to my cousin terrifies them. We're only a small group here today because the rest of the family is scared. I visit my uncle regularly, and it is painful to see him talk about his daughter being taken from him and of all the things that could have been if she were still here with us. My uncle has shared with me that he has been filled with mixed emotions of hurt, brokenness, betrayal, guilt, anger, emptiness, and above all, he has felt forgotten because of all the family member this inmate has received and everybody glorifying him, but they forget about us and what he has done and what he has taken. He feels that this inmate has been used in the correctional system at the cost of his fellow mafia member, hiding his true motivations. The only reason why Mr. Kiesner said something about, he's betraying his mafia brothers, if you read it in context, it says that this individual is willing to sacrifice anybody or anything to get what he wants, and the only thing that he wants is his freedom. That's his number 1 list, and has heard this inmate say in his own words that he don't like to be called boxer, but he believes this inmate is a psychopath and a killer. My uncle has told me that he can somewhat relate to the inmate because he grew up on the same side of the tracks like he did, but poor and off, on the streets at the age of 6 years old. But my uncle strongly points out that he had the decision not to be a gangster and a murderer and a rapist. I myself was sexually abused. I'm just saying that here today. My uncles don't know that. I didn't do any of the things. When I was out there on the street selling drugs, I had a choice. I was getting robbed. I figured out I'm gonna have to kill somebody if I wanna continue to sell drugs. Well, I knew that was wrong, so therefore I stopped. We beg you, please, put yourself in our shoes. Hear our pain through our words. Think of my Nana and the other family members who cannot be here because of their fear. Reject the release of this murdering rapist and refuse to hear his case again, please, for another 5, 7, 10 years from now. Let him meditate on what he's done truly and marinate on it. Because we're marinated on every single it's unfair to us that we've been brought here 4 years in a row. I know the parole board has granted, the release of this inmate, but Governor Brown has rejected it, and I'm pretty good reason why he rejected that parole grant. So we, the Figueroa family, me, Richard Figueroa, my unc, Cindy's dad, my other unc, Uncle Bobby, and all the other family members who do strongly reject and do not support your release, please take heed to our words. Please, that's all I have to say. Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS, thank you. Who wishes to speak next? Mr. Kastner, I think I'm next. Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS, okay. Mr. Kastner, Matthew Kiesner, I'm the family's attorney. I think the main thing that needs to be understood about Mr. Enriquez is that he is a master manipulator, and he's a hard worker. We can see through this attorney, he's earned the money working for the governor to hire an attorney to do this thorough job that she's done. Unfortunately, I don't get to even see to respond to any of this. What I have to do is go with the words he's used in court under oath. And, I wrote 11 pages and it's long, but I also supplied the transcripts, and I actually even asked the board to make sure that the attorney got this on time. Apparently it didn't happen. Because it's important to understand that this man, and the reason I say he betrayed his own brothers, the Mexican mafia, is he'll do anything. He sees you as marks. He sees anyone as a mark to be manipulated, and that's all this is. Now coming here was a difficult job, and so I'm trying, I'll try to do 2 things. Number 1, relate the pain of this family, which I really can't do, I'm incapable. And luckily you got a taste of that, but it's just a small taste 3 of the pain this family has had to go through. 4 Cindy's kids can't do it anymore. They 5, they can't face this again. They live with the pain day 6 in and day out, but last year they could 7 step up to the plate. And they were the ones that 8 intervened when they found out that they 9 had to intervene with the governor since he'd received a 10 positive parole, recommendation. The thing about 11 Mr. Enriquez is what he says under oath is very 12 different than what he says to you. And what he said as 13, convicted rapist to members of the Mexican Mafia 14. I mean, a rapist going to prison is usually marked 15 for death. He was able to use his tremendous skills, as 16 his intelligence, and his manipulative abilities to 17 become a Mexican Mafia member, going into prison as a 18 rapist. And if you think that those skills have leveled 19 off at all and that he's not trying to play the 20 system now, I think, I'm not that foolish. And I, 21, and I hope that he doesn't believe anyone is that 22 foolish to believe that he's not trying to game the 23 system. And the thing now is that when the Mexican 24 Mafia failed him, he keeps referring to the Maxin 25 murders. They were in 95. He continued to be a 1 Mexican Mafia member for 7 more years, so knowing too that this group had murdered children, he 3 continued to order hits. Order people murdered from 4 prison and participate in the Mexican Mafia 5 activity for 7 more years. He left the Mafia cause 6, they could no longer serve his purposes. And then when 7 he debriefed, he then, apparently had 8 the government had some interest in him, and then they 9 lost the interest. And what did he do? He started 10 slinging drugs and using heroin on the yard, in the SNY 11 yard. I mean, it's been 12 years since he was 12 slinging dope on the SNY yard. Let's put that in the 13 context of his criminal career, and the 14 attorney here says, he's been doing 15 some classes. He's been in the SNY yard doing classes 16 for what, a year or 18 months. This is a man who first 17 started trying to murder people when he was 14, 18 years old. And I detail that he tried to 19 shoot people and tried to murder them, and he's clear 20 at 14 I started using guns that I took from burglaries, 21 and I started shooting at people to try to kill them. 22 and then he raped a woman before he was even an adult, 23 when he was 17. It was a gang rape, and it was a gang 24 sodomy. And when he went to prison, I heard 8. 25, he's admitted that he went to prison for 27 robberies plus the sodomy, the gang sodomy by force. But the problem is that I see is in this hearing today, very little of his criminal career has come out in truth and fact. And luckily I did have the opportunity to cross-examine Mr. Enriquez, and I don't know if it was divine intervention that this family called me up and said, hey, my daughter was murdered by Rene Enriquez. And I went, well, surprise, I know a lot about Rene Enriquez. I was appointed to represent one of the people he testified against. And again, I don't I don't hide that. I put in here that he testified as an expert, and his opinion didn't change anything in the case. What it gave me is the opportunity to cross-examine him about his criminal history, which he doesn't tell the board about. Now last year at board, he was asked, Mr. Enriquez, how many people have you murdered? How many lives have you snuffed out? He couldn't give an answer, and I remember asking him that same question. I said, Mr. Enriquez, how many people have you murdered? I mean, we know about the 2, and he was talking about, and I'll give an answer on page 3 where he goes, he's thinking whether he murdered 5 people on top of the 2 or whether it was a total of 5 people he murdered. And he goes, I don't think it's 5 additional murders. I think it's 5 murders total. I think that's a generic number. Again, it's a generic number. And then he clarified, I provided a generic number. If I counted now, we counted every murder, I can probably come up with an accurate number of people he's murdered. That was in 2012. Now Enriquez sits here and tells us, my favorite step is step 5. This man hasn't worked the 12 steps. He parrots it. He says the magic word so that people will think he's working the 12 steps. Step 5 is identifying all the people you've harmed. Mr. Enriquez, in 2012 you said if given some time, I could come up with the number of people that I've murdered. You asked him last year at the parole board, someone did, how many people have you murdered, Mr. Enriquez? He couldn't come up with a number. So the idea that he sat down and done a 5th step where he's thought of all the people just he's murdered, made a list of people he has harmed, is it's incomprehensible that he's doing this. And then step number 9, he says my favorite step is step number 9. The one he can't do cause he can't make amends to any of the people, and apparently he hasn't tried, the people he stabbed, the families of his murder victims. So how many people has he murdered? We don't know. He testified a year later in Franco Phonetic. He said, I think I murdered 5 to 10 people. And again, when he comes before the board, he says, well, that might just be voting, but keep in mind, he said, I think participated is a better word for the 5 addition. The 5 additional murders he admitted he committed on top of the 2 he's here on the board. But then let's just talk about the times he stuck a knife into people. Some have been discussed today, but if you look at my page, I quote his own testimony right back to him of all the different people he has shanked. I talk about the people he tried to shoot with the gun as a juvenile, and then as an adult he tried to murder a man in a car even though his sister was sitting in the car. No mention of those victims. Where is the 5th step where he admits that he tried to kill a person in a car with a gun as an adult with his sister sitting in the car? He hasn't begun to talk about all the people he has harmed. He hasn't even identified it, to even begin to work on himself as a human being because he has no insight on himself. He knows how to parrot the magic words, and that's all he knows how to do, and that's why he continues to be in one extreme danger. I just want to talk about the 2 times other than shooting at people 3 and not killed 2, to try to kill them and not doing for it, when he was unsuccessful, and he talks about 5 many. And it's hard to quantify cause, he said. I did it once as an adult, when the sister was in the 7 car, and I quote that, and I have the transcript 8 there. But the people with knives and shanks that he's 9 tried to kill. Yeah, the famous one is the 110 at the attorney room at the 11 downtown Los Angeles jail, But he also, you got a 12 talk about when he stabbed Angel from Santa Monica, 13 again as an adult 10 to 15 times. Angel hasn't been 14 mentioned. Have amends been made to Angel? He 15 personally stabbed Ronald Hayward, he did 16 that. He personally stabbed 2 African-American 17 inmates, and he kinda glossed over that, and 18, and I think we need to go back to that. These were not 19 Mexican mafia people. This was when his group said, 20 let's cut down on the drive-bys, just shoot African 21 Americans, and so as his part, he targeted 22 people simply cause they were black, and he stabbed 23 them, and he got what he called a double-edged knife, 24 10 inches long, and he jabbed it into their body 25 because they were African American. We haven't discussed that, and those victims go unspoken. Henry Carlos, we didn't talk about Henry Carlos today, and Mr. Enriquez admitted that when he was 27 years old in 1999-1990, he caught Henry Carlos at the, CCB, the criminal courts building in Los Angeles, and he stuck a knife in him 29 or 30 times. Luckily, Carlos lived. He's tried to murder, by his own words, 10 or 15 people personally with his own hands, and had the blood of countless individuals that we don't know about. Those are the ones he's admitted. He has murdered a generic 5 to 10 human beings. But it's not just that he's a killer, he's also a rapist. And he's not only raped women when he was 17, he raped a man. He's a murderer. He's a rapist. And it's not just that he is those things, it's how he explains it now because that's what is important to the board. How does he explain my 17-year-old rape other than minimize it? Last year at the board, he said, well, the rape of this forcible sodomy of the young woman was a group sex thing. And this is his quote from last year. And she was engaging in amorous sexual behavior in front of the party. And what he's doing is he always justifies to put himself in the best possible position. Now the man he raped, he referred to him as a closeted homosexual. In other words, Mr. Enriquez says, hey, he was really homosexual, so it was okay to rape him even though he hadn't come out yet. What we haven't talked about, and I have this in section 4, is that after the Maxon Street murders, after he has this, whatever went on in his head where I guess he had some sort of twinge of guilt, or I don't know how he's describing it. It bothered him. He went out to try to set up an extortion. He set up the extortion scheme that now is plaguing our neighborhoods and our jails. But he was gonna set up a hit exchange and I have the exact citations. He was gonna set up a hit exchange, and he was one of the movers and shakers, his words. I was a fundamental player in this conspiracy to set up a hit exchange between the Mexican mafia and the, Mexican drug cartel. So after the Maxon Street murders, and before he finally realizes his days in the Mexican mafia are numbered, those are the last few things, and then finally, he was planning to murder someone from the Catholic Archdiocese at Pelican Bay and was deeply involved in that plan, and fortunately it didn't happen. Enriquez greatly, exaggerates his value to law enforcement. He tries to suggest he's been, last year he said Operation Knockout, I put all these people away. Operation Knockout was a operation where 1,400 law enforcement agents converged on, the city of Wine Gardens. He had really nothing to do with it. And on the case where I was the attorney, basically it's a sideshow, and what he's done, and what he's been demonstrated to be is someone who will be in Mexican mafia, he'll kill, he'll do all the things for them, and he'll switch his allegiances just that easy. When it's time, when that won't work, who can help me now? Who can help me now? And that went through Mr. Enriquez's head. Who can help me now? Not the mafia. I've gotta have an end game, I've gotta get out, I'm not a Mexican mafia anymore. And who did he turn to? Law enforcement. And, he tries to say, and last year he testifies, I donate, and he used the word donation but didn't mention all the money he's received. I mean, this has been an ongoing operation to accumulate wealth, to hire lawyers, or to send to his wife and his family. And just like he used, Senora's fake wives, he's much used this same wife to funnel money away from the hands of his victims, and into the hands of his family for basically the blood money that he gets by talking about all the harm he did as a Mexican mafia member. And finally, and I appreciate the board's time, and I'm repeating some of this, but I think it's important to stress, really that this emperor has no clothes. I mean, the idea that you can dress this man up, who from the age of 14 to 40 was trying to murder people, and he raped people, and he carried out murders, and he ordered murders. That's one thing. Let me backtrack. He admits that he ordered murders from prison on top of the ones he participated in. He got to the point where he's no longer involved in them, and he says, yeah, now I was ordering them and using my senoras, or wives, to carry out the hits I was ordering from prison. So we don't know how many real number of people he murdered are out there, and he certainly hasn't identified those names, and you could understand him not remembering those names. But it's something that need be told, cause it's not just this family that suffered from him. It's not just the Gallegos family, it's so many other families whose lives he's destroyed because of his murderous behavior. So to say 25 years of trying to kill people and raping people can be fixed by 16 months in the SNY yard of programs and online work, is silly. It's ridiculous. And so, I wanted to add, I do have a typo on page 8. I said he left the mafia in March 22nd of 2012. It's 2002, but for that one inaccuracy, my quotations are not only in context, but they really lay out what he says when he's not in front of the board about his criminal career. But here's the thing, and he now, in 2014 under oath, he says, I had a good family. I had a good family. This is on me. I had good parents. I had good siblings. I had a brother who got in the game, but I had a good family. And they were, the defense attorney here says, well, he was born in a bad gang neighborhood. No, he wasn't. He actually sought out the gang neighborhood. He was born in Cerritos. His family had a nice, beautiful house in Cerritos. He went to joint Artesia. He went to a nearby city to join the gang in the near neighboring city. But what sociopaths do is they are able to, and are willing to concoct a new personal history. And that's exactly what we've seen here, because what he's learned by testifying in death penalty cases is a lot of times what they'll seek to avoid the death penalty, and the mitigation they will use is child abuse. And remember that Mr. Enriquez says his epiphany, his moment when he got hugged by some victims in 2011, 2012. I mean, that's really when he first started to feel bad for all the 3 carnage he'd caused. When he had this, 4 he claims he had an epiphany, but keep in mind, he's 5 also learning about what works on death penalty cases, 6 and he hadn't quite figured it out yet. Maybe he was 7 floating the idea with his family, but in 2014 when he 8 testified under oath before the board, he said, I had a 9 great family. And that's consistent with what he's 10 testified, under oath. And I think his testimony in 11 Franco, and I'll quote directly from what he said in 12 Franco, page 184, 185, and this is in Federal 13 Court, 2013. I start with his answer. 14 I chose to be a gangster, yes, sir. Question, your 15 parents are middle class. You had a loving family. 16 your father had a business. Answer, yes, sir. You 17 chose to be a violent, vicious robber, rapist, and 18 murdered, correct? Answer, yes, sir. Because that was 19 the quickest way to impress and get ahead, right? 20 answer, yes, sir. And the idea that he's now gonna 21 create a new social narrative. And I 22 hope that there's a little skepticism when 23 someone like inmate Enriquez says, oh, I never 24 talked about this before. But my brother, Mark, 25, who was 3 years my senior, was my molester. I mean, it's strange that when, and you look in his 2 book, and he said the father that tried 3 to get him jobs and loved him now is someone who beats for him viciously. That's what he said last year. He went 5 from 2014, I had a great family, there was no abuse in 6 the home to 2017, I was molested by my brother Mark. And 7 even my mom beat me, and my dad beat me mercilessly, 8 viciously, okay. New complete social 9 narrative consistent with the abused child that he's 10 trying to sell now. But when he 11 finally, got pushed out of the Mexican mafia, 12 when he finally saw this is no longer going to work for 13 me, I'm now a target. That was what motivated him out. 14 self-interest, and nothing other than self-interest has 15 ever motivated Rene Enriquez. Now who are the people 16 who came when he got out, or when he first had a chance 17 to have? A contact visit with family after he left 18 the mafia? Who was there? His mother, and it's in his 19 book. There she is visiting him when he first got his 21st, his first hug visit after leaving the SHU when 21 he left the Mexican mafia. There's his 2 sons, whose 22 pictures he had put in the book, and there, on 23 the bottom, is his dad, his brother Mark and 124 of his sons. So the people who came to him and said, 25 welcome back, were his father, his mother and his brother Mark. His molester now and his abuser. And it's ridiculous. He's trying to sell you all a bill of goods, and it's interesting that these revelations about Mark 3 years older than him, I can't even fathom. I've never heard of a 3-year-old brother. Was there sex play? What is he trying to say? I don't know, but Mark isn't around to defend himself any longer, and that's when the allegations, oh, Mark molested me. That's why I was such a horrible human being for a quarter century. My mother beat me, the mother who loved him, and the father beat me mercilessly. Those people is who he now tries to throw under the bus to say they abused him, and that is why he's better now. This family wants a little bit of salvation and peace from the yearly reminder of this, and I think that they're entitled to that. And I will finish with Mr. Enriquez's testimony when he's talking, again, to another audience, and this time to a jury because when he talks to a jury, he likes to tell them, I'm never gonna get out. Oh no, I'm in here for life. I'm never gonna get out. When he comes to tell you, he tells you what a great plan he has. He puts together these detailed, charts and graphs and photographs, and he's gonna be airlifted. And he's gonna be parachuted 2 into Arkansas or whatever is in his mind that's gonna 3 happen to him that is reasonable or conceivable. 4, but I asked him these questions, and I 5 remember very clearly and got these answers from him. 6, I said, so you hope. You see it is a 7 possibility for you to get on parole. Answer, oh I 8 have so much hope. I have so much hope that I receive 9 parole. I pray for it, sir, but the possibility, the 10 reality of that is almost impossible. I'm a former 11 Mexican mafia member. Let's be realistic. Only the 12 most innocuous prisoners within the state of California 13, with no past criminal history, not individuals who kill 14 in prison, who direct murders on the street while 15 incarcerated, not individuals like me, who are 16 responsible for a lot of gang crime in society, ever 17 receive a favorable consideration for parole. It's an 18 impossibility. To suggest to the jury anything but is 19 ludicrous. Now he's right. That's the 120 thing I said I can absolutely agree with. It would be 21 ludicrous to let this man, on the street at 22 this time after a quarter century of inflicting damage 23 to anyone who he could take advantage of. He 24 would murder someone over a $10 bag of drugs. And 25 in Franco a year later he said, the reality, sir, is one that I'm going to die in prison. That was his 2 testimony under oath. It's funny now, when he's in 3 front of the board and not in front of a jury, how his 4 tune changes. He will say anything to anyone, and the 5 problem is when he gets out, he still has a lot of life 6 energy. He's a smart man, and he's the type 7 who will harm anyone at any time. And taking a few 8 little classes for 18 months doesn't change a 9 person who for a quarter century tried to kill 10 only to benefit himself. Rene Enriquez thinks of only 11 himself. But now I'm gonna ask this parole board to 12 consider this family, this 13 victims' family, and give them some respite. I ask this 14 board to deny this parole, come back in 5 or 10, 15 years, and let's see if he really understands what a 16 ninth step is. Let's see if he really understands what 17 the 5th step is, and that he's actually sat down with 18 another human being, and he's identified all the people 19 he's murdered just like he said he could do if he sat 20 down. Let him do that. And give him some time to think 21 about what he did. And give this family some 22 respite, and that's I really thank you for your 23 time today. Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS, okay, Sir, do you wish to make a statement? Mr. FIGURO, can I? Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS, absolutely. Mr. KASTNER, well, I think the rule was I had to speak and he couldn't, but Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS, okay. Mr. KASTNER, yeah. Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS, all right. Mr. FIGUROA, if you want to let him, you can. Mr. KASTNER, last year he went for 5 seconds. Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS, all right. We will now recess for deliberations. Time is approximately 1:05.
Definition: ammunition in-depth responses.
Recess 1 California Board of Parole Hearings 2DECISION3 Deputy Commissioner JALNS. We're on the 4 record. 5 Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS. We're back on 6 the record, and this is the matter of Rene Enriquez, CDC 7 number H69471. Time is approximately 1:40. All the 8 parties previously in the room have returned to the room 9 again with the exception of the victim's family 10 members, but their representative is here with us. 11 though. We've reconvened the hearing for the 12th pronouncement of the panel's decision. I'm one of the 13 commissioners likes to tell you what the decision is 14 and hope you just stick with us whether it's good or 15 bad. Just stick with us, cause there's good information 16 one way or the other as a result of our discussions. 17 all right, first of all, we find you suitable for parole 18 today. We see that you came to CDCR back in 1993, 19 for 2 counts of second-degree murder and 1 count of 2245. 1 assault with a deadly weapon. The murders 21, in fact, all these crimes to run concurrent, 22 together by the court. The court specifically ordered 23 that you spend, 20 years to life in prison. They 24 said without the possibility of parole for 20 years and 25 Rene, Enriquez H69471 decision page 112-14-2018 1, then after that, you were eligible for parole. When you look at it, it's actually 3 life terms to run 3 concurrent with that 20-year. I'll call it blackout 4 period. All right, you have a minimum eligible parole 5 date back in December 12th of 2003. Now the victims in 6 this case were Cynthia Galvedon, GALVADON, and as 7 we communicated earlier, she was only 28 years old at the time of her death, David Gallegos. He 9 was a murder victim. And Mr. Salvador 10 Buenrostro, he was, brutally assaulted, and will 11 talk about that in a moment. In this case, this panel 12 has read and considered the written record before us, 13 which includes the prior board reports, the Central 14 file, the current and past comprehensive risk 15 assessments, additional documents submitted here 16 today. We did consider, the written 17 submissions by, your attorney and by you. We did 18 consider the written submissions made by the victim's 19 family and their representative. Those were all 20 very helpful documents, all of them. We also 21 considered input we received from the public. We 22 received, a large number of letters. I would say a 23 bulk in support of parole, but there were, letters, 24 that opposed parole. We considered all those, too. 25 Rene Enriquez H69471 decision, page 212-14, 2018. 1. We reviewed the confidential portion of your Central 2 file. There are a number of documents that have been 3 noted that have come in since the last hearing, and 4 comparing what has come in comparing to what, 5 Mr. Correctional counselor friend has indicated 6 what those are. We think Commissioner, 7 correctional counselor. Friend accurately assessed 8 what those documents were, and not surprisingly, you 9 were well known. You were a very vicious, very 10 powerful, EMI gang member, so I think you're gonna 11 continue to see your name roll in, maybe even after you 12 and I are gone, all right. So, when I say gone, 13 pass to the next life, all right? So, 14 it's not surprising that documents come in with a huge 15 number of them because of your, just your activity 16 within the Mexican mafia. So we didn't use your 17 confidential file against you. You talked about in 18 general terms, what you've done. You've 19 been pretty transparent with, this panel and with 20 other panels about your activity. You've been pretty 21 transparent publicly about your activity. With 22 regard to the Mexican mafia, so not surprisingly, there 23 wasn't anything new in that confidential file that, 24 was of concern to us. We also considered the testimony 25 Rene Enriquez H69471 decision, page 31214 2018. One that you gave at this hearing today, and we certainly too considered and welcomed the input from the three victims' family, which included the uncle for Cynthia, the cousin of Cynthia and the attorney who represented her father, who was here today. We would 6 incorporate the following documents into the record, in 7 their entirety. They were, helpful. We 8 consider the others, but these were particularly 9 helpful, first being the POR. The probation officer's 10 report was written somewhat contemporaneous to the Life 11 crime. And that's helpful for us because a lot of 12 years have passed, and so input on what was going on 13 with you, the victim, these other people, the victims. 14 I should say, plural these other people. Not 15 surprisingly. The probation officer's general comments 16 at the end of the report accurately reflect the kinda 17 guy you were. The terrorist you 18 were to the community. And not only in but 19 but out of prison. Very telltale what they were 20 saying about you then. What law enforcement was saying 21 about you then, all right. Again, so that report was 22 very helpful for us to get context or a baseline, 23 whatever you want to call it, of you and everything going 24 on back then. We would incorporate the progress 25 Rene Enriquez H69471 decision, page 41214 2018 1 reports, most specifically those since the last hearing. 2 now we did go back and look at the year programming 3 and so forth, but those were kind of a good roadmap to 4 what you've been doing, since the last hearing. We 5 would incorporate in its entirety the comprehensive Risk 6 assessment, that's Dr. Robinson's report. I'll talk 7 more about it a little later. We would 8 incorporate the transcripts from the July 21st, 2017, 9 hearing. We thought there were parts of that hearing 10 that we didn't need to replicate today that have been 11 clearly established information about you in the past, 12, and from that perspective, there's been no change over 13 years, and we offered, you and others the 14 opportunity to weigh in on any change with that. So, 15 again, so there are things we may not have talked a lot 16 about today, but we incorporate that transcript to cover 17 that as it were. And you'll note that they 18 incorporated the transcripts at the last hearing, so at 19 kind of rolls down for a while. The fundamental 20 consideration in making a parole eligibility decision is 21 the potential threat to public safety upon an inmate's 22 release. Accordingly, a denial of parole must be based 23 upon evidence in the record of the inmate's current 24 dangerousness. Having these legal standards in mind, we 25 Rene Enriquez H69471 decision, page 51214 2018, find that Mr. Enriquez no longer poses an unreasonable risk of danger to society or a threat to public safety, and he is, therefore, we find, suitable for parole today. The record does reflect circumstances tending to show unsuitability for parole, which we considered during our deliberations, but we felt these, in the end, were outweighed by other circumstances tending to show suitability for parole. Now this decision does not diminish the fact that the crimes committed by you, sir, were especially heinous. The crimes just before us were the horrendous ordering of a murder of Cynthia, who, well, by all appearances was somehow involved in your drug trade. Certainly she had connections to people there, and it sounds like money and drugs came up short. And that was an offense at the time for you as a EME gang member, offense to you, offense to the organization, and you just don't steal from them, and examples are made of people, and Cynthia became, made an example of what you guys perceived as a problem. We don't know if that was the case. We don't know if it was her who was stealing. We don't know what it was, but what's important was your perception at the time. You also ordered and participated in the murder of David Gallegos. He was a Mexican mafia member who had fallen out of favor, And you were, as probably a result of your status and your allegiances and your warped sense of values, ordered this murder and participated in his murder, which included, getting him overdosed and then shooting him to make sure he was dead, then leaving him in in an industrial park for somebody to find, And I'll talk about how this is a callous disregard for lives and suffering of others. And then there's, the, very brutal attack on Sal Buenrostro, and that occurred in custody, and all the organization that went with that was, telltale of your sophistication as a member of the Mexican mafia and how you were able to use others. And you talked about your use of others. All these crimes were an especially callous disregard for the lives and suffering of others, and let me just share with you beyond the victims, and you've talked about this. When you think of with Cynthia, who had to find her? How was the family you heard today how the family had to deal with telling? Grandma, that her daughter had been murdered and how that impacted all those people. And today, this is still one harmful today, and we heard that from the victim's two family. The murder of David Gallegos, dumping his body 3 in the industrial park. I mean, there's his 4 family, of course, obvious, but there's these other 5 victims where it's callous disregard for the lives and 6 suffering of others. Somebody found him, had to call 7 the police, will probably never get that out of their 8 head. I don't know at this point whether 9 that was kids, whether that was, any number of 10 people, but it doesn't matter. It's those people 11 live with that for the rest of their life. Seeing that 12 body laying there, shot, is just horrific. And then 13, the brutal attack on Sal. He survived it. I'm sure 14, it's very traumatic to him. We talked about him 15 being a gang member also, but I'm thinking, about these 16 probably my guess was young deputy sheriffs, cause 17 that's who were in jails in those days, all the young 18 deputies, they get hired, and they go to work in the 19 jail, and what they saw, the brutality of what they saw 20 and how much fear they had. The fear of you guys 21 was so overriding that they couldn't come in until their 22 was enough of them to overpower you guys. To see 23 this, individual stabbed again and again and again, 24 an especially callous disregard for the lives, and 25 Rene Enriquez H69471 decision page 8/12/14/2018, 1 suffering of others. And so you were responsible for 2 all that, and a lot more. The reasons for these crimes 3 seem to have been greed and selfishness, and the 4 selfishness is all about your image in the 5 gang, your status in the gang, the things that you could 6 do, the atrocious things you would do to raise your 7 status in the gang, but really they in no way justify 8 those actions. Now the Supreme Court has ruled that 9 after a long period of time, immutable factors such as 10 the commitment offense, prior criminality, which you 11 had, there was violence and unstable social 12 history. We talked about that. We think it was in 13 unstable social history. And there's evidence in the 14 record to suggest there was unstable social history, such 15 as the sexual assaults of you or the molestations 16 of you. There are letters from family who document 17 that who would have been there. And it's not surprising to 18 us that family cover that up, that we know from 19 talking from, to lots of, young men in particular, 20 that women seem to be more readily able to share it, 21 but men much worse. Doesn't matter whether they're 22 Hispanic, and I'm gonna tell you, you talk about 23 Hispanic. But I have to tell you that what I've seen of 24 this in prison, even young white males or black males, 25 Rene Enriquez H69471 decision page 9/12/14/2018. 1. It's the same sense of shame that stops them from sometimes getting beyond it. So we think 3 there's ample evidence in the record that you have in 4 unstable social history. But the court tells us these 5 things may no longer indicate a current risk of danger 6 to society in light of a lengthy period of positive 7 rehabilitation. We think there's been a lengthy period 8 of positive rehabilitation. Now in this case, almost 29 years have passed, and many of the circumstances that tend to show suitability for parole as found in Title 1115, Section 2402, Subdivision D are present. 12 specifically we found the following. We looked at 13-year remorse. It's one of the first things we look at. 14 gives us a sense of a guy, and we thought your 15 remorse was sincere and genuine, all right. And we 16, and we got a sense that your reaction to what you're 17 doing today, maybe not initially, and you examined 18 that was remorse. But as we suspect with 19 age, and I'll talk about age in a minute, when we start 20 to grow and mature and things, we tend 21 to think more about things in the past, and you're at in 22 age where you start getting more and more of that, cause 23 I'm about a decade ahead of you. And I'll just tell 24 you that that's the way the brain works. You get old. 25 Rene Enriquez H69471 decision, page 10 12 14 2018 1, and you start thinking about these things and how I messed that up, or how I coulda 3 done better. It's just a matter of life as you get 4 older. We think you took full 5 responsibility for your criminal actions today as best 6 you could. You were a horrifically violent man, and 7 the violence, as I talked about, it doesn't surprise 8 me that you didn't get a lot of 115s, because when people 9 are up in the Mexican mafia, people are doing 10 the dirty work. You're just telling this guy, this has 11 to happen, this has to go, you're responsible for 12 it. And I get why you have wrestled over what's the 13 number of people that I'm responsible, who I killed. I 14 mean, how many people did you order to get killed, got 15 stabbed, and only injured? That's a number that 16 we talked about today. It seems like more got injured 17 that were meant to be killed than ended up getting 18 killed. So that number we don't doubt is huge, 19, and we don't doubt that the amount of people 20 that were murdered as a result of your actions, is 21 greater than 2, way greater than 2. But you took 22 responsibility for that we felt, and we felt your 23 remorse was sincere and genuine. And we feel you've 24 been demonstrating that for quite some time, not 25 Rene Enriquez H69471 decision page, 11 12 14 2018 1, initially when you started your path of change, but 2 certainly, in well over a decade. We, think 3 that you committed the crime as a result of significant force stress in your life, especially stress that had built up 5 over a long period of time. Again, we think the 6 evidence is there to show that there was, 7 molestation, that there was brutality in your family, 8 and it's clear when you talked about why you 9 were, part of why you were who you were was that abuse 10, in response to it, and most notably your need for 11 power and control. The greater the power and control, 12 the easier it was for you, the better it was for 13 you. The question is what was the roof 14 of that? We don't know. We think you're of an age that 15 reduces the probability of recidivism. You're 56 years 16 old, about to be 57 I think, and statistically suggests 17 that people, when they reach the 5th decade of their 18 life in their 40s, they start to what we call age 19 out of crime, and certainly when we look at your 20 change, seems like you're one of those statistical 21 norms, believe it or not. As ugly as it's been for you, 22 as bad as you have been, it looks like you're falling 23 into the statistical norm. And especially when people 24 reach that 5th decade, in the 50s, the statistics 25 Rene Enriquez H69471 decision, page 12 12 14 2018, 1 really show that those people are not likely to recidivate, not likely to recidivate in a violent way. 3, so we think your age weighs in your favor. We think 4, you've engaged in institutional activities that indicate 5, enhanced ability to function within the law upon 6 release. And this, I heard today some numbers batted 7 around, but it certainly is far greater than 18 8 months. We see that you've been involved in AA and 9 CGA, anger management, victim awareness, domestic 10 violence, restorative justice, which is relatively new 11, cage your rage, breaking barriers to speak of 12 some. Though those are the certificate kind of things 13 you got. Then there's the self-help you worked on by 14 yourself with the therapy, and so forth. So we think 15 you've engaged in institutional activities that would 16 enhance your ability to function within the law upon 17 release, and have addressed your, core issues that 18 took you to be the guy you were. We believe you've made 19 realistic plans for release, and have developed 20 marketable skills you can put to use upon release. 21 Your, release plans, your parole plans, they're 22 confidential. We don't want to put them on the record. 23 here, and you do have several options you've listed, and 24 we think they're all just fine. And they all seem 25 Rene Enriquez H69471 decision, page 1312-14 2018 feasible. And importantly, and when I talk about Dr. Robinson's, issues with some of the things that you would be doing out there, in support of your sobriety and in support of your anger and so forth, we think clearly you've established. We saw in the documents you provided that, the concerns she had, you hadn't made the connection to that, clearly in the documents you have. So that's part of your parole plan. Now we did consider, Dr. Robinson's risk assessment. She saw you on April 27, 2017, before the last hearing, and that was considered at the last hearing. She found you to be a moderate risk. We think that several of the concerns that the doctor had you've addressed. One of the concerns that, jumped out at us was she was concerned about your ability to program when you're out there on parole and that you hadn't done something about that. Well, certainly today you presented with the webinars and those kind of things and programs that, and also there was concerns about had you addressed some of these issues in therapy. She was concerned about that molestation or sexual assault of you. And clearly when we looked at the mental health records, there's a great discussion about that, and it starts back in 2017 with that. So we think that you've addressed some of the issues with the doctor. Now I think the attorneys who deal with me all the time know I like Dr. Robinson a lot. She has been very helpful. She writes some of the longest reports, and she's one of the most confrontational, clinicians we have or had. She just retired. I want to say this. It's, she calls it as she sees it. Now I don't always agree, just like my best friend. My best friend I don't always agree with. In this case, we think she's taken some editorial license when it comes to concerns or make extrapolations about, the Mexican mafia and the danger to you. We agree there's part of it's there. We think you are, an increased target than the average guy, for the Mexican mafia, but we think, there's a little bit of extra license there in that. We think that if you're a moderate risk, it's more as a result of your historic values than it is your clinical values. And the clinical values are things you can change and work on. And those clearly you've worked on, those clinical value concerns that the doctor had. So we think there's been several of the things addressed. So we gave weight to the doctor's Rene Enriquez H69471 decision, page 1512-14 2018 1 report. Maybe not great weight, maybe not too significant weight, but we gave at least moderate weight 3 to that doctor's report. Anything you'd like to add? For Deputy Commissioner Enriquez. Well, I'm gonna 5 give you my standard ammunition I give when someone gets 6 a date, but I'm sure you're well aware of what I'm gonna 7 do about to tell you. Please be very careful who you 8 tell about this date, and I think in your case that 9 ammunition I give, I know will be taken to 10 heart. Obviously family, friends, you want to, 11 tell them. You've been down this road before. 12 that there's a review period. That the 13 governor will look at it. A different governor will 14 look at this now than the last governor, so will 15 will see how it goes. I would suggest you go 16 back to your cell tonight, celebrate to yourself. 17 it'll eventually get out because there are no secrets in 18 prison. And then until you get that warden checkout 19 order, just keep programming the way you've been doing. 20 just keep doing the things you've been doing. 21 when you get out there, and wherever you 22 are in the world, keep working those 12 steps. 23 for the everyday for the rest of your life. You're 24, we didn't really get a chance to go over it today. 25 Rene Enriquez H69471 decision, page 1612-14 2018. One cause we kinda kept parole plans confidential, but your 2 relapse prevention plan, and we read those, and I 3 was impressed with them, and you've tried 4 to address all your issues. Work those plans every day 5 for the rest of your life, to keep you out of, 6 of trouble. Mr. Enriquez, I wish you luck. Inmate Enriquez. Thank you, sir. 8. Presiding Commissioner ROBRTS. No, based on 9 these findings, we conclude that you no longer pose an 10 unreasonable risk of danger or threat to public safety. 11. If you're released from prison at this time, so 12 accordingly, we found you suitable for parole. As you 13 well know, the board has 120 days to review and 14 finalize, and then the governor gets an additional 30. 15. If there's any change by either the board or the 16 governor, you'll be notified in writing, which you know. 17. You've been through all that. All right, so let's talk 18 about special conditions of parole. When you are 19 released from prison, you'll be subject to all the 20 general conditions of parole as found in Penal Code 21 Section 2512, which you've experienced before. General 22 conditions of parole. As well as any special 23 condition of parole as imposed by the Division of Adult 24 Parole Operations provided in Penal Code Section 2513. 25 Rene Enriquez H69471 decision, page 1712-14-2018, based on that statutory authority, this panel orders the following special conditions of parole. When you're released. Shortly after your release, we want you to see, one of our clinicians. It's called the Parole Outpatient Clinic. Your, parole agent will take you to that and see the clinic, see how you're adjusting to the stress. There's gonna be a lot of stressors. You've been in custody a long time, and you're about to be with somebody again who, life just brings drama with it whether you're married or not. But now you got that, and you got kids who, so there will be drama and stress and all that and adjustment, so we want you to see the clinician. Do whatever the clinician says. The clinician says you need to take, medications, take medications. Clinician says you need to come in and talk to me, go in and talk, do whatever that clinician says you need to do. Cause this is all about your successful adjustment on parole. We would order that you participate in random narcotics testing. Drugs had been a problem with you for a long time. You've been sober a long time from that, but you're gonna be out there, and you're gonna be around a lot of stress. This is just to double check to make sure that your Rene Enriquez H69471 decision page 1812-14-2018 1 not going down the wrong path again. We're not too gonna order the gang admonitions because you're a 3 dropout, and associating with gangs, could be fatal to you, so we're not gonna issue those. Now DAPO might, 5, but we're not going to do it, and here's the deal. If 6 we do it, they're probably not gonna take it off. So we 7 think if they've got concerns, let's let them handle it, 8 and then they can take it off when they want to if they 9 wanna install, phonetic it. But we are gonna order 10 that you participate in, programming as identified 11 in your parole plans, all right? So again, I'm not 12 gonna put that on the record. The parole 13 plans will be made available to him, and you've got 14 different options. So some of those things will be out 15 of state, and so anyway, but we want you to, 16 follow your parole plan, and whichever parole plan you 17 and your agent finally are settled on, that's the 118 you need to follow. And most importantly, you're 19 not to have any contact with the victim's family or 20 next of kin, all right. I know you're going through 21 restorative justice, programming, but I don't 22 think this family. From what I gather from what I see 23 isn't interested in that in any way, shape or form. 24 so you're not to have contact with them. Your 25 Rene Enriquez H69471 decision, page 1912-14-2018, 1 not to have third parties contact with them. 2 so again, but this is not new, I'm sure the 3 court ordered that, and you've known that letters and 4 things like that had to come here, couldn't go to them 5 directly, so, that has to be funneled through people 6 like the DA's office or whatever. Okay, all right. 7 and, lastly, like the Deputy Commissioner told 8 you, we have some recommendations, for the time that 9 you're, remain in custody, or if we have to have 10 another hearing. We would recommend that you stay, 11 disciplinary free. You get a 115 between now and the 12th time you're on the warden's list, all bets are off. 13, you could lose your date as quickly as you got it. 14, okay? We would recommend that you, earn 15 positive chronos. You've got quite a few of them. Just 16 keep doing the same things you're doing. It shows a 17 different kind of guy. A guy that was all self-centered 18, and now a guy that's helping others and doing things 19 truly in the interest of others. We want you to 20 continue with your self-help, and we would, 21 recommend that if possible, look at a trade. You're 22 getting to the age where it becomes less important. At 23 looks like you have other endeavors, which you have 24 identified in your parole plans, which seem feasible. 25 Rene Enriquez H69471 decision page 2012, 14 2018 1 to us all right? And with that, wish you good luck. 2 will now conclude the hearing. Time is 2:05. Good 3 luck, sir. 4 inmate Enriquez. Thank you, sir. Thank you, 5 gentlemen. God bless you. Mr. Soders, 6-8 adjournment 9. This transcript contains the proposed decision of the 10 Board of Parole Hearings Board, announced at your 11 recent board hearing and is provided to you in 12 compliance with Penal Code Section 3041.5, Subdivision 13A, 4, and California Code of Regulations, Title 15, 14 Section 2254. This proposed decision will become final 15 within 120 days of the date of the hearing, as required 16 BY Penal Code Section 3041, Subdivision B, unless the 17 Board notifies you in writing before then that the 18 proposed decision has been modified, vacated or referred 19 to the full Board, sitting NBANC, due to an error of 20 law. Error of fact or new information pursuant to 21 California Code of Regulations, Title 15, Section 2042. 22. Thereafter, the Governor has authority to review the 23 Board's decision and affirm, modify, or reverse IT 24 pursuant to Penal Code Sections 3041.1 and 3041.2. 25 Rene Enriquez H69471 decision page 2112-14 2018 certificate and declaration of transcriber I, Sarah Martins, as the official transcriber, hereby certify that the attached proceedings in the matter of the life CDC number H69471 term parole consideration hearing of Rene Olmos Enriquez, Ironwood State Prison BLYTHE, California, December 14, 2018 8:45 a.m. were held as herein appears. Further, this transcript is a true, complete, and accurate record, to the best of my ability, of the recorded material provided for transcription. AMMRTN, Sarah Martins, December 23, 2018, Dictate Express Copyright 2018, all rights reserved by BPH. You have reached the end of the document.